remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now, our time, our turn, we can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more, that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and faith. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Add it up, unleash it up. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals till the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. Across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire, and wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls before the rift splinters again. We are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Light it up, unleash it up. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls before the rift splinters yet again. We are rivals till the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls before the rift splinters again. We are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will flash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire, and wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls before the tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your minds, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Add it up, unleash it up. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals till the end. And rise up, open your minds, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your minds, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Across all time, I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rivals till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Ready to unleash it all. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals till the end. And rise up, open your minds, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder.
Onto the tanks here because there's no more sustain.
The feed is filled with Virtus Pro. The bears, they're feasting.
The timer slowly ticking. Will they be able to touch? Benny goes down. Corolla with a great set of push and damage here.
Hello guys and welcome my friends to Marvel Rivals Ignite. This is it, the grand finals, Vicky, of the seeding stage. 8 days of battles, countless clutch moments, and the top seed is right there for one of these teams with a direct path to the main stage. Vicky, Georgia is calling. One of these teams are going to answer, or a couple of them. How you doing today?
I'm doing great. I'm so happy to be alongside you, Cozy, because we got a jam-packed day here for the grand finals within our group stage in Americas. It's about that seeding, with these teams wanting to pave their path to having an easier way to obtain that $70,000 winning money.
Absolutely. If you guys are just now joining us on day 8, or you've been with us the entire journey, this is kind of how we got here through the bracket of what has been a pretty crazy Ignite so far, Vicky. These teams have all belonged to the spots they've made it to, and right now we've had less upsets than stage 1, but a lot of teams that have definitely earned their way to victory. Group A, the group of death. This is definitely proving every bit of it.
Yeah, looking at the journey right now, FlyQuest coming out of that upper side after they were able to take out Envy, sending them to the bottom end of that bracket, where Envy had to play a lot more matches here. Got to play Intergalactic, Dreamland before winning in a clean 0-3-0 fashion versus Rad to find themselves in the possible reverse revenge series now to try to take out FlyQuest.
Well, listen, it worked for them at the main stage there in China when they had to play more matches. They got all the way to the grand finals there, but they did go against FlyQuest, and we saw a bit of a preview of what we will jump into today. But this is Group B. And this group has been kind of all over the place in terms of talent, and it's been cool to see how this is kind of flushed out to what we have in the grand finals here. 100 Thieves versus Dark Zero, making it the distance. And how about that match yesterday? You were on call for it. Sentinels, DZ, the rematch of players. What a fun one.
Yeah, I had so much fun casting that one. That was also a series everybody was looking forward to see what the results were going to be. Dark Zero formerly having the former teammates of Sentinels. They won 3-1, taking out Sentinels before now finding themselves against a team where some of the members of that former Sentinel squad haven't even lost against 100 Thieves in the pack. We actually talked to Amazing just yesterday where he felt very confident going into that final series.
Well, listen, we looked at kind of the bracket and why the top seed means so much. And the group of death is still very hard, Vicky. I mean, they still have to play. The winner plays Nemesis, who's in a fantastic group together. And then the loser plays, I believe, Sentinels, right? So just a crazy team up there and what we're going to have ready for them, who comes out on top. Group B, the winner will be going up against Dreamland. Loser will be going against Rad. So a lot at stake here, Vic.
Yeah, a different maker there, too, when you put it into perspective on the playoff seeding. That's why it's so important for these teams to be able to achieve the seeding that they desire here. Because going on to playoffs here, too, you have to imagine, Cozy, you walk away with having to make the adjustments either from your roster, from the meta adjustments, the triple Vanguard, triple strategist, as well as what we've seen transcend through the pick and ban phase.
Absolutely. I'm just pumped to see these teams clash together and just to get a rematch of what was probably the game of the tournament. FlyQuest Envy. It came down to the very last second here. As you see our schedule of today, we're going to jump right back into that rematch. But the big difference, Vicky, is it's going from that best of 3 that we had last time to best of 5. So these teams have much more time here to adjust and kind of figure things out. But then on top of that, we also have a great matchup with 100 Thieves versus some similar players, but ex-Sentinels now on Dark Zero team that is catching themselves in stride as they continue to make their way through the tournament.
I think the biggest highlight you have to take away from that, Cozy, is looking at the best of 5 situation, right? Because best of 5 means we got more pick and ban phases coming out, as well as different map modes that the loser of the previous map will be able to try to take a lot of our other teams. We saw a lot of counterplay based off around that in our best of 5 yesterday. So going forward to today, you have to imagine the teams that have a great record on domination since game 4. We reset back over to domination, convoy, convergence. Which of these teams have way more success on these former game modes?
Yeah, absolutely. Looking at what we predict, though, and what we think, Vicky, we're kind of, it's so tough when you're at the top here. We wanted to make things a bit different going in at the same time. We were both pretty much 3-2 on each. This is going to be right there up to the wire. Envy versus FlyQuest. I think it's 3-2. Could go either way. I've got Envy there. And then 100 Thieves versus Dark Zero. Hey, you caught up on points, Vicky, after yesterday. Come on now.
I feel like that's not fair for you, though, right? You weren't able to obtain the points. I'll be real right now. You could just knock me down just to 7, right? Let's even it out just to see what that tiebreaker is going to be, considering the fact that we have that first series, a little bit of a different choice here. You got FlyQuest, too, looking at how that's going to transcend. Yeah,
listen, it's cast and curse at the end of the day, right? So don't want to go ahead and give off, I guess, bad juju to any of these teams that I go for here. But yeah, what's up?
I actually saw that you had Envy. I saw the graphics flip right there of I'm the one that has FlyQuest. And I do think that this is going to go the distance as well, going into a game 5 situation with these two best of teams that everyone's been talking about in Americas.
Yeah, for sure. And I think we've talked to the players. We've seen FlyQuest. They're all together in the same roof. It's so cool. A lot of these teams did that last time. Those teams found success and the path to China. This time is FlyQuest getting the gang together. And wow, have they responded and impressed us with their new addition of Vision, really kind of fleshing out that squad into what we know. 100 Thieves, same story, same business. They've been, back to what they've done. Same as Envy. These guys are high professionals at this moment. And it's just fun to see it all together. Looking at the last time, though, these two matches, or these two teams went against one another in both Envy and FlyQuest, Vicky. I mean, it was absolute, just cinema, pure from start to finish. Looking really Envy's way at the beginning with a 2-0 on domination. We've talked about this in the past, Vicky. This team is so dominant on domination. But then the reverse sweep that came out to overtime there on the last 2 maps, just such good play.
Yeah, just to highlight that Envy is literally 5-0 on domination. To put it into perspective, that's a team that, again, had to play a lot more series, considering they had to get sent to that lower bracket at the hands of FlyQuest. Whereas FlyQuest, they're 2-1 on domination because of that previous series, except FlyQuest usually makes things a lot tighter. They're 3-0 on Convoy thus far, 1-0 on Convergence. So that just also is something to consider as we move on for our first series.
Yeah, we'll talk about the pick and bans and why I think Envy is going to kind of button some things up that slipped through the cracks the last time they went together. And, you know, you bet FlyQuest is going to do the same. They can clean up things, I'm sure, from there. And even though they did escape with the W, but obviously one of those big ones being Vision and the difference he made on Jeff, the Baby Land Shark vest on Magneto. Let's go ahead and actually talk about the roster. Let's meet the teams. Let's start with Envy's roster, though. You know, a roster you guys know well here. Tap is going to be joining it as well, but I believe Cal will be in today. And you guys see him looking tough as always, or a farm in here. This is the boys of Envy, and listen, talent from top to bottom, Vic.
I mean, look at them. They're all buttoned up. You talk about being buttoned up. They're ready to go. I love these profile pictures that we have here for our players. But even more important to talk about Kaluj leading the way as that main vanguard out here. You talk about Cal being able to be part of this team, whereas Tap, I also feel like Tap not being part of this lineup right now, it has to do with what the meta has currently been, right, Cozy? But Speedery, I think, has been the MVP for Envy. Just so good at flyers in general, very versatile. You talk about the Ultron, you talk about that Torch. That has been a big highlight to watch too throughout the course of the last few weeks, and how that's going to play out in the series.
It's hard to pick just one because there's just so much good talent across the board there. I mean, when Cal shows up, this team does respond differently. Window has been a consistent MVP. I mean, this man was already feasting on Venom in the stage 1 of this whole thing in June. Well, Venom's looking a lot better this patch, so we're seeing that come to light there. Speedery, who can play it all, been flexing a lot more to that Ultron, but is there kind of crazy duelist, you know, whether it be in the air or on the ground, of course. And looking across with their strategists, I mean, listen, Month, Silent Assassin there, love what he's been able to do for the team and all. And when you talk about Nero, a man that could do so much for them as well. He played a lot of Ultron, now is flexed now to a bit more traditional role and doing the more core strategist in this triple strategist meta that we find ourselves in. Of course, Kaluj, these guys need no introduction. I'm telling you, in China, they were probably the most calm under pressure, Vicky. They just never showed an ounce of nervousness or any of it during an interview, during the game. The stakes didn't matter.
Yeah, these are different players that also have veteranship in other games. They bring that experience and that common collectiveness going into this roster too. And I think that's what makes this team so scary, right? That's why everyone was so surprised to see what transcended in that upper bracket. Further highlighting, you know, I don't usually cash in on Scrimbucks personally, Cozy, because what matters is when the tournament starts. But FlyQuest have been looking fantastic watching their Scrimbucks, and they've brought it into the bracket. And now that MV sees what they have to do differently, they've readjusted amazingly for it.
Well, FlyQuest was a team that won this last time in the seeding bracket. They got the top seed, but it did not turn out the tale that they wanted there for China in that main stage. But Georgia, different place, different time. Let's meet the differences of that roster to this one, guys, as we take a look at FlyQuest and who they've got cooking. So obviously, you guys know the duelists that we'll get to in a moment, but I got to highlight here, Vicky. Vest and Spark Chief are just a crazy wombo combo. You have Vest as just one of the core heartbeats of this team. He's been doing this since the last time. This man, I think, is our best Magneto in the tournament.
Yeah, you know what? I could see that. I could see that against Kaluj. This is going to be literally the battle that Vez versus Kaluj. You have to keep your eye on that matchup. Cooper, also who has been taking the MVPs consistently at the end of matches, whether it be on Loki, the Luna out here, while we take a look at that Magneto specifically. You highlight Vez, we're looking at Kaluj, but Vez thus far, over just 4 maps alone, 108 KOs, 16 casualties. I mean, talk about also the awareness on having to enable your Jeff with those Magneto bubbles too.
Yeah, we saw them when they played Envy last time. They saved this Magneto. This is something that they tried to do each and every time. So it's a strategy for them going into this thing, and I look for them to do the same. And again, you can only ban so much. They show that they can play a multitude of different roles. So, okay, you get rid of Vision's Jeff. Well, you're leaving someone like Magneto. And so it's going to be interesting what Envy kind of processed as who was the biggest threat when they did lose and what was the reason for it. Adam Warlock was banned a ton. On the side of Envy, they got rid of Ultron Mantis plenty of times as well. So we'll break down the pick and bans more in just a moment. But this team, again, yeah, stacked from head to toe. Energy, vision, crazy. I mean, the best duelist combo for sure. I think they just have so much cooking for them.
Yeah, I'm excited to see if we do see the Atom actually pass through, something that Vision has played already before in the past, being that flexible player. We've seen him go crazy on Punisher before, together with like the energy Bucky lineup that we've seen constantly. Cozy, I know you've gotten excited for that. Smart Chief being the Groot, the Venom that we've needed, Venom being a problem as well. We can't see these Mantises get through. I'm not expecting the Mantis to get through. Mantis is usually that first hero that we see banned out, but you combine that together, if a Venom gets passed through, you know that that's going to be a lot of disruptive damage. You're going to be splitting away the attention from that strategist backline.
Yeah, and listen, with this team too, in terms of FlyQuest, Invisible Woman is so important to the way they work. They always try to save that as a strategist front because Envy attacks the strategist in terms of bans. They at least try to get a home base of who they can have for that main healer role. Invis is always going to be the one that they kind of rely on to lock in there. And same on the side of Envy. I mean, if you look at what they have, Kaluj doesn't lose much when he gets Mother, when he gets White Queen, Emma Frost, and they lost the map there, right? And so we'll see who they end up picking and what maps we go to, but either way, we are in for a show today, guys. I mean, this is such a way to heat things up on Rivals for our grand finals of the seeding tournament.
Yeah, 8 teams, have to go through that group stage A, 8 teams going through group stage B, and now we've finally transcended into the grand finals for both territories before we open up our first series of the day, Cozy. Best of 5, man, and this is where I love it, because this is where we get to test out the counter picks, the flexibility, what these teams have picked up on and what they've learned looking back at the past. Also, FlyQuest, the reason why I was leaning a lot towards FlyQuest, the last time you and I interviewed them, they're playing together. They're there together as a unit, and I think that also is something to consider because that really does help boost up these teams.
Boot camp boost is what they call it, right? And we saw that again last time. I mean, I've got to say, I just think this is going to be just as close this time around, regardless, as we're going to be going into our games in a couple of minutes. But you pointed out something. If I would have it my way, I would want best of 5 all of the time for every match we do in this tournament, best of 7 for finals, because I feel like that's when you start to see these teams really adjust, right? And you can tell, okay, this didn't work, domination didn't go their way, whatever it might have been. But in the pick ban phase, in the strategy phase, I think best of 5 is the way to go.
Yeah, Group A's crown is awaiting them, right? And you want to show that consistency because if anything, if you play out more games, you get to see which of these teams get to make those adjustments faster, and that just highlights which of the teams are better coming out of the region, honestly. And then you look at the history of how these teams have had to play, and you highlight Envy having to play a lot more games. That just gives us more data on how they've been able to adjust with the different maps that either they find success in or the maps that maybe they had struggled with in the pick and ban phase, because a lot of the times from what we've seen from these teams, not that they're worse than the other, but the game is lost before the game even starts because of the pick and ban phase.
What's crazy to me, and yeah, it's a great point, I mean, how important that is. For me, it's when you look at, I mean, listen, in June, we had a lot of, I would say Cinderella stories. This time, I'm not saying there's less of so, but really you've got just great teams across the board. And so what I want to focus on here a little bit too is, again, the winner of this, right? You win the whole thing. In the main way to get to Georgia, you have to play Nemesis first. I mean, what a crazy seed that is, regardless. And then again, loser plays Sentinels. Pick your poison. Both very tough in terms of teams. And so, maybe that is something they take away is the loser of this. You still have a good team either way. I don't think there's one that stands out more than the other there in terms of, raw talent. I guess Nemesis, obviously, lower seed in general, but still a good team pick.
Yeah, that's why, aside from the prize pool, having $250,000 in the region, by the way, as just a nice little highlight, with first place getting that $70K. You also have to talk about Atlanta. That's a different set of prize pool that you'll be qualifying for, and that further will be able to highlight the teams that have been able to make an impact in the infancy of Marvel Rivals Ignite.
$1 million. I mean, $1 million bucks. That's a pretty big deal that they're going for. I mean, people stay on an island for a month and try to win $1 million. This is Rivals from the couch to the competitive scene here. Fun to see. Can't wait to dive into it as these teams are locking in, getting everything ready here behind the scenes. About to jump in there in just a moment. Some things to highlight, some things to look for this time around. Obviously, if you weren't here last time, Vision on the Jeff was such a huge response, winning and turning fights they weren't supposed to win. We saw this all tournament. Baby Shark did his thing and flipped the tide of battle there. But on the other end, I want to see pure raw gameplay of Energy versus Cal, who can kind of get those early picks often, and then look for the aggressiveness. I think Envy is going to go into this thing absolutely aggressive right off the boot. Kalush and Window diving in, getting things rolling for this team. And so pick ban's going to tell us a lot, but look for the play style change from when they last fought.
Yeah, you have to talk about the win condition that FlyQuest wants to lean into, right? Energy, enabling energy with the Star-Lord usually goes over to the Mag whenever we see that triple Vanguard, triple Strategist lineup. We've seen him flex over to the Bucky as well. Cooper has no issue being very flexible, whether it be on the Loki, the Mantis too. Vision, as you highlighted, being that playmaker with Jeff. If you let Adam skate by, you're going to have, the Adam instead in his hands. And Vision is a crazy fragger. You know what Dogman called it? Like a mini Hela, basically, at that point. You want to be able to land those headshots too, to be able to get that healing even better. Zelos, you talk about the Invisible Woman and the impact that Invisible Woman has. Zelos being that Invisible Woman, and Vez, the Mag. That's why we have to highlight the Mag for a reason. Now, I'm wondering too how chaotic it'd be if we see Doctor Strange banned out, because we've seen that happen a little bit more commonly to prevent recontest here. As we're getting set up, everybody, thank you so much for your patience. We got our first series underway. We're talking about win condition, Cozy, and it starts off in the pick and ban phase.
Yes, it does. Grand finals right here, y'all. Group A, the group of death. It's FlyQuest Envy, two of the best in North America. We're going to find out right now who is the best between these two teams, thinking they are the best. We start with two Jeffs right off the rip.
That's a statement. I love it. We've been seeing it happen way more often, and I'm not surprised. We're going on to Celestial Husk, and with that low to high ground verticality, a lot of space to navigate around, that the Jeff could be detrimental at making those biggest plays, but the protection on the Adam Warlock was something that we literally just highlighted here from FlyQuest.
Yeah, no, that's a great call out there. They've wanted that Adam Warlock in the past when they played against one another. They did not have access to this on Domination last time. Hey, guess what? Last time these two teams played, Envy won 2-0 on Celestial Husk, but Adam was not available for FlyQuest that time around. So already changing up the pace a bit. That's what makes this exciting. These teams did the homework.
Now glowing on to the next ban, though, it's going to be the Mantis off the table. I'm expecting the next ban from FlyQuest probably going to be the Mantis. It really depends on what this safety pick from Envy is looking like here while they hover over it. It's going to be the Ultron, another important strategist that has kind of been the mainstay even in the last two series that we had yesterday.
Yeah, a little bit of a difference in terms of always looking back into when they played last time. Once again, Jeff and Invis were the saves last time on Domination. Ultron was banned for them in terms of Envy. And now we have FlyQuest, doing the, what I like to call just the speedery ban that's, obligated. You have to get rid of that man's best heroes. So going into that, we expected that. Vicky, for this next pick, obviously I do think Mantis is going to be involved here in the terms of FlyQuest. For Envy, maybe they go back. Okay. All right. There's the tip of the cap.
Wait, it's the double Star-Lord, though. The double respect. Again, another ban we're seeing come out way more often to get more of these target bans. Because you talk about the Star-Lord, right? Cal has popped off on Star-Lord before from Envy. Looking on the other side, we just talked about it from Energy being on FlyQuest. As the Mantis Protect comes out, now you're going to have a damage-boosted Ultron.
Not only that, they get rid of Star-Lord, who, if you just watch in the competitive scene casually, Star-Lord's such a great answer to that fly unit in Ultron. And so, a lot tougher time here. I mean, Speeder could just play Storm at this point, have an Ultron there with the damage boost. You are screaming a bad time. Captain America, very interesting ban here in terms... I mean, you could shut down survivability there. Obviously we know Window loves Venom. But in terms of just stalling, Captain America could do his thing here. Very interesting. Like the pick, mixing things up, and there's the token Invis save, Vicky, that we've seen so many times.
By the way, Emma Frost goes by. Emma Frost comes out here for the first map of Domination, unless we see that ban on the other side. No, it's going to be the Ultron instead. So you talk about Captain America being banned. The stalling potential that we've seen from Kalush is there. Sure, you could ban out Captain America, but obviously now Kalush, mother knows best. So we get to see the White Queen herself make her debut now in our first game together in our grand finals for Group Stage A.
Yeah, a lot of things to point out here and looking what they kind of went with game plan wise. Yeah, I mean, Emma's available. Adam is for in terms of Envy there, so they can go that route if they so choose. But it's going to be Vision on the Adam. He does like to rotate to that if Jeff is not available. I have a feeling after the last time these two teams went together, after what we've seen, Vicky, Jeff is just... The baby land shark is not going to get any air and stay underwater here for the grand finals just because of the difference he can do.
Nope, none of that. We shut down John Williams. We shut down the orchestra alongside the Jeff. Not going to be playable here, as again, we start things off on Celestial Husk, which is interesting too, right? I feel like we kind of had a good amount of mix-ups here where our first games have been going to for our Domination maps.
Yeah, speaking of John Williams, it's a duel of fates right now. Celestial Husk is the map. These two teams locked in, ready to go. We will see what strategy comes out on top. Look for Speedery up in the air, trying to focus down vision on that Atom. It's going to be the hit scan versus the GOAT of flying heroes in Speedery now, but looking towards it. He's the Ultron. We've seen him flex to that. Kalush, of course, on Mother. Window going to Strange. I like that as a bit of a swap here, as this can be Envy going right to the point before it opens up.
Spark Chief now also on the captain, something we already know that Envy would not be able to utilize. Cal, Month with that Mantis and that damage boost, while Nero usually seeing him on that Cloak and Dagger. So much impact here, but on the Invisible Woman instead, as Spark takes a quick little nap, trying to disrupt the backline here of Envy, but they have heal support, as Speedery is also right there alongside them.
Yeah, it's a good start out for the teams. I expect this point to take an eternity to get, especially on this map, but these teams are always so locked in here. Cal trying to get some early pressure there on Energy. That's that fight that I wanted to call out, and that's the one we're going to see first, with the elimination of Cal being the one on top there against Energy and showing why he is who he is for Team Envy now. Trying to get more there, going for Spark Chief, and the ults are rising. We're getting close here. Closest one to it. Speedery going to have it, and he's going to pop it right away. Expect for that extermination going right now.
FlyQuest is about to figure out why they want to try to prioritize the Mantis maybe over the Land Shark first, right? Now you see the Invisible Boundary as the attack boost is coming out, and Cooper is going to start the engagement with the Luna Snow Fate of both worlds here, allowing FlyQuest to move up, but with Vez going out, Month catching his name, Cal follows up, and Vez has gone down with the Sienna Seduction too, as FlyQuest lose out on another fight.
Yeah, looking very comfortable with who they're going up against here. Envy looks like they have the lineup that they want. Absolutely. If they could draft anything, they're pretty happy with having the old Mantis Speedery combo that they've got rocking and rolling here of the triple strategist. Now on the other side, we see Energy now swapping over to the Winter Soldier. We'll have to see if this is the one from the second movie or the third, because it's a big difference in terms of how he does. Now, Vest has the Seduction. They can try to line that up with Vision's Res. This is where the win con is. They need to hop on this.
I was not expecting that. Getting kidnapped by the Bucky grapple forces out a reset with the Phoenix Ultimate. And now with the Freedom Charge, the Sienna Seduction. Beautiful pull in here. Window's just trying to get away. Luckily, he's the Doctor Strange with the shield available. He's got the Eye of Agamotto, as FlyQuest are just trying to brute force their way into this choke.
Yeah, Speedery now back rotating to another extermination. Vision, though, with the nice elim there on Cal. That's going to open things up. Again, that res can happen anytime, so Energy can go ahead and use Kraken when he wants to. Go aggressive, but Kalush, all eyes on me, he says. Oh, the push-off away. That's what you see at high-level plays. Zealous going to be pushing out that Doctor Strange window. Get out the window there as Vision gets a res off. Energy Vest back up, but it's Envy tick-tick, looking like the 2-0 that they had last time on Celestial Husk.
And looking at the ultimate economy, too, right? Nero's got that survivability coming up if he stays alive with the Invisible Boundary, so they got to back away here as Envy call it in terms of repositioning. But Cal getting that first pick here onto Vez. The Invisible Boundary just a second late, doesn't save out a window, gets the Grand Slam as Vision then goes in and finds Speedery. No elimination as Speedery's been able to boost up that Ultron Ultimate just as quick.
Yeah, that's what you expect to see there. Envy can give away the point if they so choose. 99, they've got what they want out of it. Zelos, good job keeping that ult, not using everything that they needed to, but battle's still convincing. Windows coming right back in with that portal. Energy down. Envy looking like they want that revenge. They're angry they lost. They're here for it, but Vision and Cooper, it's the strategist and the Vision, the key player, getting that pick. Cooper doing his job, Vicky, as this thing's close.
They did a really good job at stalling, though. That was the whole point. Even when they were repositioning, even when we saw Vision get some of those picks, they stalled out long enough to get to 99% as Cal gets Vision next. That's a big pick, but he's got the passive, though, to come right back. He's got that Adam Warlock Karmic Revival coming in shortly, and now Envy with Window swapping over to Venom. It's another stall opportunity to try to disrupt that back line.
Now Cal just turning Ashes into highlights as he has been there with Jean Grey. Now Window over to the Venom. The symbiote looking for more now. Getting grabbed in and kind of out of control. Window can't even play the game. The CC is there and all eyes on Vest now. Seduction's up. We'll see if we get a combo there with it. They're just looking for some contention. Great job now as Kalush doing the same. And Vicky, right now, these two teams sustain Vest. This could be a 99-99 once again as Energy's looking for more.
Zelos with the pull-in, by the way. Clutch Master. Energy to follow up, and now we have the Ultimate Economy lined up to rotate through, and Nero's already used up that Invisible Boundary. Now you slam down here. Now the reset comes out from Cal to shut down Energy, but the Born again rings out here in the arena as FlyQuest, having Vision still alive, gets a recontest as FlyQuest still have control over the point.
Yo, the screen is exploding right now in colors. I mean, just everything being used here. Insanity. And I knew this is what we would see here as Feast the Abyss comes out. Nothing from it here. Zealous keeping the team alive.
Wow.
And if you look at rotation there, oh my gosh, yeah, Zealous with that pick on Speeder. Cooper to window. Hollow FlyQuest. Again, trying for the main quest. It's all the strategists right now.
The strategists are all juked up right now. They got the gloves on. They're tired of it. Speeder had gone down while trying to utilize that extermination at the very end there. So Zelos, great awareness on shutting him down. And now FlyQuest already nearing 99%.
Wow, what a turn of the script. That's why that Captain America pick's going to come in clutch here, Vicky. They're able to sustain there with Spark Chief looking at the ult charge. You have Kalush coming up close with Month, but Vest is going to be able to get the seduction up. Spark Chief shortly behind and Cooper to follow. Every team's going to have what they want. Neutral battle right now commences. Window looks for more. Going to look to die, potentially that back line. He's hungry. He's thirsty. He goes in. He gets the good distraction here as these teams have to rotate.
Had a look at me as he tries to tease them, tries to focus on them here, but with Vest having some Psionic Seduction, Window doesn't have the reset opportunity that the Feast of the Abyss does provide, but with some help here, you got the fate of both worlds to keep the back line sustained. With Cal going down without being able to reset, even crazier from Vest as that damage output from the Emma Frost is proving nice.
Vest has done it on Magneto, doing it there on Emma Frost. Energy now going in. He's got the Kraken impact. He's going to use it now. Slam out, slam down. Does get the reset there on Month. He's going to go one more. There goes two. He's going to try to get there with Kalush, though. Gets Cooper out of there as I sound like an auctioneer now. Energy getting Nero, getting that nice pick for the team. And at this point, we have Envy trying to keep this thing alive. Cal with one, now two. And he's putting on his best Bucky impression, Vicky, as they fight for more.
Oh, but with Vision having that res, that's the win condition that FlyQuest wanted to save the Adam Warlock for. They bring everybody back after flipping the point 0 to 99, but walking up as FlyQuest want to take advantage and want to take it back again right here as Cal is still up on the high ground, trying to look to recontest here, at least while Energy calls in this Doctor Strange portal to help out the rest of FlyQuest, as now Envy with Nero having the fate of both worlds, they look to re-engage.
Folks, this is the grand finals, exactly what you would think of match number one coming down to the wire. These teams both won at top seed and all the pride that comes with it now as the seduction comes out. Vest looking for more here now as Spark Chief's going to move in, try to get that pressure. My gosh, the vantage point out of a horror movie now. Window down. Cal to follow. Speeder gets the trade, folks. Eyes on the overtime, though, as it's ticking. Speeder up. Someone's got to stay on this thing as now FlyQuest continues to push them out of this.
And FlyQuest having that advantage here as overtime is literally a pixel away. Spark Chief comes slamming down on that Captain America after using up this freedom charge here. Gets put to sleep temporarily. Speedery getting taken out once again. They're playing very split up with Kaluch just trying to stay alive on this Doctor Strange. He's got the Eye of Agamotto. It's got to go hard, but no follow potential as Window is close to that Feast of the Abyss.
This is what you want here. Absolute carnage and civil war. Nobody's dying. It's plot armor now as the pick off Kalush. They save it. This strategist play is unmatched now. Window with the Feast of the Abyss. Vicky, my God, what a show. He's going up, down, and tries to get something with it. Nothing connects, or at least the follow-up doesn't happen now. Zelos and team all together. Teams are evenly matched. Nero going to show out. And right now, FlyQuest without a strategist ultimate outside of one. The res as Kalush gets Vez down.
Man, that may be all they need in this situation with Vez getting taken out and coming right back with the Silent Seduction. Vision wants to hold on to it because this fight is going to get elongated. Here you go. The rise again with Month having the resustain. Vision brings them back while Gal and Speedery think they have the advantage. The Psionic Seduction then comes out from Vez. Cooper trying to desperately stay alive. Mother knows best with a choke slam. You have the Eye of Agamotto from Kalush. Nero gets stunned in the back, but no strategist minus Vision alive from FlyQuest.
This is absolute insanity. How is this still going on, viewers? What are we watching here in the grand finals now? Energy with more. Gets the pop on Speedery. Takes the Fly King out of this now as FlyQuest has the Agamotto looking for more. Spark Chief gets Window. Kalush is out of this thing. It's FlyQuest getting one after the other. They get another pop, and that is point one going to FlyQuest. Are you kidding me? Vicky.
How long did that take in overtime?
I need to know. I need to know from production. What was the total time on that map one? That has to be the longest domination point that I've ever called. And Vicky, that's coming from me and you, who got Shot X versus Envy, which I thought was like forever. I mean, that was insane.
during stage 1, man. The real ones know. The real ones know. That was crazy, but I do not expect any different, Cozy, when it comes to two of the best teams in Americas facing off against each other. You even saw, by the way, the desperate swap over to the Rocket to get that BRB to get everyone back in, considering Envy didn't have that replication of that Adam Warlock.
In the rotation of roles, Energy just going to Strange, playing it to the T perfectly. The stats are going to be absolutely ballistic if this thing goes to map number 3 here. And, you know, thoughts and prayers for Vicky and I's voices. If this is the first bit of it, I don't know what is going to happen for the rest of this thing. As the map opens up, we get ready for point 2, Vic.
Let's roll out. One of my favorite parts, too, of Celestial Husk, when you have that low to high ground that it provides here over by that rock. Venom's so good on this iteration of the map too, and not only disrupting the piece, but at stalling in that middle console. Spark Chief also has that freedom charge to start things off, as well as Speedery, who's going to start that fight with the extermination.
Already good calls there on the ultimate. Looking for me, I think Energy having that 76% in climbing is going to be a big win con. Cooper so close there to the show. Can they get it in time to keep everyone alive? Nice little healing there to keep everybody good. Extermination out. Nothing to follow from it outside of Spark Chief. Will be the first to answer the call there from Steve Rogers pushing in. Wow, it's Month cornered and absolutely demolished there. Energy 1, make it 2. That was the difference. They're going to get this point first at the hands right now of Winter Soldier and Captain America. How classic.
We talked about it before, but Energy being on that Bucky with these resets, following up with the survivability of Spark Chief 2 with the freedom charge, just had way more impact than the extermination that really Envy only had to work with there.
I mean, this is just so crazy of a matchup now. These teams lining up. Cal's got that Phoenix. Window a little far to combine that there with the Venom. They can go Seduction route. They're going to have to win a lot in the neutral now. We'll see if Cal uses that early, but unfortunately, Vision can just counteract anything that comes out of it. Cooper and Zelos up to charge too. They can get this thing to 99 if they play it right now. Cal's going to choose to use this early, Vicky. Diving in now as Cooper puts on the show.
Trying to follow up from Window 2, who's trying to dive that backline, but when you lose out on Month first, because Energy is constantly harassing the entire team, still hitting heads. It looks like a meatball shooter at this point as they send Envy back.
Energy now getting up to that Kraken yet again. He needed 1. That's all they needed to get the point last time. 45% in climbing. Energy now 65, 66. Here we go. Looking at what they've got now, too. I mean, the sustain is going to be for days, Vic, because Zelos to Vision. Spark Chief will be shortly after. They can just snowball this thing. We're in for another long battle.
I'm ready for it here, Cozy, as we get the extermination to start things off, but it's going to be answered by the invisible boundary that Zelos was holding. Cooper's taking a nap from Month, who also has that soul resurgence to bring everybody in that position, but it's going to be the fate of both worlds to combat that, as Vez has that psionic seduction, and Window is going to try to bring everybody together with the Feast of the Abyss. Born again as Aura Warlock is going to be able to try to bring Vez back together. Spark Chief will come right back around too, and even with these slight picks that Envy is finding, FlyQuest are regrouped again.
It was a good job by Envy because, again, FlyQuest had what they needed. Love watching Nero there chase after Window, who's ulting with the damage boost. Come back. I need to give you 40% off, but they don't need it as Cal and Window get the rest of FlyQuest out of this thing. And what would you guess, Vicky? We're going to have yet another point cap swap, and we will most certainly see another 99 to 99.
Saw that 3K from Cal, by the way, and it's great that they flipped it at this point, too. It wasn't that 99% percentile that FlyQuest had to flip in that first round, but now looking at Envy and the ultimate economy that they're going to be working with shortly, Phoenix about to have that ultimate Month, still holding on to that Soul Resurgence, while FlyQuest and Energy having those resets, and Cooper could keep him alive with the fate of both worlds.
All right, now looking forward, you got the damage boost up. Cal's going to try to continue to get these opening picks. Energy with Kraken Impact, Vic. So for me, you're going to try to get that damage boosted Kraken. And Speedery won't be able to keep that up. Month, though, should. So we'll see here what they try to do. They're aware of this. They know Energy has taken some time before he got that once again. And so going into maybe a lead there with Spark Chief to get a little distraction as Energy now low. Again, they know what they need to do here. Kraken Impact ready to go with the damage boost to follow. Look for it.
More of this poke pressure, though, and noticing Cal being the problem, getting away with literal murder now. The freedom charge comes out as Speedery keeps the team alive while also putting in the pressure to build up space, trying to force him to back away with that freedom charge to also heal up the strategist. Now Speedery has to drive down as Month has that soul resurgence. The follow-up, the damage boost here. They try to get the follow-up, but it's going to get answered by Cooper to keep them alive. That's what it was saved for, and now Energy could hold forward. Month gets taken out, and Cal's trying to do something about it.
What an insane finish finish there, and the Phoenix shut that down. And by the way, deleted Month from the video game there with the damage boost. That's what they wanted. Energy now going for Nero. Speedery to combo. They knew exactly what they needed to do. And yet again, it's Energy with damage boost and more, getting what he wants out of this team now as Kaluge forced to rotate and try to keep this thing competitive. Now Window running around the Rosie there, but he's gone, and it's going back over to FlyQuest, who's going to get this thing again 99 to 99.
Ooh, gotta get rid of that foundational win condition. Month being the first one out. As you mentioned, Cozy, FlyQuest knowing exactly what they need to prioritize, and they have the Resurrection too with Envy trying to recontest.
Already now here as looking forward, Vision does have the res. In terms of Envy, they've got a lot of neutral battle ahead of them. Speedery can get a little bit out of that experimentation. Not getting what they want here, even though the bans certainly went their way. FlyQuest very comfortable with how this thing went. Cooper with Window gone is such a huge opening to this thing, Vicky. Venom can get back quickly here, so they're going to look to fold that. Speedery now evening the odds, giving time Window to come back, but no, it's going to be Vision with the res. Getting Zealous into this thing here now as they push forward, and it's going to be Vess getting Kaluge on top of Speedery. Goodness.
Oh, and then Vision is still bringing everyone back because he's Speedery breaking his neck to look at where that Adam Warlock Press is coming from underneath the bridge from that low ground in the caves. Overtime taking away, and with Cal already getting that reset off the Phoenix, the number advantage is not in Envy's favor. The Mantis went down with the Soul Resurgence, and now Kaluge is desperately trying to touch a point before he's met with a choke slam.
I mean, are you kidding me, Vicky? What a way to open this thing up instead of 2-0 Envy. No, the last time they went against each other. Now it is FlyQuest 2-0. I'm out of breath. I mean, are you kidding me? I'm sure the viewers are out of breath and they're just watching, Vic. That was an insane first match.
Already getting me on the edge of my seat. You know, that's what I like to see here. And FlyQuest adding another point on the board for their domination record. Sure, they lost out on that one time on domination. Now you could change that point to 4-1 on Dom here as FlyQuest take the first game in our best of 5 series.
Yeah, and it was what I thought at Cal versus Energy there in terms of kind of who's getting the best of each other, both playing lights out there. But it's going to be the Vanguards on the other side that did the job. And for me, I think the key difference there, we've seen Month and Nero play better. Let's just face it. Speedery was, doing okay there on the Ultron. But altogether, I thought the strategist front of FlyQuest is what gave them that victory.
100% energy too, noting what you need to do first and how to crumble the win con that Envy wants to lean into. You get rid of Month, you get rid of that damage boost. And once that crumbles, Speedery is not enabled, Cal is not enabled, Window can't properly dive there on the Venom, and they kept getting disrupted, by the way, especially in this first point, by Zelos on that Invisible Woman on top of the Bucky CC.
Which is what's so funny and what I love about the meta in this game. Last time they went against each other, Envy never got access to Ultron or Mantis one time, Vicky. Not one time was that combo available. They got it this time, but it did not matter here. As we take a look at our MVP, and it's Cooper-tastic, who, if these things were actual medals, would be having a room full of them, getting yet another one there with the wink and point there from Luna Snow. 18-5, and it's going to be the 51k healing for me, Vic.
He's always doing it. He's always doing this. We talked about it in the pre-show for a reason. Cooper on fire, only going down 5 times there, but it was a support 51k in a lot of those close fights at the very end.
I mean, I'm going to need Luna in this room because I'm hot. I got to turn the AC down during the break. I mean, I'm already on fire here in terms of what we're seeing, Vic. But listen, this is what I expected, and this is not going to be... I would be shocked if we see a 3-0, Vic. I mean, I think these two teams are going to continue to go back and forth. Like we saw in that battle, could have gone one or the other, but it was FlyQuest cleaned it up.
I'm expecting this going to Game 5, honestly. Just looking at the way that we had these teams play out earlier in the bracket, looking at the way that the fight went down in overtime for round 1 and 2, I'm not surprised. Imagine if that Doctor Strange portal came out, they didn't get body blocked or chokeslammed by the Emma Frost. That's something that they're going to note going into that next game too, right? Because Emma Frost actually got away from that ban phase for both these teams. So we got to see how map number 2 is going to go.
While we take a quick moment to reset, I'm going to see if production can pull how long that first fight was. I got to get the numbers on this thing, guys. Don't go anywhere. Let's face it or not, this thing's just getting started. We're going to reset, reload after this quick break. Hello and welcome back from what was an insane map 1, folks. That was 9 minutes and nearly 30 seconds, close to 10 minutes, Vicky, of just 1 point on domination. That is absolute insane from these two top teams. And listen, you can only ban so many as we continue to talk about this, Vicky. They got rid of the Star-Lord, and you can't get rid of them all. Winter Soldier almost never warrants a ban, but Energy made it look like he should.
Yeah, you just get the silence seduction into Bucky go crazy, and then you don't find Vision, you don't stop the reses, and that's how you stop them from coming back to winning. Vision not getting called out was a very big deal if you look at the other side of Envy, who couldn't really isolate that, right? Speedery at times, even activating the Ultron Ultimate, could not really find him. He was activating and doing a good amount of pressure from above, but then when you have Month being on the Mantis, after they were able to actually use the Mantis since they protected it, the Mantis going down first a lot, and even with Ultimate was also their just demise.
Yeah, for me too, I think the biggest difference was Window. Window, we've seen a much better games from him in the past. He got eliminated 11 times. Venom, I mean, he was just trying to run around the point to even try to stay alive. If he dove in, they were fine with it. They rotated up. The comms were great. And so for me, look for the difference there of what Window decides to do. Kalush versus Vest, that's a classic that we knew we'd hop into. But that to me was a big standout between that map.
That, and if you look at the Luna Snow healing output too, right? You had Cooper at the very end and Nero too. Nero had 33,000 damage output, whereas Cooper had 51,000 as we saw on that MVP screen. Not only that, you're also able to put down a good amount of damage, right? You had 12,587 damage in favor for Cooper on that Luna Snow, whereas Nero, who had made some swaps too, only had basically less than 10,000. So looking at that backline and the strengths of the backline from FlyQuest, there has to be certain isolation bans going into the second map.
And you think we're talking a lot. The FlyQuest group, they're all together in one room. And so that room must have sounded ridiculous for that 9-minute fight. I mean, just comms on comms. Remember they said everybody needs to communicate. That was one thing that separates this team from the one that lost and didn't make it to China. Well, if they're coming, then that room is just an absolute audience. And that's what is just fun to watch with this level of play. Envy, though, they have what it takes. They are just so clutch under pressure. Never worry about being down one game. They were up one game last time. We've seen the reverse sweep before. Now we're here again.
Get to see what the next map is going to look like here, though, because that's domination done and dusted, and we got best of 5 on our hands here, Cozy. If we do go the distance, we do see a game 4, we'll be moving right back over onto domination, but it showcases Envy losing out on one of their best game modes.
Yeah, and I don't think we're going to see Yggdrasil here. This is what Fly would pick. Fly looks very good on Yggdrasil path, so we probably will head into what could be a Midtown. Okay, I like it. Yeah, we got Midtown here is what Envy's going to choose, and this is what they like to see, as I expect to have 2 Jeff bans probably following yet again, as Fly's probably very comfortable with Envy having what they had.
Oh, it's the double Emma. Okay, all right. We were talking about that at the very end, right? Like Emma getting through, you know, on domination. If you want to let the Emma get through, domination is probably the best you could have it if you want to experiment too with the pick and ban to see what you want to lean into. But we're moving on to Convoy, right? So we can expect that triple Vanguard, triple Strategist. So you get Emma out of there, you protect the Magneto, but at least you won't have that team up with the Magneto and Emma being on the ban from the Emma on the side.
Yeah, that's been the bread and butter for this team, as they get the mag saved every time. And I think when, usually it's going to be Vest with the mag save. And so you'll probably see that here in just a moment. It's going to instead be there for Envy. Love that, again, Speedery nominated pick there, or ban, shall I say. And with the save, do they go Jeff? Watch, that'd be insane. No, they got to go mag here. Yeah, that's what I would expect. Got to get the main tank.
Gotta get the protection going here. And I do like the ban on the torch, though. Looking at FlyQuest, just seeing how speedery that flyer has been on a map like Midtown. You have a lot of more of that verticality, getting in the line of sights, utilizing the buildings, too. As Envy looking into that next ban. Oh, it's gonna be the Groot.
Oh, I like the Groot call. Okay. Very, Spark Chief plays an absolute mean Groot. Can also flex into anything, but Hulk also to follow. So they know what they like, especially on this point. I think Groot is just a very good hero on the main street. Ooh, the Vanguard line. This is always fun. They actually tried this approach before. No portal back, but also just no strange in general makes things a lot tougher for this team. The Jeff ban, like it. If this ban is not Jeff, though, for Envy, you're giving them what gave them so much clutchness the first time they met.
Especially if they know that Envy's going to play way more group together. Just looking at the fact that Envy's trying to ban out the Vanguard lineup when they see that they're going to be the ones on the defense here too. So with Mantis getting protected, that's going to be the priority that FlyQuest want to lean into this time around, as the Mantis was banned against them in the last game.
Okay, so last ban, who do they go with? And it's going to be the Ultron. Okay, so that does leave, good old Jeff Jaws, and John Williams is back here for FlyQuest. As far as the save goes, I mean, heck, they can do what they just did and get the Mantis or Ultron if they feel like that's the route they want to go with. I don't know, though, because it just didn't work last time. The Ultron, I understand not saving that. The Mantis needs to happen. This next ban is probably Ultron then, no?
That's what I would think, because they did protect the Ultron last time around, unless they want to do more of a target ban, because they're basically, the Vanguards have been dismantled here, looking at a triple Vanguard ban out from Envy. As they're hovering over it, we're going to see, maybe it's going to be that Ultron. No, it's going to be the Doctor. Okay, I like this too, because if one team can't portal in to contest on the points, neither can the other one. So all those elongated fights that we were talking about before, Cozy, you could wipe them off the table unless we get some clutch reses coming out.
And look at the difference here. They're going to have Speeder go to what I would assume maybe Psylocke. And then Nero will now be flexing over. Actually, I guess, we're probably going to see Envy go out with a bit more aggression than Psylocke. Yeah, okay, you got this aggressive push that they did last time here. Kaluge on the Thor, and then Speedery, having your pick between Moon Knight and friends there. Getting it done as we head into map 2, Midtown. And much different comps from them. We could expect, symbiote shenanigans potentially there from FlyQuest. Spark Chief can flex the Venom if needed. But for the triple Vanguard start here, we're going to get a bit of a different look than what we'll see the rest of the map per usual, Vic.
Yeah, something else you actually mentioned earlier on, Cozy, Spark Chief being able to utilize that Hulk. Maybe the Hulk in the more composition that we've seen time and time again in the past here as we get set up on Midtown, because that's another combo that you could actually utilize here after you break through that chokehold of the triple Vanguard, triple strategist. You're gonna have the Rocket as well for the defending team to bring back either a Vanguard coming into that fight, just so that way you could re-engage. But let's get this going already, starting really nice here, going into map number 2 with FlyQuest leading the way.
Yeah, this is what we've got as the teams are already going, and we are jumping right into this thing. No time wasted now as Energy locking in the Star-Lord. And yes, it is Spark Chief. That's what I thought on the Venom. Have the symbiote shenanigans going, and the classic 3 strategist comp we've seen so many times, but not triple tank. FlyQuest has typically ran with at least Energy doing his thing, but Energy can flex as we've seen before, and what he did on Strange now, opening up those Speedery is going to be in the air. They did swap it up on us when they got down the elevator.
We did talk about that Cal V Energy matchup on the Star-Lord, but with Vez finding Monk first and not having that rocket from the other side, you're not going to be able to come back. But at least Envy having the spawn rooms right there, considering that they're on the attack, they'll come right back together. Energy is harassing them from the high ground here, but Vision also having that Jeff. You have to talk about that backline could be oppressed. But Speedery getting that extermination first here for Ultron to open things up before backing away to build up space.
And Vest is just crazy. I mean, just a name we haven't talked about much because he wasn't at China. We talked about him on the show a bunch whenever all of us casters got together and highlighted our favorite Vanguard. Vest was that role here, but looking at it during the same window, tries to get the Groot ult rolling now as Cal opts back into safety. They are pushing this thing pretty well. Vicky, 2 minutes, 46 seconds. Legendary Cal coming up, showing the legend of duelist that he has been for so long on so many occasions now, trying to get something rolling. Nothing to come from it. At least going to be able to pop and get something rolling for his team, though, and pressure cooking.
Yeah, it was countered by the Soul Resurgence of the Mantis Ultimate, and with Vision having that it's Jeff, wondering how the way that Envy's going to be able to get grouped up together, maybe countered versus Nero getting an invisible boundary in the next 2 fights. But Kaluge has that Meteor M, and Monk can get everybody into position with that Soul Resurgence as Window is the next to fall, and FlyQuest actually gets to restabilize on the defense.
Yeah, and as far as Vision and Jeff, it's not the best part of the map for the Jeff, but either way, they're very comfortable with the game plan they're going in. Vest does have that Meteor M ready to roll. Good stop, though, and, the push was not bad to get things rolling for Envy, and so I like what they have got going on as Speeder gets Zelos out of this thing, which is a nice pick, who is at 87%. Hey, have a 1, make it 3, moving to 4. They're going to get this thing really hard to contest. Strange is out of this thing, allowing them to push up, showing a lot of aggro here now, forcing the team to desperately push and hold.
It's a difference when FlyQuest is unable to play Ultron. The benefits of having Ultron is that ult charge coming online so fast to open up the fight. As the Groot hug comes out here, doesn't miss though, or rather it does miss here, as Spark Chief is the first one to get taken out. No reset on the Feast of the Abyss as the Meteor M comes up. Where does it come crashing down? It does hit one from the side here, and it's going to be Cal, but he stays alive, and Kaluge finds another pick, this time onto Energy.
Yeah, for what it's worth, I do like Window using the ult there, just trying to get that last bit of pressure to get the hold. It's going to be Vest hanging off for dear life. Somehow still alive. How the hell is he doing now? Is Cal getting the fires out now with Nero invisible boundary up? A huge sleep there, shutting that down though. Cal taking a quick nap on top of the bus. Wake up, buddy. It's the grand finals now as Vision gets 2 as Speedery and Window, and he's heading to spawn. Not going to make it, but getting them way out of contention.
Trying to get them out of here, but needs a good amount of help as Cooper finds Cal to split them up, and Vision trying to get back to the rest of his team.
Wow.
He does get healed up, but that was the counter that we talked about from the It's Jeff versus Nero having the Invisible Woman ult. We also saw a Meteor M from Kaluj get blocked out by Vez, and this is FlyQuest, who would now have won another team fight despite being down originally to recontest.
Whether it's just with the Meteor Imps or just always with the neutral Vic, like, doesn't it feel like this man always hits his shot from the person trying to escape or getting back to their team? I mean, the guy can always nail the magnetic power there, as Speedery does have Extermination. They won't have anything to match it, which is going to help a lot, but they do have one, and that's Energy with the dual pistols.
Speedery has the Ultron Rage, though. Energy sending out that Legendary. It's going to be the month Mantis ultimate to keep everybody in Envy here together. And now it's going to be met with Cal having that ultimate to suppress them. And FlyQuest don't have strategist ults just yet. Zelos was close to it, but falls with the Invisible Woman. And with no sustainability, Envy have been able to clear up this point for now.
Clutch Cal, man. Clutch Cal. What an absolutely huge legendary. Both of them popped it. He was the one that lived the sense of the word now. Damage boost up. And both teams have Mantis. Both have that damage boost ready. I don't foresee the comp changing for FlyQuest. I think they'll like what they have here going into the second point.
What really came in clutch was Month having that Soul Resurgence for that second to last fight there on to try to combat that of Energy. It's really useful to have that Shredder's ultimate to deal with these Star-Lords flying in the sky. Vision close to the It's Jeff, and Cooper has that Soul Resurgence to start off this fight, getting everybody into position. But Kalush has that Meteor M. As they try to split up the team, though, they're getting disrupted thanks to Spark Chief diving on that back line.
Only a minute 50 yet, so they can't really afford to miss or lose too many of these battles. Maybe one for forgiveness here now as Energy is just climbing that ult up, ready to go. Look what FlyQuest has, Vic. I mean, they have exactly what they need here, as Kalush is going to maybe save that for the Vision ultimate now, as Speedery pushing back, trying to get something real and keeping his team up. Kaluj just staying alive here. Look at the aggression of FlyQuest.
Yeah, and they need to do it to suppress them here in this choke. There's a great place to hold them, and now Energy tries to use the Legendary, but it gets combated by the Invisible Boundary. Forced to back away. He does get saved by the Magneto Bubble. Good way to also peel and back. And look at Envy right now with the Meteor M that they have ready and the Legendary ready to go. They don't really have anything to combat this unless Vision gets the craziest It's Jeff.
Let's see what Kaluj decides to do. He's always been huge for this team now, as Cal going up with another Legendary. This one in the point last time. It's going to be now instead going to be Vest countering and defense play on the Legendary, but Cooper still sneaks out and is eliminated. Zealous to follow Vest as well. This is a good battle from Envy. They're going to have 43 seconds. Surely going to go to overtime, Vicky. They're going to have at least one more battle. Probably only one with the Strange Portal being out. Maybe two.
Once again, didn't have a strategist ultimate conserved for the counter on the Legendary from the Star-Lord ultimate right there. It keeps happening back to back here, as FlyQuest have to keep that in mind as they have Cooper coming up on that Soul Resurgence, Zelos too with the Invisible Boundary, and approaching that second checkpoint.
Yeah, they had Vest, but it wasn't enough. The Meteor only does so much of a defensive effort there, and the timing was perfect as Vision has the big difference maker. Envy oftentimes would play great, but it came down to Jaws himself as the music plays, and it's going to be Kalush throwing in. There it is. Look at this. I mean, it's just so, when you lose two stages, Speedery with the good rotation and trying to keep the team alive at the same time. That's the use of Extermination you want to see now, as a Invisible Boundary up by Zelos, Vicky, to keep FlyQuest in this thing.
Oh, beautiful follow-up, though, from Vez right there. Spark Chief had used a piece of the Abyss with a tether to try to force that Ultron down. Then they get the follow-up. Window brings everybody together, but nobody is there to help sustain him. Kalush is the last one alive, and it's just a matter of time before FlyQuest clear that point. Overtime ticking away, and no heads from Envy, and no Doctor Strange.
No magic to save you this time. What a defensive effort. This is the map that Envy picked as well. Are you kidding me? FlyQuest. Insanity.
Including which side you're
Breaking that down, Cozy, even when they were almost held back before that first checkpoint, the way that they're calling out the ult rotations here from the opposite side, it's difficult. It's been really hard here. Even better with FlyQuest now starting things off on the attack.
Yeah, the strategist ults have been on point so many times. I mean, we have seen just game-saving ult and leading into that aggression every single time, whether it's Zelos putting the invisible boundary behind the payload and having the team push up and continue that pressure. Envy is who I usually see as the aggressive team, but FlyQuest, I mean, they just look like they're not even at all worried about who is the team that made it to the grand finals and just games away from winning the whole thing and being crowned as the best team in Rivals across the world. No, FlyQuest is not shaken.
Envy, though, now going to be able to try to continue on this domination. Look at the stats right here. 17-2. Speedery conserving that Ultron ultimate to deal with the It's Jeff from Vision. That's why Vision was also a little hesitant at times, too. Needed some protection from the Magneto bubble, but out of the line of sight, while also the invisible boundaries were called in from Nero. Way better look here from Envy now as we get started with Envy being on the defense.
Yeah, they can definitely hold this. I mean, that was... In regular play, you'd be extremely mad. I mean, look at the insanity of the squirrel there, but you'd be so mad at how far you push that, you know, in just ranked play. But in pro, they're comfortable. They can hold it right here if they need to, right? So we'll see if Envy can button up and get this defense down, starting with the Vanguards out of the fortress and the backbone of the team.
Now I'm really hitting hard.
Speedery still taking to the skies here with that Ultron. FlyQuest still sticking to the Jet, but has to be highlighted as Energy was on that magic, made the quick swap over to the Star-Lord. It's usually used here to just break through that chokehold, but the Envy's positioning makes it even harder considering that they're not running that triple Vanguard, right? We still have Cal now on that Phoenix as they had to deal with the plethora of, rather, they were the ones that dealt the plethora of bans onto FlyQuest.
Yeah, I like that you're just seeing, I mean, even just meta change right here and what we see from all teams do. They're going the classic of what is strong about triple strategist into the duelist pick, Star-Lord v. Jean Grey right now. Obviously, in the comics, that matchup would be different, but in Rivals, it's looking a lot closer here with Energy at the helm of Peter Quill. Now, Kalush taking down Vest. That's a big opening. Speedery as well, using the Extermination. Only using this ult to get this team reset is massive for this pick.
He's going to be able to charge it up just as quick all over again, right? And now you get to see Munt just put that damage output onto Cal eventually once he's in that line of sight and being on the Phoenix up on the high ground. You also have the reset opportunity that Cal has from the ult here. And Window's about to get the group hug.
Yeah, coming out and resetting from the spawn here. You've got a good angle from Energy with swap from Star-Lord to try to match Cal. Is just getting those picks there with the sparks. That is Ignite right now that we find ourselves in Grand Final. Speedery getting some, but Energy gonna get Month out of this thing. They found Month time and time again, Vicky. That is who they have found to get out of this battle and get this more of a fair fight.
Nice counter, though, from the invisible boundary from both sides. It's a Venn diagram. It's Jeff, though, to bring them together. He calls out the Ultron. May need some help as he's getting targeted, but he has the health pack right there as the insurance policy. Let's take a quick trip here to isolate you from the rest of your team while you will have to watch them fall before your eyes.
And quick little pit stop there at the health pack to ensure you're topped off with a long journey ahead. And I mean, everything he tried to do, Speedery just tried to get out of that thing. And Speedery is deadly on Ultron. I just love seeing this man more in the duelist position, but how the pick bans have been going, this is the rotation they need to roll with. Envy Month at 87% and climbing now, and look what FlyQuest has to what they can do, though. I mean, it's like they're looking so good here in terms of ult economy.
The Freedom Charge now to start things off to try to deal with that of Cal being on that Phoenix with Energy diving down and finding Month first. It's the Mantis who goes out with the Soul Resurgence. That could have flipped this fight because now FlyQuest have the number advantage once again.
It's the boot camp buff. We're seeing it yet again as Zealous and the strategist get it done. Spark Chief getting a good stagger there on Collusion. Y'all are seeing it right here, y'all, as the top seed is going to be cemented in the seeding stage, and FlyQuest is looking like they deserve it. But hey, don't call it too soon. Envy, they're ready to go. 3 minutes 26 seconds left in this, and FlyQuest gonna do a bit of neutral charging. This is the perfect place to do it, though, Vic, here in the second point, charging up for the end of the battle.
It's great, but with Spark Chief and also Window being on that Captain America now, too, you have to keep your eyes on that point for any pesky stalling potential, as Nero's able to find Vez. That's huge. No Meteor M now, no Cooper. You're down now another member with only 3 left from FlyQuest. Envy, I'm not too sure if they really needed that right there from the Soul Resurgence, so that's a used up Mantis ultimate, sadly, as FlyQuest were already outnumbered.
Yeah, it comes down to that, though. I mean, Month, you know, you definitely want that one back. They couldn't do it all day last match because Cap was banned. Remember, we talked about that now. A little bit of a different look window, finding what he's comfortable on here. So now Month is going to get the pick back over to Energy. That'll give him time to charge up from what was the misuse of the ultimate, or at least a little bit of a delayed timing. Now, Cal does have the Phoenix ready to rock. He can use that on aggression mode if he wants to return to the White Room or try to combo.
Oh, it's a Steve v. Steve matchup real quick. The Ditto as Spark is going to try to disrupt the back line before diving into Zelos, or rather the back line here of Nero. He's forced to call in the invisible boundary as Energy's able to find Cal. Envy have 3 of these ultimates still available for them to rotate through, especially for Speedery, who's gotten a lot of impact with that ult on Rage.
Yeah, they still have window as well to try to sustain the team. Speedery going down with the extermination, though. Wolf, that's not good, though. They're going to just try to keep this thing alive. Kalu's just riding the Freedom Trail, just trying to get this thing going. He's forced to ult, at least trying to, but he's waiting out the timing. Not going to get anything out of it. Month is getting close back. 94% Soul Resurgence coming back, but no! Vest with a huge Elam. That's massive!
Ooh, the attack cancels, the Spark cancels, and the immediate retaliation from Energy with a beautiful 3K.
I mean, Vest with the huge... Speeder and Month both out with the ult ready to go. I mean, that is awful. But minute and 28 seconds left. They're surely going to get this thing to overtime, right? So it does come down essentially to that one fight. But what do you have to do to get there? Speeder and Month are going to have to use what they have to keep this team alive.
FlyQuest have everything. Spark Chief does go down real quick here with a quick sleep temporarily. It does waste some time from that Freedom charge. But the extermination now follows up as Nero and Window are able to terrorize Vest and Zelos, taking a quick little trip here before Speedery shuts down Vision once again, but outnumbered here as FlyQuest are dropping like flies.
Yeah, but look what they use, Vic, and look what FlyQuest has. 57 seconds left. Nero most certainly is going to be able to get theirs, but the rotation back to Month could be a tough one here. Vision far, though, as well. Cooper will be the only thing they have, so it is closer than you might think, but Energy has been on fire, quite literally. We'll see if they get the combo there with Vest.
They had the word Ignite to Ignite here, but Energy also has that reset. Looking at Cooper right now with that Soul Resurgence, getting that damage boost too, as Zelos is also about to have that survivability. This is going to be a long one here, Cozy, as Nero's got the invisible boundary. Envy now have to wait this out. Venge tries to slam down the Meteor M, but it misses.
Yeah, keep your eyes on the strategist for Energy right now and watch that ult tick up. Speedery's close, 71% climbing. Surely going to get this thing first out. Energy, though, knows that he's finding that win con. Someone's shouting out the ult. It's going to be Speedery out of this thing. That's exactly what they needed. 2.63 to make this 2-0. Dive down goes Cal. Window's going to be able to stall this thing to get back. But 78 in climbing. Speedery now. Kalush back into spawn. No strange portal back. It's 2 v the rest. Window can only stay alive so long, Vicky, but here it comes. It's Jeff once again. 2.1. Kalush back 1-0. It is FlyQuest with the win.
It's Jeff doing Jeff things, right? Trying to disrupt them on the way back from the spawn room gates. But FlyQuest, someone needs to let them know it's not a speed run here in this grand finals, because now they are sitting at match point.
You guys are welcome for not giving you the casting curse there, FlyQuest, as you continue to rock and roll. But remember, we are best of 5, Vic. So there is still time to adapt. All these teams have done reverse sweeps to one another before. It is nothing new here at the top levels of Ignite. Now looking at the stats, Vic, what jumps out to you other than exactly what we thought, the Calvi Energy battle?
Energy with 18 final hits. Yes, you put down 28,000 damage, but look at the side from Speedery, right? You talk about how you really like him up in the air. He can utilize that Ultron as that hybrid duelist here, as well as that support that he could put down with the shields, but he puts down a good amount of damage. It's not going to be enough with the impact that the Mantis had together with the Phoenix.
Yeah, and what did we say earlier? I thought the team that had the better strategist was FlyQuest, and it surely showed there. I mean, there's about a 10,000 difference across the board. Speeder and Month there, apart from what we saw of Cooper and friends.
Yeah.
I mean, that is... I would expect not to see the same comp, and Speeder is going to get off Ultron. That's what I would expect going into this next one. I mean, it's crazy, too, because they have the comp they want, Vicky. Absolutely. But it is just right now different in this matchup between the two greatest teams here in North America now, Kalush, and just showing what they did to try to stop FlyQuest, but it wasn't enough.
And that's together with looking at FlyQuest still leaning into this Jeff, something that we've been saying banned against them. Meanwhile, Vision has still been able to put on the healing pressure with 27,000 healing and still able to get some KOs too. But we're looking at the MVP being energy on that Phoenix. We saw the attack cancels, we saw the stacks coming on, and we saw the sparks fly. Damage boosted Phoenix makes your eyes water, and you gotta enjoy it while you can before 4.5 drops.
And that's what's so fun. You can see teams that rely on her, and yes, energy was great on her, but doesn't need Phoenix. And so whenever that is going to inevitably be out of the meta for sure, because I mean, go look at the side-by-sides. No melee to get that ignite popping. The whole play style of Jean is going to change. The reset, you have to wait now to fly again. You don't get ammo replenished. I mean, that character is going to change massively as we head into next 4.5. But it's season 4 here, and at least the game we're playing in Ignite. 2-0. Vicky, what does Envy have to change up?
We're going to have to see. Maybe the pick and ban phase, you know, it's back to the drawing board for them. I feel like a biggest issue, aside from the Phoenix, which I don't think they're going to reserve a ban for that, is looking at how interesting the Doctor Strange ban came down to even both teams, right? Even at the very end when FlyQuest was on the attack before that first checkpoint, it made me wonder, imagine if we had that Doctor Strange recontest, but that's where the Captain America gets slotted into place. So I think making sure, depending on what next map we're going to, whether the Jeff is going to have enough input to be able to actually extend with the It's Jeff, or to combat that of the invisible boundary, or if we're not going to have something like that, looking at a triple Vanguard, triple strategist with maybe the Vanguard lineup getting a focus ban again.
Well, we're going to talk more about this in Game 3. Could be the final one to get our grand final champion on this side of the bracket for FlyQuest versus Envy. Don't go anywhere. After this quick break, we get back to the action.
Smoke screen! I'm hunkering down. Judge! Jury! Executioner!
Well, hello there and welcome back to the grand finals in Group A as we find now Envy down 2 games to FlyQuest, Vicky, and what has been a pretty confident domination between the two. And if you look at it, there's not a ton that you can change if you're Envy. You have Tap who you can sub in. Cal's playing great though, and so at least he's playing, pretty well in my opinion. So don't know if that's going to be the band-aid fix. Pig band-wise, they're probably happy with what they've been.
Saw that Mantis ultimate used up at the end of a fight there, which, we're hoping that you'll be able to boost up that Mantis ultimate just as quick after you used it, but maybe some unnecessary trigger pulls that we saw there. Maybe wrong timing too. We know that Nero's a really solid cloak and dagger, which we haven't seen thus far, I believe, but we have to talk about which map we're moving on to, because I think this is very interesting. We're going back now this time to Central Park, which is a gamble because Envy wants to take FlyQuest here, considering that they lost. They're going to choose what side they want to start on. But Central Park is the best gamble they could take because they're 1-1 currently on Central Park, and FlyQuest has only played on Central Park here. They haven't played on Hall Jollia, they haven't played on Symbiotic Surface, and the one time they...
Yeah, it was down to the wire against them. And I mean, if they play with this going to Central Park, I would think Jeff is gone because there's just so many great quick value picks you can get out of there. So you would at least see that change. Maybe we get Psylocke and Speedery, that combo that is just so deadly for so long now. As we look at it, 2-0, FlyQuest on top. Now remember, this is for the seeding. This is to get top seed. Both teams play great teams out of this, so at least you have that if you're an Envy fan to take away if they don't get the W here. But either way, FlyQuest is looking to repeat back-to-back #1 seeds here in the group stage. That is why it was such a shock this team got eliminated back in June. We forgot some of that insane talent on this team on display right now as we take a look. No roster change. Again, Cal more than doing his part for Envy as we look at what they want to ban. It's going to be Jeff out first.
It's important to highlight, right? We're still here in the group stage. This is all for seeding purposes in the playoffs, with America's region starting a little bit late compared to the other regions here. And with FlyQuest already at match point, they're looking to push this forward with Jeff being the first one banned. The Mantis save, though, from Envy. We got to work on the rotations here for those strategists. We're going to see how they're going to change that up, with the Torch being the next one banned, which I like because we know how strong Torch is on this map.
Yeah, they certainly are going to want, Monta to rotate a little bit more with those ults and communication wise. But if we look at the first save, they've gotten Magneto time and time again. But no, there it is. Honestly, I completely agree with that. Maybe you go Mag now here if you're Envy, get rid of one of the comfort picks. But Jeff was the reason why this team won this map last time in the reverse sweep here against Envy.
I'm going to note that with the Jeff coming out to play here, wonder what that next ban is going to be, since we were leaning more towards that strategist that we already witnessed. Ultron being the next one I like here too, considering that now FlyQuest, even if they had a torch in their favor, if Envy don't ban it next, they won't have the presence of the sky being the torch together with the Ultron.
Yeah, so Ultron being banned there. Also going to help out what Envy's plan is in Vision for how they shut down Vision as that land shark. Here comes the ban, and it is going to be Invis. So keep in mind, they have saved Invis almost every single time in the side of FlyQuest. So cool to see the ban come out. Nice ban on Star-Lord. Cal was popping off on him, so we might see more Phoenix there as the save comes from Fly.
Saw that too from Zelos, right? That very first map, the push and pull, how much it came in clutch here on the Invisible Man, as the Star-Lord is the next protected. And if they do not ban, well, they already banned Ultron. If we do not see that next strategist, maybe here I'm thinking the Jeffy here, we're going to have to see if it's going to be a Vanguard instead. But protecting the Star-Lord in their favor is even better.
Yeah, I thought they were going to lean Magneto for sure. I thought Magneto was going to be that save, but they don't care. Emma is going to be out of it. So now you're looking at what is going to be for FlyQuest, more of a Magneto and Groot, or Magneto and Venom. I mean, that worked so well for them for a little bit on that first bit. Kaluj does get his queen, though, so he's excited about that. But looking at Window, I mean, they've got a couple of comps that they can run that they think they can win this thing with, but they're missing out on Jeff, and that's going to be tough.
And looking on the other side, too, from FlyQuest, having the protection over the Jeff and the Star-Lord, the Ultron, okay, is going to be the next ban. That's what I was wondering here from the other side. And so we get the Mantis Protect, the AMER Protect for Envy, whereas FlyQuest have that Star-Lord. And we know what energy could do on that Star-Lord. And usually when it comes to triple Vanguard lineup, since they're the ones here on the defense, they're not going to be running that. That's actually something that we're seeing a little bit more often, right? We saw that from Envy with Cal being on the Phoenix, too, where instead they're running the triple strategist, but instead of the triple Vanguard, they have either energy or Cal running that duelist.
Now's the time in big stages to get, things warmed up, the dust off as we head to the main stage next week. And comms are going to be more important than ever, Vicky, with this next patch. I mean, first you have Daredevil, who's just going to be an insane hero by itself, but also anti-heal being, have you seen Moore's new team up with Hela? Can put out a slow and healing reduction. I mean, it's insane what they're bringing into the game. Venom as well. So you're going to have new call-outs, new strategies forming, meta hero shifting, Human Torch, Jean Grey out, Hela in. A lot more changes as we head into Central Park for what could be our last matchup.
Look, even in ranked, you only have so many bans, right? It's not the same thing that we see here within the MRI, and I don't expect Venom in anyone's games, maybe between the MRI and even in anyone's ladder, to get passed through unless they don't know how crazy those changes are. The anti-heal is definitely going to be interesting, but we're going to have to wait for that one as we get started with Season 4 alone in this Grand Finals. FlyQuest are looking for that victory. Energy being on that Starler wall. Envy has Speedery on the Wolverine.
All right, we got the defense up first. Zelos on that rocket to get that res, as pointed out now. Vest on Eric, who has just been such a menace. Magneto has been crazy in the hands of Vest. Now Spark Chief things, always just playing the crazy heroes, whether it's Hulk, Venom. Love watching this guy's play in the cams of it now. Energy getting some good poke damage on the rotation. Gotta love when that tower does the reform there, messing up a bit of the pathing. But Kalush opens up first out of the gate, expects some aggression, but that's why the rocket is so important.
That's why the CC comes in clutch too from Kalush and Speedery, eventually trying to get that kidnap here, and the whole goal is going to be Spark diving in together with Energy onto that backline. But it's Envy who are holding this choke for now. They have to split their attention up on the high ground as Cal's going to try to counter that of Energy with this Phoenix. You get the damage boost too from the Mantis, and they're distracted. Something else to note is that you have to talk about Month having that Loki instead.
Now watch window here. Watch where he's going. Speeder gets a huge follow-up. There's the imprisonment. Cal now going to pop the Phoenix. Looks for the combo. Gets nothing, but Vision's out of there. There's no res back. Energy getting Nero out. That back line has fallen time and time again to the man known as Energy. Now pushing in for more. Cal, though, Kalush to follow. We do have Strange, though, and Vest is going to rotate to open things up. Oh, my.
Vision!
God.
Oh, no, but he doesn't have the... Okay, he gets away with it. He gets away with it. I was wondering. He didn't have a Magneto bubble, but he still gets away with it. This forces out the reset from Envy. Huge It's Jeff coming out from Vision, and that was when Vision, by the way, got targeted by what looked like everything blowing up on him. We saw the crew hug, we saw the Phoenix. Oh, it was crazy.
Few things to note there. Speedery, great job saving his passive and just jumping off the edge, right? Doesn't want to burn that passive. Was able to keep it for the next fight. But also, every point on this map has a crazy Jeff space, and that is what is so wild about Vision having the access. And what won it the last time now is undefeatable rises from Nero, and the team pushes forward. But Zealous is going to match that. Spark Chief as well with the damage boost, trying to get more Agamotto out. Vest throws the magic and pops the rest. Strategists are just visiting the spawn room at a permanent vacation.
And Vez is the one dealing the damage, putting them in the microwave. Yes, even without originally here, but that's more than enough. The follow-ups together with Spartef is going to be right there to follow up, and Cooper also has that ultimate energy as well to set up Energy into position, but they have to look behind them to make sure nobody's going to try to go for a cheeky play on that point.
Nice little viewer cam there as we saw the viewer's face stunned at Envy, not even getting anything rolling after now 2-0 down. This is not the team we are used to seeing adjust so well. Speedery now with that Kraken impact. They are just trying anything now. Window over to Hulk. Don't see him on Hulk nearly ever because Cal is on Namor. Window does get that opening pick though to Energy. Kraken impact ready. Good patience here from Speedery, looking for more.
Having to contest on the point, though. It's going to be the Legendary, the Sonic Seduction, trying to combat that. He keeps up the trance, though, bringing Energy together and wasting the time from that Legendary. Even better, but Speedery going out first without having that reset opportunity that Envy wants to lean into.
Which is why this game is just so important in the pick ban. They saved the Star-Lord, and look at what Energy can do. He's so young, but so deadly as they're all together. The boot camp buff. Cal now looking to get something from Namor. Vision does get the Monster Hulk, and it's a Monster Swallow there from Jeff. Trying to get him out. Look at, just throwing him completely out of this.
Oh, he dodged it. He dodged the beam. Window now has to make a climb up a mountain to get back to his team. The number advantage automatically going in favor for FlyQuest. Good push away, though, as the Eye of Agamotto comes out from Vez. That's going to be thanks to Month, and the Invisible Boundary comes up here together with Nero having that Cloak and Dagger Eternal Bond at the floor. They try to survive for as long as possible. You have to look out for the whale and find Spark Chief here, and now as overtime ticks away, the recontest with the Doctor Strange come out.
Speeder is over on the Vanguard. Strange to get the portal back and get the things rolling for them. Now Kalu's trying to get the seduction going, and there's the point. Getting tick, tick, tick up for Envy now, but they have to get rid of the symbiote, who is so pesky, so hard on that sustain now. As you see, Spark Chief just being the nuisance. Energy looking for more. Kalu's just trying to keep his team in this. They've been here before, Vicky. FlyQuest looking dominant now as the kick comes out, and now Cal, it's a whole mystery heroes. All the people changing what they have. Ticks left. This is it.
This Vision having to reposition it with another legendary. Energy needs some help to get enabled here. Vision has the itch chef, and he's been able to find Cal from the backline. Even with this here, the survivability is scary. The Eye of Agamotto comes out. It found Vez, and now the follow-up as Vision tried to use the itch chef. He gets shut down by Speedery.
Speeder is the master of the air, and he's flying with Doctor Strange in the sky. Are you kidding me? That could not have been lost. That would have been it for Team NV. They put on clutch mode, as we saw every player playing roles they don't play. Heroes that I've never seen, from Window to Hulk. You have Cal on Psylocke. Wait, that's Speedery's character. What's happening? But they did it.
I love the swap ups at the very end there too. No Wolverine. Nope, it's going to be Psylocke instead. Speedery showing us a different look right now for these duelists, and they have two ultimates, rather three ultimates actually, going to this next fight. Reset potential from Hulk too, as you get to try to see Nero having that potential to keep everyone alive with the Eternal Bond. Spark Chief is continuously a nuisance though, as he not only stays alive, he has the Feast of the Abyss to reset.
What an angle there now, as we have Speeder on what I thought would be Psylocke dominance, and now coming out as Kalush gets the seduction rolling with the team as they follow Nero's path to red. The whale comes out, they get Vest down, but look at that quick recovery there from Cooper. Vest goes up, slams down, Spaceball special, hits the blessings of the deep from Cal.
But the invisible boundary keeps everybody in this fight from Envy, as Window once again still has World Breaker available to use. He activates it, gets a reset here, needs some help to follow up from Speedery, but they're trying to send back FlyQuest to build up some space while they're on the attack.
Speeder now on the hunt, on the prowl. It's going to be Window yelling out of monster form. Vest going to do the finishing job with energy, but they are climbing up the ramp. Only a minute left. They had no time, but they're making great use of it. There is the dance execution. No. Will he dance to success? No, he has to get out of there, and it's Vision yet again trying to get more for the team as he finds nothing though from that ult.
Yeah, you have to be careful if you're looking at Speedery, too. The moment you hear it's Jeff, you have to back away at the end of that Psylocke ultimate. That could have been the counter ult that they needed, but with Energy having the legendary and clearing the front line, Cal is next to go down as he was slowly approaching that whale, too. Having to take care of the pesky Psylocke with the mosquito swatter. Energy is trying to look for him.
Yeah, I like the ult economy, though, for Envy and how this thing's going to play out. Look, nice pick there from Energy, good God. But if you look, you have 22 seconds left. Things are going to be going in favor for them, unless they can't even get together. My God, look at this show going on as he throws the teleporter back. Kalu's going to get the Neo Peasants, but behind him is the absolute peasant. That is Energy, and the peskiness of now Spark Chief looking for more. He goes out, Vicky. That's a huge opening.
Yeah, it is. Now they have the opportunity and the lack of delay here from FlyQuest to try to reset here with Cooper having that Fatal Bolt Rolls to keep them alive. All eyes on Zelos to get that Sia. Window is going to be able to get right back into the Hulk form here, while FlyQuest want to hold this defense. They're trying to peel away, but they can't give up too much space with overtime ticking away to prevent Envy from getting into this next checkpoint. There goes the Sia. It gets deleted the moment you see it pop up. And now the invisible boundary, the survivability is in favor here for Envy, but the BRB brings them right back here looking at FlyQuest. Spark gets taken out, and Vision does have the itch Jeff. It may not be enough, though, looking at Energy from the skies to put him that pressure as he gets shut down in a shish kebab at the hands of Namor and Cal.
What an exclamation point there on a perfect .2 cap. They had every answer to the Spark Chief Fist of the Abyss, to the res back. They got rid of Vest not once, but twice, and just pure perfection. Vision did not use that. It's Jeff. Maybe they look to get that back, but either way, they're set up for success here. This is what we saw the last time these two teams played, but it was the hand on the other foot last time because of it was FlyQuest that kind of had to crawl back here. Both teams making it right here to the third cap.
60 seconds left.
Less than a minute, though, on the clock right now. Cal, this is going to be his playground here with everybody funneled up together in the side of the bridge. He's got that whale ready to go. Nero, having to be careful, wants to be able to build into that Eternal Bond. That's going to be crucial for this push, as all eyes on Vision, too. Has that lip over to the left side to catch everybody in the itch chef, but it's going to be the Phoenix reset first, as the Squids are finding their mark.
We're on a show.
Yeah, Baby Shark looking for that edge of the stairs of fate now as Kalush does the seduction. Cooper keeping the team going and vibing now. Damage boost on. Great swaps there as pushing in. It's Vision looking for his vision of success now. He's going out. Whirlpool far away from everybody. And look at this position. He knows exactly who to isolate. He finds Kalush. It's huge as he's going to find now the edge and just go off with him. Goodbye, but stays on. Oh my goodness, what a trick.
Yeah, smooth Vision's got to with the platform rising right on time. Gets back together with the rest of his team. Beast of the Abyss, reset opportunity, but the invisible boundary as Nero is the first to get taken out after he just used up that eternal bond. Energy in the sky, though, is going to clear up whatever is left of Envy. The Doctor Strange portal to recontest the body block low. He's trying to break through.
That baby shark doing work for this team now as Energy is pushing forward. Now gets the pick off. Just surviving. Envy coming out one by one, and they are going to have that be their final hold point when going up against FlyQuest on offense.
At least they got the 2 points. Almost getting to that third point. I always feel like this map is so hard to finish off, honestly, Cozy.
Very.
But the body block with the Venom, we've seen it so many times whenever it comes to a recontest. They isolated Doctor Strange, which he was able to get through, but nobody else from Envy was able to go through that portal.
And nearly the same point where they made it last time these two teams fought. And so last time, FlyQuest always had overtime, always got to it, and eventually won the final reverse sweep here. But now they can win the final hit of the grand finals here, folks. Are you not entertained, guys? Is this going the way you expected? Certainly not on my eyes. But either way, we look at the stats, 22-3, Energy just feasting there as Peter Quill, 22-3, 11 final hits. Are you kidding me, Vic?
We gotta talk about it, right? The duelist matchup right now, I'm looking at Speedery and Energy. And Energy has constantly had the numbers up in the favor of FlyQuest. You combine that together with the strategist backline. Yes, we have the 24 and 26 from Nero and Monk, but then rotating through that here, Vision coming out with some clutch Jeff pools too. Even if he didn't find a lot of impact sometimes, it's still about having that AoE healing and then that one pick that we saw in the Emma Frost at the very end.
How did they get Jeff on this map? I can't believe it. I mean, it's coming super clutch. They haven't needed it as much as they did last time, but still getting rid of key players and key fights there now as they look for the aggression. Energy already going right into things. Nero at 35%. My God, the ult charge is firing.
Really quick to be able to get that Eternal Bond usually. Usually you also see the Lokis get that ultimate quickly here, but with Envy being on the defense, Kalush dropping down, splitting up the positioning because they have to keep their eyes on Energy, who's looking to harass that backline.
Harassing he is now, just constantly putting that poke pressure and climbing the ult charge to do it, but that does allow Nero to continue to get up. Cow there with the triple, or with the resurrection. You love to see it as Nero close to it, window and all. I like this little corner that they're hugging into here. It does give them the space, though, to not only be pesky behind there, but let the rest of the team to push in. And look at the constant barraging of, name it, water, bullets. It's everything now. Nero putting up the path to success and Envy to follow.
He could get away with this because he was right next to that rocket res. As you can see right there on the bottom half of the screen with Zelos being on that rocket on attack, by the way. It's just to enable Energy to play a lot more aggressive. And with Envy having Cal on the Atom, they have to pinpoint where Cal's positioning is. That goes into Speedery being the bodyguard that they need. The Jet manages to get away surprisingly, and Window brings everybody together trying to block out the exit point with the Groot Wall.
Yeah, great job there. Looking for it. Ult rotation. The show starts, and so does the damage boost. Energy 2 with the perfect time. Legendary coming for what is going to be a tough offensive stuff. Look at these sparks igniting. Good God. Are you kidding me? Speedery now throwing in the wombo combo with it. Energy making his way to it. Zelos up with it now. It's going to be Cal, who got swallowed by Vic. Oh! What a wall!
Oh my God, he's got his ally, but he can't even get away. He wanted to reposition to the safety of the choke by his team. But Vision gets taken out in the itch jet. But can we talk about the clutch wall there coming out from Window? You can't go anywhere, Vision.
Window just shutting the window completely there. I mean, that was the timing. Did you see the timing of that?
Frame one.
And obviously, Adam, he's an immortal god. No, it doesn't matter. He has no way to get out of that, right? He would just be flying right off the edge. But no, it is going to be Envy with what is a crazy defensive effort now. Energy still having that legendary. Vest can follow to answer. Not a lot outside the res, but Seduction can shut it down if they time it right now. Spinning to win, going right in there, Vic, is Energy, who's been on the same spot this whole time.
And no Rocket, they made this the swap up here with Vez being on the Magneto. You could just bubble energy instead. You slam down the Meteor M, but with everybody hiding in that side room, nobody's going to get contested. Right now, the goal is for FlyQuest to dismantle this backline because they are staying alive. They know they want to keep that Adam Warlock alive from Cal, who has that Karmic Resurrection. Sonic Seduction coming out from the side of Kalush here, though, with energy, having that Legendary on the Star-Lord. He tries to harass him once again. The bubble saves him, but they're forcing Envy back, but they're not able to get these picks.
A great job from Energy there, even though Peter Quill's a ladies' man. He was not seduced by Mother, and bam, goes the silence from Speedery, shutting down that. But that was a good way to avoid that ult, but not getting anything from it. Cal has had this res for what seems like an eternity, and to follow Speedery is just now farming this ult on absolute command here. Guys, 40 seconds left. Right now, Envy, I mean, they just love being backs against the wall, having enough support to come out swinging, because Vicky, they're doing a great job here on first point.
It's crazy because it's all protect the president, protect Cal right now, protect the Adam Warlock, and that's why they're playing so huddled together. FlyQuest know this win condition, and they have not been able to disrupt it. Last chance opportunity with less than 20 seconds to cap this first point. Spark tries to dive down here on the Venom. Cooper and Vision both have those strategist ultimates. Zelos shortly following with the Eternal Bond. With less than 10 seconds on the clock, Envy have ultimate for themselves to answer with.
Yeah, look for Cal versus Vision here. That's certainly going to be what decides it. As what a huge imprisonment there. Throwing up against the wall. Kalush gets the finish and flush there on Zealous. But there it is. The screw is going to be swallowed by Vision. And he's going to be saved and protected by his own Luna. Off goes the Edge. Goes Window, who protected the last one from himself. Now Energy able to get things rolling for the team. Swap to Gene. It's going to be Vest with the Meteor aim to respond. 1-2. Slam down. The Spaceball special. Is it a dunk? It is a miss and off the rim.
Right next to the Cal res here too, as it ends up, Window falls low. He gets frozen up here by Cooper. And then the follow-up as now FlyQuest are clearing the point. Very last minute. Overtime ticking away. And it was Zelos having the Eternal Bond, despite Zelos being the first to fall in that last fight.
Are you not entertained? Both fights coming down to the wall. Either way, though, to the moment. But what I'll say is only 2 minutes left, right? So this is one of the points in the game, Vicky, that carry very well into this point, but not when Spark Chief is absolutely... Look at this aggression. Forget the breaks. They've ripped those right off.
Just reverse the name real quick, and you got Spark Chef because he's cooking in the kitchen right now as Spark Chief is leading the way, heading it for FlyQuest to force out these staggers more, just so that way he could build up even more space. But look at the answer back from Window. He wants to stall out the same exact way being on the Venom.
And not just tanking, right? That's leadership and doing exactly what the team is called for. Mid-fight calls. Typically go to the Venom now with the Kalush going out. Vest getting that neutral pick. Energy with the quick Phoenix down, but it's Cal with the laugh there, pushing up to the point quite easily. It's Window now trying to get back to this thing. Window now getting eliminated a couple of times in these last few fights between them. Nero's got the Eternal Bond. They can ride that as they're going up the hill here. Envy cannot let this thing slip from them. What was a great hold to point one.
And that portal at least forced Spark to hold back a little bit too to help heal for the supports. Cooper had gotten a very nice freeze onto Kalush originally, but look at the ult economy that we're working with. Now you have the Eternal Bond here from Envy to regain this sustain on the control, but the Phoenix block off the Magneto Meteor M. Are you kidding me?
That's 2 times now Cal has used Blessing in the Deep or the Phoenix, not even meaning to, but at least with that one, not meaning to, and getting it done. Vision throws Cal right off the map. The res with it now as they're pushing closer and closer. Still pretty far. Envy has that cap of point. Vision getting a little bit of poke damage, but look at Envy. Losing some, but not everything, and 42 seconds left.
It's a good stall, though, because Cal will still be able to come back with that resurrection. Spark is going to be able to now move up with the Feast of the Abyss here too, but Speedery goes uncontested in the backline being on this Phoenix. Here comes Cal with that Karmic Revival now, and as they move up, Cal gets away with getting both Vanguards back up in this fight, but it doesn't stop FlyQuest from still being able to find more picks, but it all is for naught as they come back.
Yeah, great job from Cal. I would want Envy to rotate back a bit to make it easier, but either way, he was able to get everyone back into this thing, but the point is still pushing. That's what matters now as Kalush is doing what he can to hold the contest, but no, everyone in one room, and what does that do? It ignites Phoenix, getting explosion after explosion. Both Phoenixes up in the air. This is Marvel at its best. Infinity War happening on our screens, igniting what is an insane grand finale. Kalush gets to close on Cooper, and now we've got the Agamotto to follow. It's the pop, the finish. Window getting it done. Can Envy hold, Vicky?
The Michael Bay special, Phoenix on Phoenix action, isolating more of these picks, and they do it. No Doctor Strange portal in time as Envy. They hold back FlyQuest.
And you thought it was going to be a 3-0, and I don't know who I'm talking to. What did? Because my goodness, that was absolute perfect play in showcasing why these teams belong to be where they are. And Envy being here before. What a great push from Fly. But ultimately, Speedery and the gang get it done. And that is what I wanted to see. Speedery on what he does best. But the whole team clicked there, Vicky, from start to finish.
Man, that Magneto clip, though, real quick with that Phoenix ultimate. Talk about timing. 13 final hits in favor for Speedery right there. He heard us talking about him. 36,000 damage output done here. And even with some playmaking opportunities we saw from FlyQuest, they had a really difficult time, even with their game plan to try to dismantle the backline of Envy while they were on the defense with the Adam Warlock. It was too much protection, too many layers to the onion that they would have to get through. And it bought a lot of time for Envy on that defense originally.
One of my favorite points of China is when somebody yelled over to the other team of Envy saying, Speedery's a one trick, and then they dominated and Cal got right back up. Cal stood up and yelled back, yeah, I bet he's a one trick. And that is what you see this team. They just thrive off this aggression. And that is what we expect to see from Envy, one of the top teams here. Now, if you're FlyQuest, funny, you know, you had the catalyst of what this map is, which this map is always cinema between the two teams, but this was the map that had the reverse sweep for them last time. Could this be the map that Envy uses to propel themselves to get the reverse sweep? We'll have to find out as we look at Speedery, our MVP.
MVP coming through here, and I just want to highlight too, Nero really stepping things up. We talked about Nero being on that cloak, and I said it before. I was like, you know, Nero's a really fire cloak and dagger. Don't think we have been able to see that come out within the previous two maps when they had lost. You take out Nero being on that cloak, Cal being on the Adam Warlock, they lean into the win condition, but that also highlights why we saw FlyQuest ban out that Adam Warlock before.
Yeah, and two things to talk about. First of all, it's been a couple days since these teams last fought, and you can tell they've really cleaned up their anti-Jeff protocol. You know, from that Groot wall that Window put up to stop the spit out of Cal was so insanely well timed. I mean, that is just comms at its finest. But yeah, also, I think the ultimate usage was just leagues better this time around, Vicky. I mean, being able to really stagger them into success. I mean, that is why that first point matters so much, because point two, you need every bit of those 2-3 minutes to make it up the hill. Wasn't enough.
Yeah, and this also means that map number 4 will be going on to domination, so that's something to consider, as it's going to allow FlyQuest to pick where we're going to be moving on to next.
Yeah, I don't think we'll see Adam and Jeff there together. But either way, guys, don't go anywhere. It is now 2-1. FlyQuest leading. We're going to take a quick break.
remember who you really are. Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Playing out, hoping you'll rise, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rivals till the end. Rise up, hoping your minds hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end.
What's going on, guys, and welcome back to the epic matchup between NA's pretty much top two teams here, Envy FlyQuest, as we find ourselves on next map, Vicky, and it is Hell's Heaven. And this is a map that we've seen both teams do very well in, right?
Yeah, this is going to be a map that both teams are 1-0 on, so that's something to consider, as this is going to be FlyQuest taking Envy here, and we talked about it before, but it's going to be a domination map since, of course, we're going on to game number 4 here.
Domination has gone 2-0 one way, 2-0 the other. When these two teams clash, and looking at it, I mean, the pick ban phase, I think it can be taken out of it a little bit with these two in terms of talent. But for me, what stands out, it's energy, man. I mean, this man has constantly been the difference maker in terms of his accuracy, his damage, and what he's been able to pump out for the team. I don't know if Star-Lord will make it out on this one. The big difference, though, is obviously AMER is probably going to be available, and we know what Kalush can do there.
Yeah, but also let's not forget, Envy's perfect win record on domination was just ruined in game number 1 by FlyQuest. So Envy having a really good track record on domination, FlyQuest need to replicate this because this set them up for 3-1 now on domination after winning that first map. Moving on, now Envy usually have the advantage when we go into a game 4 territory, so they could tie things up depending on how this pick and ban phase goes out.
This is so fun, Vic. I mean, this is exactly what I wanted to see going to the grand finals. Anytime we get ourselves up to the maximum, game 5 in this case, I mean, that's what you live for here, and that's what these teams are playing for. One team looking to do and repeat their history of making it to land, and the other one, Georgia, is right there. It's calling, it's ready, and they're looking for their back-to-back top seed there for FlyQuest now, as we are going to be heading into our next match of domination here in a moment.
Thinking here, we're going to see the Atom pass through because there was a lot of focus onto Cal, as Cal was getting protected by everyone else. Also wondering, you know, the track record on these Meteor M's that could have come in clutch, looking on the side of FlyQuest for a lot of those previous fights that we had in our last map.
Yeah, two great callouts. Number one, I feel like the Atom, it helped. It wasn't like the thing that pushed Envy over the map there, in my opinion, but definitely will in domination. But on the inverse of that, you're correct. Vest has been our best Magneto in this tournament, but the connections haven't all the way been there. Now, can you help a Blessings of the Deep out of nowhere or a Phoenix coming from the sky? I mean, it's like out of something divine stopping it at this point. But if he can land those, that's going to obviously lead the team to success.
I'm excited to see what this pick and ban phase is looking like because, of course, we have two of the best teams right now in the Americas region facing off in this Group A bracket, and we are moving on to a game number 4. I'm still expecting this to go the distance. Obviously, I said it already before, Cozy, but it all comes down to this. Vez, all eyes on Vez to see how he could get that impact. Same thing with Energy. If Energy could keep up versus Speedery, as they were both on the Phoenix prior to this, as we get set up here. And Vision too, having the impact being on the Jeff, if we're going to even see the Jeff.
Yeah. All right, folks, here we go. Game number 4 between these two. Match number 4. It's 2-1 in terms of FlyQuest versus Envy. We head to the big ban phase. It's domination. Once again, we're going to see a little bit of a different look between these two teams as we get a bit of an Angela showcase over there. Love to see it. These guys just grind rank. The Lord skins are just raining from them here. But we've got the Atom ban right off the gate. I like that decision there from Envy.
Take away that opportunity from FlyQuest so that way they don't utilize that for themselves, as we may see that coming out from the other side. But FlyQuest actually prioritized a ban onto the Jeff instead, something that Envy can't really lean into here, even though they had the opportunity to do it in the previous game, not being able to do it this time around. We get to see now the next protection going over onto the Mantis, so this probably is going to force out also a ban on an Ultron is what I'm expecting.
Yeah, looking at it here, you've got the Mantis save. There it is. Once again, the Jet Protect, although the team did fine there last time. Hell's Heaven, though, Vic, is yet another. I mean, out of the two maps that I want Jeff, Central Park, and this one is way up there in my opinion on what you can do and get out of the use of its Jeff or the baby land shark. Next ban going up certainly was going to be Jeff. They now swap over to going to be a Mantis ban, and the ban on their side, who do they allow in here, and who do they think they need to shut down more so for the team when it comes to FlyQuest? I have a feeling what Envy's going to do. I want to see what Fly and the route they take.
They're not going to ban it, obviously, because I don't think it's going to happen. But remember the rad page book right here. The rad script of having Angela on Hell's Heaven comes in clutch. Something that we saw Guru do consistently on getting those environmentals and disrupting the piece. I'm wondering if maybe FlyQuest could roll out with it. I've been hearing more teams have been practicing with Vanguards that you may not expect rollout on Domination as we see the next set of bans. Invisible-Man, no Star-Lord for Envy. Instead, FlyQuest are going to prioritize that for themselves.
Yeah, funny enough, we're seeing the same pick bans that led to the Envy win, right? So they're probably comfortable with what they've got rolling right now. Obviously, the Adam ban is different for Domination versus what is sometimes Emma. The last ban for Envy is a big one, and they're gonna go with Ultron. More of that strategist route once again, forcing the comp that they want to there.
Now on this final ban, though, looking at FlyQuest, I'm wondering if they're... okay, I was going to say, if they were the ones banning out the Ultron, but considering that Envy get that back-to-back, it comes in clutch. They protect the Ultron for themselves, so they're going to be the ones to have that damage boost together with that Ultron that I was expecting.
Absolutely. Now with the Ultron Sage, it's the last ban to go for FlyQuest. Looking at their options, plenty of it here, and it's going to be Captain America once again. That is what helped sustain the turnaround and the flip of the point, Vicky. Having Spark Chief on cap and them not having the same answer, it made Window struggle, and that is going to be a key thing to look out for. How does Window perform here on Domination versus the first time?
Because in the first set of bans that we saw on Domination for game number 1, Envy also had this ban against them with the Captain America, whereas on the other side, FlyQuest had taken advantage of having the Captain America. If they do decide to roll out with it, it looks like they just want to start things off having the portal to put them into position first, as Zelos teases the Angela a little bit here. FlyQuest still at match point, but Envy could equalize this just as easily with their track record on Domination as we get set up for Hell's Heaven.
Hell's Heaven's the stage, Grand Finals the scene as we look across the map as the teams set what they have. And looking towards it, I mean, obviously having that Adam Warlock ban is really going to give a bit of an edge to how I think Envy played. And we both said it. I think we're both thinking Envy could get it to yet another game here, Vicky. Am I right?
I believe so. That's what I was saying. Like, the fact that their track record is looking fantastic, despite what we just saw from game number 1, it all comes down to this, everybody. Let's get this going. Is FlyQuest going to take this home right here, right now, or are we going to see a game 5 opportunity in favor for Envy as we see both of these teams rolling out, and there's that Doctor Strange portal.
It's Sunday Night Rivals here now. Looking at it, Window going to be taking the fight right to them, or at least behind them here, as the teams are rotating in what is a comical approach to this part of the map. Cal now looking for those quick picks. Look for that matchup. We've been highlighting Cal, V-Energy. They know the job form, and it's Speedery to help out Cal and get that elimination now, followed by Window. Once again, it's going to be frozen as he attacks the back line of the strategist.
You let him have that Mantis damage boost. You let him take to the skies here. Window easily could follow up as well, as you get the choke slam being on the Emma Frost, as Emma was not banned for either teams. Cooper getting a beautiful follow-up on shutting down Window.
Both these teams have the Vanguards, the anchors that it takes to win championships. Now as Speedery's up in the air, flying back and pushing back. Now, as last time it took us, folks, 9 minutes to get the first .1, and it's going to be FlyQuest ticking this thing up. If you're Envy, you got to step on it. They have 1 on the point, but they're not going to have 1 long now as Speedery opening up. Execution out.
It still couldn't flip it here, though. The stalling that is coming out as Speedery forced FlyQuest back, with Spark being the first one to go out here. The sustain comes out right afterwards. Fate of both worlds out of seduction. A nice little delay with the reset as the Fetus comes dropping down to wait out the end part of that Fate of both worlds.
Phoenix saying you are nothing, something that would come straight out of Cal's mouth. Love to hear it now as Vision's going the distance of the baby shark. He gets 2 once again. It's Jane, it's Emma, it's huge, as now Speedery's trying to do all he can do. It's not enough. Goodbye off into the lava.
Oh man, put that down. Oh, sacrifice well necessary to allow FlyQuest to take control over this point first.
My goodness, Vision. I mean, again, this was one of the maps I said it's just such a good Jeff map that you can't stop him. He's got the plot armor, the teeth to do it now. Vest and team 12% up and climbing. We're gonna have Envy reset. Window does got the feast to open things up. Month can get the sustain, but everyone else gonna be stuck in the neutral for a while with energy. And the legendary gonna certainly be used and force Month's boundary.
Look who's creeping around here as Sparchico's gonna be able to drop all the way down here. The Feast of the Abyss as right through the other side of the invisible boundary. Nero gets called up by the legendary that you pointed out here, Cozy. Spark could also go in for the reset with Nero going down, and so is Window. Envy down in numbers here with really up to Speedery to start off this entry frag with the extermination.
It's a brutal exchange if you're Envy because you had what you needed to survive it, but it's not enough to stop the legend that is Energy so far in this Ignite tournament. Getting 2 out there and using Month's ult to boot Cal with the 1-2 click of the Ignite. Great job on the Sparks trying to get more pressure for the team and give himself some room to push. Not a Vanguard, but Gene can do it too.
The fact that Envy have recognized too, the Mantis is not worth it if Nero's not popping off. You don't want that damage boost if you can't pop off here as Speedery pops off from the skies, gets that double strategist in shambles here from FlyQuest, really only leaving Zelos to boost up into that Eternal Bond, but Envy have not been able to flip this point yet.
Us Against the World comes out. Vest with the seduction, following the path to success, trying to get more. Cooper also has the show to go. Zelos, though, gets the pick on Cal. I mean, my goodness, FlyQuest locked in here. Kalu's trying to get people locked on his vision, but no, it's going to be the opposite. Kalu's now just trying to stay alive, is going to get into diamond form, not crack under pressure, but it's not enough. He's out of there.
Get down, Mr. President. Cooper dances it off to save his buddy Zelos here as FlyQuest near 99% and Envy are getting shoved back closer to their spawn.
Envy's getting envied right now. I mean, this is what they do to other teams. 100%. No 9-minute battle here, folks, as FlyQuest confidently get first point.
That was dominating literally here from FlyQuest. The way that they play that, even with Speedery getting those opening picks, but you can't just find just 2 of those strategists. The fact that they had the cloak Eternal Bond has really helped them out. And remember, Envy being able to protect that Mantis, they use that protect on that other strategist, have not been able to have the same impact even with the damage boost if you're not staying alive and you're not keeping your team up long enough compared to the opposite end having to deal with a Luna Snow and a Cloak and Dagger.
Yeah, and not to mention Zelos having 60 limbs here with Cal, no final hits. That's absolutely brutal. I mean, brutal right there. The damage to picks are not happening. Kaluj as well, 1 and 2. I mean, this is not what you want from this team, and it's mainly they just can't get together. They can't get this thing rolling at all. No momentum on their side, but that is where they're comfortable as we head into the second part of this map. And Vicky, this one is even more scary than the first when it comes to Satan's greatest soldier. Yeah.
He's happy with that. Just look at his face. Cute but deadly, I always say. And he's going to have a ball game. This is going to be the Jeff playground here as Spark is already looking to be a menace. They can get the follow-up dive potential together with energy, activating the legendary. You want to force out one of these strategist ultimates, and it works out as Nero's going to call in the Eternal Bond to start off the engagement to keep Envy in this fight.
Yeah, this time at least everybody's staying alive through it. They lost people on their rotation last time and already getting some of the points. A good way to get the pressure moving in terms of rotation. It's going to be now Venom coming out from Spark Chief in the Abyss there. Nothing from it. Vesto does get the pick on Speedery. There goes a big one, and Window gets Zelos out of this thing. So at this point now, Envy looking okay. It's going to be the boundary back. Window going to go to safety of the boundary. The Roman Coliseum is around the point, keeping the team Envy alive.
And the fact that Vision was able to get that one isolated pick once again from the It's Jeff onto Kaluj. Kaluj, tired of this shark, wants to spear him then if he has the opportunity to. But we have to look with Vez close to that Sonic Seduction to try to protect this backline here. Stop down what Cal is looking forward to in Speedery in the sky.
Good job, though. Both teams just eyes on the prize, not letting either cap it here as they dive in, try to get more. Cal now getting Spark Chief out of his way with the seduction happening. Vest once more. Energy gets Window out of this. And Vicky, right now, it's looking like FlyQuest. Okay, Cal with the quick response to Energy. It's the top doing it as they go against Vest now, pushing out, kicking out. Look at FlyQuest. They got the cap.
Looking like a fighting game out here, too, with the way that Vez is kicking the freeze onto Kaluj. The fact here that FlyQuest finally get the cap after I don't know how many minutes that these fights have been going on. A third round of ultimate rotations as Speedery unleashes the Ultron Rage as Vez shuts him down in the middle of it. Cooper sets everybody from FlyQuest up into position in the driver's seat as Zelos has the Eternal Bond at the end of Cooper's ultimate of the Fate of Both Worlds.
The diamond form that Emma has. Vest just turning that pressure into perfection. Just a classic Frost move now. Cal with quick aggression, but it is once again Kaluge with the cutest massacre you've ever seen now. Spit off the edge. I mean, look at that shirt, folks. He's having a great time. Kaluge, not so much, finding himself in the lava again and reflecting in the spawn room. My God.
Kaluge falling to his knees right now with another itch, Jeff. This is like the third one in the series. I'm not counting what we saw, I believe, in the first game. And it is just a menace right here in turning this fight.
Anyone know anyone on Etsy that can make a Jeff punching bag? I know a man who's trying and will be using it after this window. Cal ready to go for the combo if needed, looking towards FlyQuest. They're pretty far away from anything, so at least gonna have to win this in the neutral. If you're Envy, you gotta be ult tracking, pushing forward.
Smart gonna get stunned just temporarily while Energy wants to focus down on Cal, who gets the reset with the Phoenix ult to try to reposition as well before backing up to the rest of their team. Cal gets fully healed up. Energy is trying to isolate Speedery, who will have that Ultron Rage. Sauna Seduction, though, doesn't get anything as Vez now catches Kaluge.
It pushes half the team away, but there's one important one behind him. It's the mirror match of Vest versus him now. Cal with another big pick. Cal getting these picks to at least give his team a shot here, but it's 83% and climbing. Envy's chances for the top seed is slipping tick by tick, 10% away for FlyQuest to be back-to-back first seed champs here in the seeding stage. Portal opens. Ready to go. Kaluge jumping through the magic as Vision just continuing that heal and damage aggression.
Good placement, too, on the portal, trying to block out the line of sight of the strategist in the back line here as Nero has the Eternal Bond. It's going to be met with Cooper and the fate of both worlds, keeping FlyQuest alive here. They look great in the ult economy. Overtime taken away in favor for FlyQuest as this is the game-winning opportunity for FlyQuest to take the series. But with the Meteor Ram missing its mark, it's Jeff comes in from Vision. Everybody at risk as the Phoenix just waits it out as long as possible.
Throwing it down, finding Jeff there, and with the quick hit, does not get the pick. Cooper gets mugged, though, and just like that, Cal will be the only one that gets something for it as Vest and team watches last and laughs as they get themselves yet another grand final win, Vicky.
No Doctor Strange portal. They used it up right before. FlyQuest knew what they had to do to win the series and to win the grand finals, putting themselves in the first seed as we make our way through playoffs.
The skies are clear and the stage is now set. We now see Team FlyQuest go against Nemesis in the main stage, and it'll be Envy going against Sentinels. One of those teams being pushed down to the lower bracket is crazy work considering what we saw back in June as we look at the stats in the story. And it is a 19-0 Vest picking up right where he left off, Vic.
Oh my, 19 and the survivability. Oh my goodness. Would love to look at that just a little bit longer to break down the stats here, but that was an insane performance from FlyQuest. Once again, we talk about the win condition that we've seen from the track history of Envy on domination, and FlyQuest has not only ruined that back-to-back, but they take the most important series that they needed to take with their run back out here too, making sure that Envy gets shut down without any opportunity to get the revenge.
We've been saying it all tournament long. This team does not have a weak point. They have not only that, the boot camp buff to follow, but the duelists, two of the best right there now in North America. The strategist has no weekends, their ult calls, their comms, perfection, and it's led by the fortresses, the big boys, the often forgotten tanks and vanguards. That is Vest and Spark Chief, as I'm sure that room is erupting in glory.
I just know Kaluge on leg day 2. You talk about a punching bag. If anything, maybe for leg day, he's going to just imagine Jeff and just practice as much as possible the next time he has to face off against a Jeff in his face, because that was as constant as Jeff's swallowing him up as we take a look at our MVP, Vest, not going down a single time on domination as Emma Frost.
Dude, 19-0, 20K. Vest, come on now. This is absolutely just disrespectful here. Insane stats. As we once again congratulate FlyQuest for not only doing this once, but twice now in the biggest stage, the biggest scene. And now they know exactly what's up next, as we'll talk to them in our interview. But yeah, great point there on the Jeff. I'm going to go and give him this right here up in my back shot. Just give him to rip apart and kind of get some of that anger out. But if you're, the good news is, both these teams, this is for the seeding. Both teams they have to face are great teams. And Envy, they won where it counted last time, so they know what they're up against here when we go into the main stage next week. But either way, if you're FlyQuest, this is looking like a completely different team, even than the one that won last time there, Vicky, because there was just no dropping games. There was no kind of, big lower bracket fate win. No, they just did it here confidently.
Yeah, if anything, they just have a lot to look at looking at that Central Park map, because even then they were playing amazingly, right? It was a lot of focus when we had Envy rather on the defense, making sure that their backline was protected. But that specific first point before we saw that payload moving was what wasted so much time away from FlyQuest. And then even moving forward, right? Even trying to build up space that we saw coming out from Spark and just trying to be able to have that Venom dive in, isolate that one pick before we saw some swap ups coming in. So much to look at. FlyQuest are just on another level here in America.
Let's take a look at the bracket and what this meant to where we are now in the story of what has been this birth of Rivals as we see FlyQuest and how they got here. They had an insane bracket to go through, guys. This was not an easy one. Taking down a great team there at the beginning, but going into Envy, then winning against Rad 2-0, and then finishing up against Envy yet again. It's clear as day that they had a tough schedule, but answered the call.
Yeah, and that's with FlyQuest not even dropping it, minus really those two maps against Envy. You have to imagine they had a perfect record just aside from those two maps, which is impressive looking at the talent that we've had aside from the roster adjustments and then the repositioning opportunities with the way that they've had to be flexible with the meta. It's so much to break down here for FlyQuest.
Yeah, and if you're Envy, you can at least realize that the only thing that you lost to was going to be FlyQuest moving forward here. But we welcome in our interview. It's not probably going to be just one. It's everybody as they're together celebrating here. And we've got Spark Chief now. Yeah, listen, your mom's not coming into the room this time. Instead, you got the boys. How you feeling?
Good. Pretty good. Pretty happy. It's a good day.
You got to tell me a little bit now. I just know, right, it's calm, cool, collected, but were you guys hyped up? Were we celebrating? Were we pumped?
Yeah, I mean, everyone was happy after we won. Like, we didn't think it would be that easy, but it just was. So, like, everyone's just happy about it, right? No reason not to be.
Can I ask, because you were part of this team that got the top seed last time. Like, this is familiar territory for you guys, right? But I've said this team looks different than that team that even won it. It wasn't this kind of like, oh, you came back from the lowers. Dude, you guys dominated throughout this thing. What's the difference from that team to this?
Well, I don't want to be mean to anybody, but like the changes that we made really just like made a difference. Like when you go to good to great, like you just kind of tell by the results, right? Like there are some things that were really, really bad, and now those things are really good. So there's no reason we should be any worse than we were before.
I mean,
Awesome.
you guys are, yeah, not only do you guys look even better than ever, literally the best one we've ever seen a team in America, you guys are now presented to be playing off against Team Nemesis, and they were in Group Stage B in that bracket. I'm assuming here that you guys are just looking at another day at work. How are you feeling about having to fight Team Nemesis first in the playoffs?
I mean, personally, I'm not even like thinking about them. I'm just looking to play MB again, but I mean, they're my friends, right? So like, it's cool and all, but like, it's business. At the end of the day, it's business. So I'm sorry.
George is calling, buddy. Georgia is calling. Tell me, man, I mean, there's so many things to highlight about this team, but like, what do you think separates you, not just team-wise, but from the rest of this bracket? I mean, you guys, I feel like y'all don't have a weak point. I want to give you the floor to shout out who you want to here because, I mean, strategist to duelist to what they're doing there in the Vanguard position, you guys are loaded.
I mean, we just don't have like anyone that's like a one trick, right? Like every team has like their little one trick, like, or they're unable to play certain characters. Like they're just really bad in a certain hero, and you can just ban like their best heroes out, and then they're just really, really bad compared to their other picks. But I think that's what makes us like sort of the greater team in North America, because we don't have anyone like that in the roster, at least that has been exploited yet. So it's that, and then I mean, Legitimacy has done like a great job of like making sure we're not being stupid while we play and not choking and making stupid mistakes. So it's good.
Hey, look, I want to give a shout out to the guys behind you who have not moved the muscles. These guys could be just pop-up statues. I mean, they are doing an incredible job there showcasing how well you guys held the line there in your match. Buddy, congratulations. So cool that you guys are all together. But I know for this team specifically, job is far from finished. I want to meet you guys. I want to see you guys in person. And you guys know now the path ahead of you. So good luck to you.
Thank you.
All right, guys, once again, that is going to be our grand final champions for Group A, the Group of Death, arguably the hardest one to get through in Spark Chief and the rest of FlyQuest and the two guys behind him there. Love to see it as the boys celebrate their win, Vicky. What a good time. What a match.
Yeah, the mascots too in the back. I'll be real. Being able to play in person is such a great advantage too, because you also get to work on the team communication as well. You're all in the same room. You all get to feast off of each other's energy. And I really like the energy that Spark is providing here too. He's just very confident. He's not even worried one bit about any other team, minus seeing Envy as the competition.
Let's face it, we don't really even have to talk about it. You guys going to probably buy it anyway because of how amazing it is. We saw what Vest can do on Ammo. We saw what Kaluge does on Mother. White Queen has a brand new skin in Rivals right now. And it's a good one, as I'd like to say, with Hellfire Protocol going to be repping right now, October 3rd, already out, available. If you guys, I don't know about you, gasses me up to play Rivals once I see these teams that do it, you know, and then I go in, Vicky, and I realize the talent gap of myself and them. But either way, you can rock this new skin.
Hey, at least you could do it in a fashionable way. You know what I say, Cozy, especially since I copped that Emma Frost skin frame 1. I am not going to let that thing pass me by, especially with a nice animated nameplate.
Listen, guys, 2.5 hours is what it took to get where we are right now. Wasn't a clean sweep, close to more, going the distance, but now we head into what is going to be our next matchup. We're going to take a quick break, and then we go into what is an awesome time of 100 Thieves and Terra leading the charge there of aggression versus Dark Zero, the team that lost and then never again. This team has been on fire. Don't go anywhere. After this quick break, we've got some more action for you.
Crush! Priceless! Feel peasants! Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Blink and open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise and open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, wishing across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tide.
What's going on, guys, and welcome back to our next grand final matchup here on our last day of the seeding stage of Marvel Rivals Ignite. Vicky, it's been a good one. Been such a fun days now going through all the carnage that has led to our last matchup here as well. It's 100 Thieves versus Dark Zero, an instant classic.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how this goes down because during my interview yesterday with Dogman and talking to Rymazing, he was basically talking about how he doesn't remember the last time he lost to 100 Thieves.
Yeah.
He's played him like 7 times and he's not expecting to lose out this time. But at the end, he did show his respect and understood that it is a new team. You know, he thinks it's going to be the best match to watch out for. So we're going to have to see if that energy carries over for today.
Yeah, very different players in Rymazing and Terra, but if there's one name I would say out of all the teams that you circle before the match and you look at, it's the heartbeat, it's the closer, it's the consistent, that is Terra, the terrifying as we like to call him. Can't ban him. The guy has been absolutely insane. I mean, they're even putting out tweets, Sentinels, when they played him. Can we just ban Terra instead of these heroes? Why not just ban him? They wish, but you can't. And that's what is the constant of 100 Thieves, always keeping them in it. Great roster to boot and a team that's been together for a long time. But on the other side, Dark Zero, guys, is a roster of all-stars. I'm not surprised at all that this team is here, taking the best of all teams, putting together this squad that know how to go far, from Sentinels, Rymazing, and Kurova of old, now on Dark Zero, winning the whole thing, to also people like Impunity and the rest just being great.
Yeah, why don't we take a look at that roster, right? You highlight exactly the different pieces looking at Dark Zero and the cohesion that they've had to build up throughout the course of this bracket, right? Fell down, you know, looking a little shaky, a bunch of question marks over what Dark Zero is going to bring out because they lost in their first series against Team Nemesis. Then they made a gauntlet run through that lower bracket, taking out their former teammates after the players you just mentioned from Sentinels to get exactly to where they're at right now.
And that's what shows why it's like, okay, the winner of the last grand final plays Nemesis, a team that 2-0'd a team in the grand final. I mean, it's the talent, it's who shows up that day, and Dark Zero looking to do that as they've been doing here as we look at the highlights. And, you know, you got Kurova here on Shark, Rymazing being in the air there, as you kind of typically have seen in these metas, but they play it at such a high level. These guys have been playing together for so long, Vicky. They know each other, what they're going to do before they do it.
That It's Jeff, by the way, Kurova had screenshotted it and posted it saying this was a nice munch, by the way. So he's been having a lot of fun kicking his feet, giggling onto the Jeff. So I'm also expecting the Jeff to maybe be another ban prioritization as we had seen in that last series. Kurova being one of the best strategists, if not literally just the embodiment of Adam. So you can only have so many bans as we take a look at more of these highlights.
Yeah, we've been talking about great duos all day. And listen, Delina and Terra, they're great, but Smash is such a great complement to what Rymazing does, because Rymazing's a very unique duelist in what he does, and so it's cool to see what that team has put together and adjusted with flexibility. They can flex to so much, and right now in this meta, I would say a lot of the key heroes out there complement what this team plays, so I expect them to perform today. But on the opposition, on the other side, Vicky, it's 100 Thieves. Now, here's the big difference. We've been talking about unity and these teams playing together, Kurova, Rymazing. Well, today we are taking a different look. Harvey, for the first time, he's not subbed out, or he's subbed out for Nuck, subbing in for this team. These guys have been playing together, going all the way back to console on other hero shooters. I mean, it's a new look here for the strategist front, which this team is accustomed to with them doing that exact thing in China.
Which I think is so interesting because we've seen Nuck perform beforehand on Shroud X, I believe it was, and now seeing him together with 100 Thieves, this was the most recent pickup, but was not utilized until today. So far, 100 Thieves throwing a wrench or maybe a change-up than what Dark Zero was expecting, and I'm wondering how Nuck is going to slot in versus like Harvey, who we usually see going Invisible Win, usually seeing going Loki. Maybe it is that Adam Warlock win condition that they want to lean into.
Absolutely. And again, as we highlighted, Terra is the guy that just changes the way that you plan and how you play. It's how do you stop him? And then step 2 is good luck. This guy has been doing it all on the Torch especially. We see the 2-1 they had against Sentinels. Now, they have been dropping games, but the games they've been winning, it's been like clear-cut confidence. 3-0, 1-0 there. Taking a little time to warm up, which you can't do here in the grand finals, but they have now best of 5 to steer the ship right.
Yeah, looking at these stats alone and having to look at, what this looks like for a best of 5 situation, something that 100 Thieves, feels pretty comfortable on. But the Human Torch was a problem that was not banned out, by the way, when they were facing off against Sentinels. And that's something else that Dark Zero has considered when doing their homework. Literally, all these highlights is the terror show when it comes to just igniting the floor.
Yeah, and the same as with the energy as we saw before. You can only ban so much, right? So the flexibility there is the key issue. You can't ban out the player, just the heroes. And when you have a flexibility so huge in the pool, it's just tough to stop it there. But looking across the board again, Vinny has just been such a consistent for this team, as well as TTK, the man, the myth, the legend. Love getting to know this guy in China, and just an insane player. We've talked about him obviously a ton with the controller use, but also this, I feel he's so young but so great, and his parents being there the entire time. They were great to get to know as well. I'm sure they're cheering on their son today. But for me, all eyes, I know that the tanks and the vanguards are going to perform. I know that the duelist and terror is going to show up with Delina. But for me, it's the strategist. What are we going to see out of Melina and Nuck, who's joining this new roster?
That's my question mark, right? It's just looking at how Nook is going to slot in here. Obviously, they know something that we don't. And every time we even talk to Terra, it's like no expression, just another day at work here. He's looking to keep this going as we get things started, as we look at our first map too, as we go on to Domination. And looking at the track record, obviously 100 Thieves having to play less of the games. Currently, their record on Domination is 2-1, whereas Dark Zero are 3-3 tied.
Absolutely, guys. The stage is set. We are here for our last grand final matchup of today to determine Group B and who gets the top seed now as we jump on in to the madness that is once again Celestial, Husk, Vicky. Always a good time on this map, starting with the pick ban phase. Emma was squeaking through dominations. Nope, not this time from Dark Zero, down and showing the respect to TTK.
TTK back in Emma jail, knowing the history here that we've had from TTK, even though he's just really flexible in a lot of vanguards, godlike Doctor Strange too, as a protect on the Magneto comes out for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, looking out what they're going to go game plan wise. Obviously, Nuck is new to this roster. He's played a lot of, we saw him on Raccoon and Loki back in the day when he was playing for Shroud X. I've seen this man play plenty before, but we're going to have to see how that role kind of subs into with this team. Great player, though. Very good player, and excited to see him back with another roster that this time can go the distance. Looking at more, I mean, look at the way these teams are zooming through the pick bans. It's the strategist show right now. Jeff being banned from Dark Zero, Kurova not going to have fun on the Shark. But man, Delina's been going off as Adam, Vicky. I thought they would try to target that.
Yeah, that's a very good point. And that's what 100 Thieves wants to lean into. That's why Nook may be coming into play here. We're going to have eyes on Nook, as you saw that beautiful picture lineup. And then there's just Nook being the Adam, actually. So looking at what this last band is going to be here from Dark Zero after they protect the focus on the strategist. It's the Luna Snow coming in next.
Yeah, looking at that, I mean, I'm sure they wanted to get rid of the Adam. But hey, got that good save at the very end. We actually saw that a ton from this team against even Sentinels here. As we get the lock-ins, right? Amazing going back to the sky. There's Smash to join. Good little roster and comp up there. Human Torch gone right off their way, and this is going to change things for the team. Let's see. Terra's going to go Star-Lord. Interesting. And Delina back on that Adam. So this is what they've been running. Millennia has been a great Jeff for this team as well, Vicky, and so they're comfortable with what they had. 100 Thieves have been kind of slow off the startup there in Domination in games past.
Yeah, we've seen Millennia really prioritize like that Mantis out here too, trying to enable the Torch, looking at the Ultron. But now as we have our bans laid out for us and then there is no Ultron in favor for 100 Thieves or the Mantis, having the Adam Warlock is going to be what they lean into, similarly to what we saw from our first series of the day in the first game. But then you look at Dark Zero protecting that Invisible Woman, protecting that Ultron as we get started with our last grand finals for the group stage here in Americas. It is Group Stage B. We saw the action play out in that Group Stage A here. Let's see if we go the distance this time around for our series of between Dark Zero and 100 Thieves.
Can the constant favorites win, or the new guys on the block get it done here now as they get all together? Going in aggressively and fast. 100 Thieves there with a cap and Shark. Love the lineup here. More of a defensive comp. I think Dark Zero. We're going to see who can get this point right away with Envy and FlyQuest. It was an absolute battle of points here. Look at that right off the bat. They get Terra eliminated and go for more to get rid of that resurrection. What a start, Vic.
Talk about prioritizing what the problem is here with 100 Thieves. And Delena's actually the one on the Adam Warlock. You talk about Nook having that rocket available, and you get that BRB too that can be used up as Dark Zero are looking to try to push in. And then Jeff isolation, you have to consider him too, with Vinny and Impunity having that Captain America.
Look at just moving one target to the other. The comms are out of control right now. And Amazing, he highlighted it yesterday. Terra, as terrifying as he is, has not been able to answer the call against Amazing and Kurova on other teams. And now they know exactly what it takes to shut down the constant fire. That is their best player now. Smash looking for the top ground, trying to find his assignment now as they get together, group up.
Amazing, beaming with confidence already, has the Ultron Rage available here to force 100 Thieves back from this choke, hugging closer to their spawn point here, while TTK falls at the hands of Madara, who choke slams him, punches him out of existence, and 100 Thieves still struggling to even find their footing this hard.
Yeah, holy stagger. I mean, this is what we keep seeing from 100 Thieves on Domination. They just come out flat, and, you know, we can't say anything against it because they keep winning after it here, but they got to get things rolling if they want to make this thing competitive on this part of Domination, 80% in climbing. If they're making Terra very uncomfortable, constantly pushing towards him, they have eyes and comms on him now as he's charging up, ready for Legendary. Smash can match, though. We'll see if they go aggressive. It's 100 Thieves to pop first there. Nuck throwing out the ult.
You need to keep up the aggression too with the 100 Thieves having these ultimates and having that C already. Here goes the It's Jeff. The Psionic Seduction we do the first as the Stalk comes out here up on the high ground to take what they need. As Millennia now is going to be able to go over to the other side with the Ultron in their mouth. See ya, Amazing.
Yeah, it gets one there. Rise not going to be able to escape. That was a great job from Millennia there, getting him some separation now. Vinny is going to be charging freedom now as they go and smash with the Legendary up. You're going to have the Magneto to counter TK, not getting the connection because of a great block there. Good job and shout out. Smash now trying to just keep the point contested and doing a good job, Vicky. 85 and climbing.
Exactly. They have not been able to flip this point. Talk about Madara's placement, too, with those Emma Frost shields. If there's one Vanguard you don't want to see Madara on, and it's going to be that Emma Frost, but they isolate them, and Amazing is coming up with that Ultron Rage, just forcing them back for now, trying to heal up the rest of the team as 100 Thieves finally find their footing back on this point.
There we go. That's what we expect, to get the rust off, knock it off, and now we're back here ready to go. And you know, it is important to say Dark Zero did get the extra bit of practice yesterday, right, Vicky? They got to play some games and get, you know, get things rolling momentum-wise for them. 100 Thieves taking a quick day to get this back together. Vinny now leading the charge and 10% in climbing. They're going to keep the aggression going. I like it.
Look at Delena, has that Karmic Revival ready to unleash, as well as the passive, it looks like, as Smash looking to wrap around on the other side. Having that Ronnie to build up into that Legendary, as Kurova also close to that invisible boundary. But before they start moving up, Smash trying to split more attention away from these Captain Americas here who are trying to peel for the backline.
Using environmental use to their benefit. Love to see how the pros do it now as Smash just trying to get constant poke damage, climbing up slowly. Kurova does have that invisible boundary ready to pop. They're going to have to recap. That's going to be the start to do it. Millennia, though, did give that value last time on Jeff. The baby shark has done so much thus far. We'll see if Thieves can do it again as Delena has the rest of the match.
Smash going out here first, and PDD had gotten down earlier than this, though. But with the 100 Thieves already nearing 60%, they're looking to flip the script. But Dark Zero have so much in the bank to recontest, and 100 Thieves have a lot of answers.
I just love to keep it entertaining now. 100 Thieves has every single ult on charge, ready to rock and roll. Has not slowed down since they got this cap back, and Terra knows it as he's throwing out the melees. Kurova and team setting back up. Look at all this. Is every cube about to be pressed. It's an explosion of colors. It's going to be the Infinity War we're waiting for here, Vic, as they try to recap.
Colors everywhere. You could call it a rave out here, too. Fireworks in the sky. It's the invisible boundary, though, called in first thanks to the hands of Velocity and the God of Mischief. Trying to force it back with Terra waiting out just temporarily with that Legendary. It's going to be meant to from the other side of Madara, having the Psionic Seduction, right? Amazing to keep them alive. Beautiful! From the Psionic Seduction to go into Diamond form and to get that choke slam here, as now the Freedom Charge from Vinny rings out. They got to keep Delena alive. Overtime ticking away, but it's in favor for 100 Thieves.
Absolute disrespectful, acting like Star-Lord's her son there, and Terra getting one, making two. But Madara getting TTK down, but it's 100 Thieves gonna throw away the key as they lock down point number one. That is why it's like you can never ever judge the scoreboard with this team. I swear, Vic.
Or like that first pickoff, right? We saw Terra like go down before the game even fully started is what it looked like. And the fact that they're able to turn things around, the ult economy that they were able to shift through too, even better. And they didn't even have to use everything too, right? Millennia still has that It's Jeff.
Constant ice in the veins. Gotta say, Nuck has just adjusted perfectly into this comp as well. Look at that highest healing right now of the scoreboard. That's what you want to see there from your sub in TTK. And Vinny doing what they do. Vinny having a tremendous game. Vinny typically struggled here in domination early, and that has been the big difference now as Dark Zero looks to reset, and they're going to change some things up here. I love it, going to the Namor and hope for some more backbone of the team.
Something that we know they can run. One of the many layers of their own onion that they could peel through. As you can see, Terra was popping off. What was that? 12-1 thus far, just going down that one time that we saw. But it's going to take a lot more than that as they continuously roll out with that Adam Warlock too. Dark Zero, Velocity being in that Loki, coming in clutch and copying Korova earlier on too with that invisible boundary.
Alrighty, looking at the comps they're going with here. Like the triple strategist front here from Dark Zero. The Loki, good play, good hit here now as they're trying to rotate. Don't want to give a early cap. Seen a lot of aggression here, right, Mason? Get the squids out and the pressure on now. Millennia, though, can't get an absolute game-changing point-clinching ult if done correctly now. Nothing to match it from Dark Zero for the instant deletion of the baby shark now as Right Mason just continues to poke with the Tritons, but he's out of there. Terra finds him.
Terra isolating him, causing the problem here, trying to prevent Dark Zero from finding their footing, and with 100 Thieves having Millennia and being able to capture the Emma Frost. Hasta la vista, says Millennia to Madara as he sends him over to the top, but he doesn't get far enough. Madara survives, but at least he distracted him to allow 100 Thieves to be able to replant their feet on the point to claim it first.
Yeah, that point cap was everything for them, as we know now. 100 Thieves, Terra, the legend, has legendary now impunity. Just looking to get that ult charged up, and Dark Zero's got to reset once again. It just took very little for them to get this back, and it started with that pick from Terra, taking down Right Mason, Vicky.
Now looking at the ult economy that we have on our hands here, Cozy, TTK with that Meteor and with Smash taking to the skies, it would be a crazy dunk if we could see it happen side by side. Impunity too, with the reset having that World Breaker. As you can see, Terra holding on to that Legendary.
All right, Terra's talking his prayer, going against Smash. What a great counter that is, and Star-Lord to try to get that done. They're going out and attacking immediately the Emma Frost and putting the pressure on. Right, Mason does have Giganto. He's going to open up the seas, but first the skies. It's Legendary coming down. Good invisible boundary keeping things going here. Korova summoning it, but no, Korova's out of this thing at the hands of TTK, and now it's the next Terra going for more, and 100 Thieves is cooking.
With the Meteor slamming down in the middle of that invisible boundary, the bread and butter counter right there as TTK, it's rare to see him miss, and that was him turning the tides to allow 100 Thieves to keep pushing this aggression, nearing already 70%, Cozy.
I mean, it's just, they barely need to practice this. Just instinct, trust from one another, consistency of play. You'll love to see it. Now, Right Mason's got to get used to this Giganto. They have not even been able to set a battle up here in this matchup now, trying to get things rolling. Terra spinning to win once again, pushing forward. We'll see if Dark Zero tries to set up a combo they're looking for, and it starts with Impunity and the Gamma God.
Start off the engagement here too with Velocity having that Eternal Bond smashed with the Extermination here, but 100 Thieves nearing 100%. They have to recontest right now as Dark Zero, they move up. 100 Thieves have to contest here to stop for as long as possible. Overtime now coming away as Dark Zero have the number advantage, not using up everything in the arsenal, but they look up and they hear the Born Again as Delena brings everybody back and Terra rings out with the Legendary.
Yeah, once again, that's been their song and dance. You get rid of the whole team, and back is Delena doing his job best, and there it is yet again. It's Jeff. Here comes another whale, though. The Ocean fighting the Ocean. Delena, TTK, smash down. This is 100 Thieves all the way, Vic.
Millennia following up from the dive between Vinny and Terra to add. It's so much damage output, and just as quickly as Dark Zero thought they could flip it, it flips right back around in favor for 100 Thieves as Dark Zero desperately trying to pull it in.
That Right Amazing for the force swap. Don't see him on Vanguard much, but the only play that they can do right now, they saw a million ways to win, and this might be it. TTK now pushing forward for more, has that Meteor on the sticks, ready to rock and roll. Might as well use it at time calls. Right, Amazing pops with the wizard, takes down Terra. Here comes the meteor, the slam dunk, and the finish by Velocity.
Velocity tried to move up with the Atom, but you won't build up into that Karmic Revival here as Smash follows up to get Nook. And now 100 Thieves out in numbers as Dark Zero try to reclaim the point, but the stall is coming out and overtime was so low. At least Dark Zero do it with their backs against the wall.
I'm telling you, Doctor Strange saw one way to win. Maybe it's Amazing Portal and back 92 and climbing. Impunity, it is now 22 and climbing, but they've got their work cut out, Vic, if they're going to even squeeze out a map here.
You have to really be careful with the way that they rotate through these ultimates too coming up and then focus down on Delena. But the same thing for 100 Thieves, managing to look out for Velocity as it's the extermination Velocity, if anything. Looking out for that, baby Sharks. Claiming Millennia here. Madara's going to be able to get that drop kick onto TTK. And it's going to have to be another reset for 100 Thieves.
Terra had 1 health left. Smash smelt it, but he instead got 2 and will settle for it now as we look down the alley in the valley. They're going to be taking the main front pass. Smash getting more, 25%. And charging. Amazing on the Strange. We're going to see another Agamotto come from him. Love to switch up for the portal and the consistency here as now they're on this triple Vanguard front. Not one duelist to Dark Zero right now, but will they even need it? They've got the point cap. Surely 99.99's in our sight. Here comes the Amazing. He gets 2 knocked down. Then Delena and Terra now is trying to get the difference.
But Delena has the passive though, so you could come right back around. Oh, it doesn't pull off. He's unable to pull it off as Dark Zero are able to still force back 100 Thieves before 100 Thieves try to re-engage. So they peel back. They know the timings of the essence as they want to try to re-engage here.
Yo, Ryan can just swap to whatever and get it done. What a way to get things rolling. But 100 Thieves now has everything. Delena has res this team time and time again. Dark Zero has to find him. Velocity can match it, though. It's going to be Marvel Zombies out here as we see Terra as the Punisher. My gosh, what a skin. Vinny pushing forward. The aggression already on the strategist, forcing the peel. Looking invisible boundary up. Kurova and Smash go together, though, Vic.
Terra coming out of the beach, fresh and loaded here as he finds Impunity next. Smash gets a trade and find TTK, but with Nook being here to collect the dead, he brings him right back around. Velocity to match that with the resurrection. Dark Zero trying to push this fight to the very end, but it's going to be 100 Thieves that have that damage to us, that have the sustain. TTK, Meteor M, it comes up, looking for one of the strategists here first as Madara trying to punch their way in that diamond form, but a beautiful block coming out from Amazing.
Great Mystic protection there from Amazing, but the big thing is Velocity did the res. Delena has his still. They're going to have to play near perfect to win this thing. Amazing, you can see the portal is back to play, though. Even if they get eliminated, when does Amazing fall? It can't be lasted. Right now, it's looking like it. 3 left on the point. Madara down as well. It's going to be Impunity. Amazing, they need him to survive in time for the portal and the swap. It's going to be rough, but Kurova going.
Oh, the fact that Impunity was trying to live for as long as possible. Kurova has the portal. They want to try to portal in, and he comes out right in time before overtime ticks away.
What a quick swap. You gotta love that. Kurova switch going to Strange. He has to come back from the respawn. This is what you love to see. Delena still hanging on to that res, though, but Amazing on the Atom now. Gonna try to get the res of his own. Smash pushing down, getting more. They've got to find the key target, though. None of this matters. Delena's the key here as Vinny is just punching down Emma's throat right now.
With that freedom charge, you just disrupt Punisher being on that turret, too. Eternal Bond to match that of Nook, who, by the way, is being able to get these CS so quickly. And now here comes Millennia with the It's Jeff. Who's going to be able to be here as the contention comes out to scoop up at least one, and he misses out on the Venom, misses on Impunity. Ooh, beautiful. Emma fresh shield again. I do not know how Madara is so consistent with those as we see a trade between Terra and Smash.
Interesting. He tried to go for Impunity, who's kind of the harder one to get rid of, but instead, he could have gone for the Atom, but no, now it's going to be them going for Kurova. Terra gets 1, gets 2, it's 3 now. They get them all, and just like that, my goodness. Oh, boy, that's rough. That's huge. They had the res and all. Oh, no.
I mean, that's unfortunate. It was still doable there, but 100 Thieves. 100 Thieves. They'll walk away with that. We take those, and they take the second round after they already took the first round, even in a dominating fashion, to take game number 1.
Call it a slow burn, but they just needed the quick ignite there to fire it out. And my gosh, what a pose, what a win. 100 Thieves getting the first game on Dark Zero, and that was a good one, Vic. 32-3. And I'm pretty sure all of those came on the first map. I think one fell there at the end, but either way, what a job for their team pulling it together.
Yeah, making the swaps that they needed to, right? Between Doctor Strange portal to Doctor Strange portal to contest, they flipped the point once again, but it's another situation where even if they do not get the point first, and we see that first fight go in favor for Dark Zero, 100 Thieves, the way that they were able to reset, notice how when they lost that first player before that second to last fight, instead of fully engaging, they back away to make sure they re-engage as a unit to start off that second to last fight.
Yeah, listen, I mean, practically for half that second map, Dark Zero is playing roles that they don't play. They had to just adjust a touch, and then they ended up flipping that thing and almost turning it around. So got to give hats off to the effort there, but it was the shaky start on map 2 for Dark Zero that didn't get that rolling, and Terra, who just can't be stopped, as we've talked about before. This is going to be a good series, but 100 Thieves looking pretty confident right now, and Nuck has just fit in perfectly.
Yeah, it was an elongated fight at the very end here, too. Even when we saw that swap up from Terra, Delena still holding on to that Adam Warlock ultimate, too, at the very end. Impunity trying to stall for as long as possible, but it was even crazier to see Crow was still able to bring back the rest of the team right when they were contesting at the end.
Absolutely, and as we take a look at our MVP of the match, and would you guess, would you be surprised? It's Terra once again, 32-3. We talked about him opening up the match, and it's, yeah, the gas up is real. I mean, look at what he does to keep this team in it time and time again. You can't game plan against them. You just have to try to survive. Terra, MVP in our first map there, Vicky, but we are in for a good one as now Dark Zero is going to be picking the map.
And using the best Punisher skin, by the way. Beach Bum Punisher coming out to play with his water guns as well. Wondering what that second game map is going to look like here, because 100 Thieves taking game number 1 on domination, and the way that they're able to re-engage and reset off those fights looked clean.
Vic, do we think Terra's playing like this? Like playing down here, just kind of
like
hanging out? Just I mean, that's how he interviews, so maybe he's just doing the job like that as well. I've seen this team, though, in person. They celebrate, they clap, they cheer, they get ready, but play cool. I get it, but either way, it's cool to watch this team perform once again.
Yeah, it's been crazy. We have to see how that's going to play out in the next game, Cozy.
Yeah, guys, so don't go anywhere. We're going to go to our next match here in just a moment. You know, get some pizza, maybe some water, reset. We'll be back in just a moment.
keeping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight like the sun.
Hello guys and welcome back as the sun sets on season 4 in our grouping stage. We're here, Sunday Night Rivals. Vicky, we got another good 100 Thieves versus Dark Zero, and it's all been about the anchor, the ace. When things get messy, he can make sense of it. It's Tara once again doing what he does best.
Yeah, I love it. You hear the Born again and then nobody on the point right there too, right? So you just go in and it's the 100 Terror show. Who will win, 100 Terrors or one Gorilla, I guess? But we'll find out at the end of the series here if it's gonna... You know what? Trude. Especially if there's no pick and ban phase here, you get to play everybody. Would be scary. Scary Terry or Scary Terra. As we go on to our second map, Cozy, it's going to be Central Park. And this is interesting too, because obviously Dark Zero take 100 Thieves here, because 100 Thieves, their weakest game mode is actually Convergence. They're currently 1 and 2 on Convergence, but they have yet to play on Central Park. That's all come down to Hall of Jalia. So Dark Zero, on the other hand though, they're 3-0 on Convergence, and they're currently 2-0 on Central Park.
Interesting there. Yeah, they're definitely gonna make a difference as history does find a way to repeat itself here. And again, looking towards it, guys, remember the winner of this map gets to play, of this match gets to play Dreamland next week. The loser will be playing Rad, who has been excellent this tournament. So either way, the stage is set for them. Ready to go here as we go into the pick and ban yet again. It's going to be TTK not getting Emma Frost, as he hasn't had all tournament. You can't let the man get it, and on this game mode, as we've alluded to. And okay, there we go. We see the Jeff ban instantly there from 100 Thieves.
Looking next, though, to protect the Magneto this time around. I mean, they did it last game, too, actually. It was a protection on the Magneto and the Adam Warlock, whereas now on the opposite side, no Mantis, no Emma Frost here. They're trying to focus target that as Dark Zero go on to the next ban phase. But pinpointing the issue here, if you're going to really rely on that Adam Warlock here, again, wondering if that's going to really pass off, considering that's this Convergence. You don't usually get to see it as often. You usually get to see that triple Vanguard, triple Strategist.
Yeah, they've been playing Ultron always on Smash. They want Smash to have the Ultron there, and then they let Kurova do the Atom. But the problem is with that, when you have the Luna team up gone, that kind of slows things down a tad. That save is going to go to Invisible Woman. So obviously they're going to say, ban Adam if you want to. You can use it there. Probably will. But now they do have that available. Oh, okay.
They don't ban the Atom.
Okay. I mean, yeah, listen, I think they're comfortable. They're comfortable. They're comfortable with what they have. Terra, though, does get to lock in Human Torch. That is... Oh boy, that's going to be rough, especially because they do have the team up there. Millennia is going to be able to play Invisible Woman to boot. Nuck over there on Luna. This is looking like a stacked team for 100 Thieves. On the inverse, though, Kurova on Adam is the difference. Whenever we saw them play before, Kurova had on this, I think, map alone, like 10 plus final hits, nearly the top there with Rye Amazing. So this man can put it on his back when it comes to the Golden Gun.
It was literally on Central Park where we also saw his Jeff shenanigans, and because Jeff is banned against him, he won't be able to utilize that, right? He's got to lean into the Adam Warlock, as I always imagine Kurova just being the embodiment of Adam Warlock, as we take our trip over to Central Park, our next map here on Convergence, though. But looking at the pick and ban phase already, looking at the adjustments here, Cozy, I like what we're seeing. The Adam protect, the Magneto protect from 100 Thieves, the Ultron too, that comes out really strong, as 100 Thieves won't be able to lean into that Ultron.
Yeah, we know Smash is comfortable on the Ultron when he needs to be, but now Rye Amazing also playing and answering the call as well. Love the Star-Lord pick. Kurova to follow. Guardians of the Galaxy trying to get it done for Dark Zero. 100 Thieves, though. Vinny, long ago, he was easily the Groot GOAT. Still is. Man's got it, and he's comfortable on the tree. TTK's got Mag, where it all started here for 100 Thieves, but with Nuck being in there instead of Harvey.
It's been interesting because we know Nux Hero Pool 2 has that Luna, Rocket, Loki, obviously. It's been working out. Nice freeze onto Impunity, as we were just highlighting the Luna Snow, with Terra getting taken out first, though. Looking at the way that Dark Zero are playing so aggressively, they're already walking up for free onto this point, while the Beyblade let it rip as he spins to win, and Madara is able to still claim even more heads. They fall so quick. It's not a speed run here. This forces out Terra to try to portal in, and with the pushback, they literally just sped run getting this payload moving.
I mean, that looked how it looked last time. Terra going down immediately, but this time it's Dark Zero with the quick answer, and they used the portal. What a way to kind of shake off what just happened in domination and get this thing rolling for the team. They're going to get the stagger on TTK as well, Vicky. They're going to get this thing at least up to the hill point. They got 5 minutes.
Dude, what are these staggers right now? This is crazy. Just free real estate. In this economy, we'll take it here if you're Dark Zero. And right, Mazing's got the extermination. Korova already with that resurrection here, too. All economies already looking stacked, honestly, from both sides. As long as Sarah gets to stay alive, Deleta's going to be able to have a reset here on the Phoenix. As the extermination's the first one to ring out. Millennia's going to meet that with the invisible boundary.
Age of Prime Amazing begins, throws down the pressure constantly. It's going to be Impunity who's going to see the spawn room, but there it is. Korova bringing back everybody here. Smash enters the mixtape and puts out the pistols. As now we've got Delena looking for more of the Phoenix. Korova going to be bringing back Madara as Terra got an elimination, and it's now that going to match, but the seduction stops him, Vic.
Oh my, beautiful placement on the side of the seduction, and then Korova is just farming, hitting Millennia. Terra, 100 Thieves, the whole team right now literally cannot even play the game.
I mean, insanity. I mean, honestly, this team is completely locked in this time around. That's what happens. And there's things happening with Korova on Adam that we're not even seeing on the Elim feed, right, Vicky? Just the constant reset of feeling that he can get accomplished for the team as they just boom to point two. 5 minutes, 37 seconds. We saw what Envy and FlyQuest had to do to even get that far, Vicky. What a start.
It was the way that they would prevent these stalls from happening to reset, reposition, something that usually 100 Thieves is very good at. We noted it in that last map, but right now, it's been so much damage output now. You have the freedom charge to allow the rest of the team to hold up. Vinny's going to try to put them into position, but you got to look at your backline here as Nook is vulnerable. Smash moves up on the Star-Lord, needs help with the peel. Korova's forced to use up this passive, and Amazing being on the Ultron, keeping everybody grouped together after using the extermination.
And they're just snowballing what is an avalanche of ult economy right now. Smash is almost right back into it. Impunities can be feasting on it once again. TTK slows things down, but Korova, tick, is born again. But no, he's out of this. Okay, TTK, time to limb, or is it going to be top tier kid? He does it again.
Born again or spawn again. He's got to find himself coming right back around as we have the Star-Lord v Star-Lord matchup. Battle of the Peter Quills here coming in from the high ground as Terra does have that legendary. And as you already mentioned here, Cozy, Korova coming back and now has the passive as well as that Karmic Revival.
Ooh, velocity going down as well. So now the staggers leaning on to Dark Zero. 4 minutes 22. It's going to be Korova who's going to open up the aggression now. Again and again, he does it now with Terra. Getting another limb, but it's going to be Korova bringing them back. They can afford to be aggressive, and Terra will say, fine, let me feast, let me eat, as he chases down his opposition. Smash just trying to get away from the terrifying.
But the way this res came out now has just allowed the rest of Dark Zero to regroup. They're trying to capitalize off of all this extra time they have, and with the Legendary and TTK getting that first pick, Madara won't have that Psionic Seduction to combat this.
37 health, and he still tries to go in and be aggressive. What a response. So just already 2 minutes wiped from the clock, Vicky, and they needed to do that. Still an eternity to go. But right now, not only are they looking solid on this third point, but also still plenty in the tank. Delena's going to have that res that they need it. Millennia can try to keep things sustained, but Dark Zero does have the ammunition to cap this point.
Dude, I love this game. Look at this momentum shift. Just going from speedrunning to finally restabilizing here, just so that way they can stop this fight here from Dark Zero. But Smash having that legendary, it's going to be met with Millennia holding onto that invisible boundary, but Delena out of the safety gets called up, but also the follow from Impunity with the Feast of the Abyss to tether right onto them to prevent them from resetting.
Yeah, this time they finally found him first, and that time it's huge as he's forced to face the spawn room and the long walk back. Vinny gets a nice trade on velocity, but Impunity is smiling the symbiote as the scoreboard is lighting up. Madara now also getting the pick. It's the Vanguards getting it done as they lead the charge. Right, Amazing has extermination. We've got the seduction as well that they might hang on to counter Terra. We'll see as there's 2 minutes 43 seconds getting through the toughest part of the map.
One of my favorite chokes out here, too, while they try to walk it like a dog as Dark Zero now have Amazing and Madara with those two ultimates. Madara may want to hold on to this to look for Terra up in the sky once he has that legendary, and actually just uses it first to combat that with the wombo combo that is Amazing and the extermination. But the way that 100 Thieves move back, get out of the line of sight to then re-engage right afterwards just completely nullifies it.
Look at the way Delina's playing, the positioning. It's going to be getting pokes when you can, but also the res when able. It's Vinny now with yet another huge pick. He's been feasting on velocity, and it's going to be yet again Impunity finding Delina. TTK for the trade, and it's Kurova with the res. Resetting progress. Born again, more like win again. He continues to do it.
And Delina may be able to do something exactly similar, though, but it's all up to Terra to start things off first to get that initial pick, and he does it with Smash, trying to move up into the backline to harass the strategist, and Impunity managing to back away. Has a piece of the Abyss coming up soon, and with Velocity having that invisible boundary, you have to look out. It is Kurova, though, on the other side of that big meatball from TTK.
Back and forth here. Kurova has that pass to Delina. Going to res everybody up. Allow the aggression to pursue now. Terra coming back. The zombie most terrifying as Rymazing pops the extermination. Getting more pressure pushing. Forcing the team back here. Good follow-up from everybody now. Trying to find a target. Not much from it here as the legendary pops. This time it's Smash. Trading again and can't find anything.
And doesn't want to overextend, too, going into the invisible boundary. Good placement, just hugging onto the ceiling right there, even when he got pulled in by the invisible woman. Sonic Seduction, the Freedom Charge, it's paving the road right now just to let him move up. Amara has other plans, wants to get the choke slam before he jumps right back away, and he does manage to get away in time just temporarily before Impunity also in that backline follows up with the Feast of the Abyss.
How is he alive? Just constantly pressuring them as Terra now is trying to say, fine, I'll handle it myself. Like the Thanos he is, gets one, going for two. Impunity escaping, but not for long. Here comes the Born Again, just in time. It's going to be Kurova bringing them back. There you go. That's how you keep this thing rolling, but 30 seconds left. 5 minutes of race. What a hold so far.
Well, nice work here to claim these KOs. It'd be a shame if Kurova could just stay alive the entire time and bring everybody back as they shut down Terra, and Dark Zero now have all the numbers in their advantage. But here comes Elena, the MVP, to bring them right back around with their own Karmic Revival.
Once again, it's the Born Again now as teams continue to face off. Now it's Nuck trying to keep his team rolling through it to match. Velocity does have that ult. Vinny has found Velocity time and time again. Smash has the legendary to reset. Madara now going to do the seduction, getting all eyes on him. He wants it as the seduction continues now. Smash popping up. Impunity with the feast. Can they get something out of it? Yes, sir. That's two, Vicky.
Strategist off the table, and Vinny's one shot. There's nobody left here from 100 Thieves to stop Dark Zero, and with the invisible boundary used up in the last second as it doesn't carry over, Dark Zero take the payload to the finish line.
I mean, just a 6-man orchestra with 0 missed notes. Vicky, that was still an insane hold. Can I just say, that could have been a 3-minute left situation, which is pretty much a loss of the map. Instead, they at least hold that thing down to the full time. I mean, you got to give him credit there, all in the last point. But either way, Dark Zero did what they needed to do and get the 3.
Right? Like, what was it when we started off after checkpoint 2? Like 4 minutes or so? Like, they had the most insane time bank. And the fact that 100 Thieves brought them down to 0 in overtime was impressive. It's very hard, in my opinion, to really get the payload to the finish line on this map too. But they did it, and even though they have no time left, all eyes to see how 100 Thieves pursue this on the attack. As we take a look at the stats thus far, Terra, 10 final hits here, 18 and 6 alongside that of TTK, while Millennia has been popping off here on the Invisible Woman, 17,000 healing output, 17 and 4.
Yeah, Smash doing a good job surviving too. Just 19 and 2. I mean, that's what you need. That's what's going to get you the win there. Rymazing continuing to feast as he does. 12k damage, 18k healing to boot. I mean, that is just such a crazy stat line here. But Delina answering the call to what is Kurova, typically the Golden God, Golden Goat himself. Once again, we see the squirrels hanging out. Good viewer cam here. The gates open up. Vicky, let's see if 100 Thieves can respond.
See, we're already starting off the gates. Millennia popping off and boosting up into that invisible boundary already. Adam Warlock from Delina still sticking to the game plan here. But it's all eyes with Smash being on that Bucky. It's going to be a difference maker to also help heal for Kurova and to stop these diving pests from trying to overextend, specifically out of Terra with the Bucky.
Yeah, nice aggression here as Delina's just going right in, trying to get something rolling, and he finds it. Velocity, once again, that first to fall, but Delina does get the exchange as well. The passive's there. He rises again. Rymazing gets Vinny, though, and this is a good defensive stop so far from Dark Zero.
Trying to isolate and find out where that Adam Warlock is, right? Where Terra having that Magneto bubble to protect them and TTK to follow up. TTK is still finding these elims, but Madara going out first allows him to portal in just as quick. A beautiful freeze, by the way, following up right afterwards at the hands of Nook, while you currently have the Beyblade spin around from Terra before he gets shut down. Thanks to Amazing having that elimination too.
I mean, Delena using both pops of the Insecure there from Adam Warlock, and it wasn't enough to keep Terra the Terrifying alive. Smash with another elim. And right now, 100 Thieves has 2 minutes, 45 seconds. What a return and callback here from Dark Zero. We saw this yesterday. They lost the first match to Sentinels, Vicky, and they came back, won the whole thing. We'll see if they can do it again here. 97 and climbing. Res up for Delena first.
Up to the sky, Terra with the legendary is forcing out that invisible boundary from Velocity. Something Smash has to consider with Kurova also having that resurrection coming up shortly. And Impunity and Madara with the Eye of Agamotto and the group hug can impale them to allow Smash to hold forward with the bread and butter.
Continues to show patience. Terra showing why he's great here, as now we have the show on from Nook. The aggression to follow here. Millennia getting smashed out of that. Vicky is definitely going to open the doors here and give them the opportunity, but look at this, just hanging out. Smash just gonna let go of the controller for a second here, and it's Terra and Francis. Kurova brings them all back.
Millennia is cracked, by the way. Like, to be able to have this output with the Invisible Woman, the proper pull in too to follow up, but they have to deal with the reses from Kurova, the freeze onto Impunity to follow up. But Velocity is about to have that re-sustain with the invisible boundary, and it's gonna combat that of the legendary from Terra. It's activated right now, and now Smash can move all the way up with the Armed and Dangerous.
Oh, but Velocity gets a pick on TTK. That's huge after the quick shield protects Terra from the claw. Now Delena bringing back. Kurova gets Vinny out, but he's going to be able to keep this thing rolling. And just like that, once again, 100 Thieves is back in this thing. Smash has to try to get this thing rolling for his team. If you look at Ult Economy, Impunity's close, Madara to follow, and Amazing to boot. They've got what it takes for the sustain, Vic.
That CC stun is what they like, as they use a strangling prison first. Delena navigating around the pillars to get out of the line of sight. Eye of Agamotto, though, but the invisible boundary called right on time as Millennia saves the team. But they use the double ult, though, as something to consider, as Nook also used up the fate of both worlds.
Yeah, here we go. Meteor M up, down, slams, no connection. TTK now forced to push back, and there's the grid wall. Nowhere to go. Impunity, huge there with the close off the door. Delena trying to get some protection for the team. Vic climbing up. Right now, Kurova Smash, though, I mean, this is going to be an insane effort from 100 Thieves to do the impossible.
They have to, but this is how you start things off. But you have to find Kurova first. That has to be the isolation, as he's got that Karmic Revival. You've used up the Legendary already. It's up to Delena to also stay alive here if he hasn't used up that passive already. And the Born Again, as it sings here on the arena, down to less than 15 seconds on the clock here. Vinny has that Freedom Charge to have all the sustain as well as the stalk here. But they have to deal with this as Velocity gets taken out with no invisible boundary.
Sue for Sue, right? Amazing now with the extermination pushing through, but stuck inside. Age of Amazing trying to break out of this thing, but right now it's TTK with the magic. Terra gets 2. Blink and you miss the impossible. It's 100 Thieves right back in it. Would you not be surprised? I mean, just absolute clutch in the veins once again.
I'm pretty sure Kurova's ultimate got interrupted right there too, because he used the Born Again right when Velocity was right next to him, and Velocity did not come back. So wondering over there if Kurova had maybe gotten pushed or something, looking on the other side of 100 Thieves. But you know, with 100 Thieves right now in the driver's seat, now they're going to be able to push all the way up before Dark Zero tries to reach around this next corner.
Right now, teams pushing through. 5 minutes is what Dark Zero had. 2 minutes, little less than that, Vic, but they've got the ammunition here. It starts with the mixtape on and the vibes out. It's going to be Terra looking from behind, but both invisible boundaries up. Roman Coliseum's keeping teams alive now as Smash pushes back with the team. Good rotation here from Dark Zero as they're trying to avoid the Terrifying.
Looking at Kurova too here as Smash moves all the way up together to help follow up with Impunity, as now the Born Again also comes out from Delena. Nook to keep them alive with that fate of both worlds, but this is going to be the go button to move up. They could afford it for now because Nook is going to be able to come right back around thanks to Delena, but TTK doesn't have that same look as it was used a little earlier.
Yes, the Vanguard's getting it done here as Kurova and Amazing are set to go with the ult. Now Vinny, though, pushing back, knows exactly what that strategy is, and bam, just like that, he can't do it all day. Vinny's out of this thing, but it continues, though, to get trades, but Amazing will get the last laugh as now 100 Thieves are going to reset.
Only 60 seconds left.
Delena has that passive. You see him rushing right in front of the Ammo Frost's face. He gets away with it for now. Has the rest of the team to help peel for him. Terra's got that legendary as it flies up to the top. He utilizes it with Delena getting that opening pick first onto Rymazing. But with Korova having that Karmic Revival, Rymazing comes back and has that Ultron Rage ready to go. Velocity had the invisible barrier here to bring everybody up to health. And now with the legendary from Smash, they can try to enable him.
Only one legend can come from this grand final. Is it Smash or is it Terra? TTK goes down on the counter. Now pushing forward. Great. Millennia going to be popping that for his team, keeping them alive. It's the extermination. Rymazing trying to get this thing going now. Pushing forward. Vinny on the Groot now backing rotation. Modern now making that pressure even more. The seduction is up. Trying to find the tree. And it's a game of peekaboo. He finds Vinny and the team.
A wonder here, maybe trying to collect some magic logs with the way those walls came up here. Now having to back away, boost up more damage off that Ammo Frost beam. Impunity goes out earlier on in overtime, taking away 100 Thieves, desperately trying to clear this space without giving up the point thus far.
Here we go. Groot is ready. Roots don't lie. Neither does the Olympian. He's going in. He's got the prison to throw. Good patience here from now. Throws it out. Gets something, but not what he wants now. Forced to push back a tad as Delena staying alive in this thing. Has the ult. Rymazing knows it. He's finding him. Hide and seek. And the rotation is there. Impunity to follow. And just like that, Korova goes out.
But he has the passive. He can come right back around now, flip this fight entirely. Born Again can ring up, but they're waiting just temporarily with overtime still ticking away. They're waiting for Delena's Karmic Revival to finish. It does finish here, and Millennia still has an invisible boundary here. Here it comes to try to combat that. It was held specifically for that legendary, and Korova brings everybody back. You think Terra's got it until Korova is allowed to play Adam Warlock.
Oh my goodness, he's turning the wipe into a win, folks. He does it again. It is Korova on Adam Warlock. The screen is melting. The pressure is high. Here comes the Agamotto out. Two stuns, Velocity. Rymazing. Delena gets the pick. TTK pushing forward. The slivers. 0.4 seconds, Vicky.
Dude, the way he just flew up there and shimmy shaded his way to get that double Eye of Agamotto was actually game-saving right there. He harassed both the Invisible Woman and another player. I believe it was Rymazing right there. That was incredible, Eye of Agamotto, and they cleared the point with no time.
As me mixing up seconds and meters there as he types a quick something in the chat. You can see as the gate opens. Love to see it. What a clutch play. Minute and 12 seconds. Hey, listen, they had 5 minutes on the other side, but momentum's riding high as 100 Thieves has Vinny's imprisonment into Nuck's safety. Terra with the legendary. They're going to need to ride on him here to finish this thing out.
Dark Zero, man, they were on some crazy hold right here, and now looking at Smash being on the Bucky, looking to get these resets is going to be the key, but Vinny could shut him down as a legendary comes out first from Terra. Rymazing's going to meet him up in the sky, though, with the extermination, and Velocity doesn't have to use up that invisible boundary until this moment as Vinny groups them all together. Velocity with the timing on making sure everybody's healed up to date.
Yeah, preventing a sure instant wipe here. Here is the Kraken in back. What a push off. No, but he somehow gets out of that. What is the Groot flying? Trees are supposed to be grounded now, pushing for more. Kraken impact reset, ready to go. Born Again, ready again. Goes Delena again, turning the win to the wipe. We'll see here. Wipe to a win, gets another hit. Terra with 1-2 down. Are you kidding me?
Dude, but Korova, the Adam Warlock incarnate, brings them back. Millennia follows up on Velocity, but it's all for nothing when that res is still active. Overtime now taking away, but this is going to be a long fight here, Cozy, as Nook has the fate of both worlds.
Going into Velocity, they got to
be a long fight here, Cozy, as Nook has the fate of both worlds.
Going into Velocity, they got to keep them alive too to keep the sustain rolling. Smash almost back up yet again for it, but Terra is going to once again be the terrifying, pushing and spinning the win. Is going to survive this. Back into his team, Soul Bond ready. Rymazing continues to push forward. Velocity's got the ult out, keeping their team alive, and Vinny's back, ready for the group up, Groot hug. We'll see if he can land it.
Oh, trying to slow down everybody. The Groot hug though gets blocked out. The group walls, the way they were able to peel away. Dark Zero's positioning, impeccable at calling that out. They knew he was trying to fish for it. At TTK has the Eye of Agamotto. He comes up, only finds Impunity. And with Madara going down, that just leaves Impunity up to be alive here. Rymazing got the extermination. It's got to be used to heal everybody here because it's desperate as Korova has the res again.
The wipe into a win once more. Execute. Oh my goodness. Extermination out. Impunity now has the group wall, but it's not enough to slow them down. They are absolutely fine. Smash with the 3. Holy hell.
No way! No way! With the slam down, they shut him down, but the Born again is too late.
I'm gonna pass out. Oh my god.
Dude, Korova with the... I'm so sorry. I can't. You let Korova get away with the... And they couldn't isolate him, too. Like, his placement, the way that everyone was aware of where Korova's positioning is, the peeling, too, just... That was cinema. That was cinema. Beautiful Marvel Rivals gameplay.
Insane. I mean, what just happened? I mean, they got Impunity out of there, who had the imprisonment, comes back alive, throws it out like an absolute photo finish. We say it all the time. Kevin Feige couldn't script it better. 12 he limbs on Smash, 15 awry. Vic, what just happened? This thing's 1-1.
I'll tell you right now what just happened. They just let Korova have his main character. they let... I mean, not that Delena is bad. We obviously know Delena has a crazy flexible hero pool. He frags out with Adam, but then you have to imagine on the Adam v Adam matchup, this is Korova, right? This is literally Korova's hero, and now the follow... And Smash also just went absolutely insane. Right, amazing being the MVP, by the way. Look at that damage output that we just saw on the screen as Ultron.
Yeah, I love the swap up there to Bucky. That was a huge play there to close things out. And Terra, I mean, just absolutely getting everything done. And TTK was nailing those. I would say, yeah, that last Agamotto only hitting Impunity. You thought that was going to be all they needed, but you got to count for... I mean, the amount of times I heard Born Again, I'm just going to continue to hear that in my sleep. That's the new again from Bucky, but this time we heard them both.
Oh, man. Just looking back at the way that final fight played out too, Cozy, it lasted for so long. You also had Smash just come crashing down with the most insane 3K, by the way. He literally cleaned up every strategist that was on their side. Delena had the passive, but you have to imagine there's a startup to Adam Warlock coming back, and then by the time he uses the ultimate, everyone's already gone. It was already too late, and the overtime ticked away as we take a look at Ryan Amazing, our MVP of that match. 36 and 12 with 32,000 damage.
Absolute insane. I mean, if this was like 2007, you could see the YouTube video now of Linkin Park playing it in slow-mo there as Bucky rains down, getting 3. I mean, that is just what it's made for. Moments like this is what you get from it. Right, amazing, being that MVP once again on Ultron, farming it like he does best. Listen, he said in your interview with him, "I've not lost to 100 Thieves in longer than he can count." And it was looking rough at the beginning, but now it's Dark Zero coming back. And outside of a great defense from 100 Thieves, who on that map to Sentinels once, they held them for 7 minutes, I believe, in total. Now 5 minutes there for Dark Zero. Good job of them, but ultimately, we've got a 1-1, Vic.
Yeah, I'm still thinking about how Ryan Amazing not only was able to juggle 32,000 damage, but 51,000 damage on board while still blocking like 19k. I mean, talk about stats all across the board here, too, for the second series. This is a banger here, Cozy, and I wasn't expecting it to be any different.
Delena, typically known for playing Adam Warlock, or for Hela, was playing Adam Warlock. And speaking of Hela, we've got an awesome skin in game right now, just in time for her to be great in season 4.5. It's going to be Hela and the Grim Lady. Expect to see more of her when we head to Georgia. But man, all together, I'm just getting over that game still. I mean, first of all, I woke up half the neighborhood, but second of all, I'm just trying to get my head together of what we just saw in terms of both these teams wanting that top seed. And I would say, in this group, I think number 1 matters a bit more than in Group A.
That's a very good point, actually, because then if you look at the first seed for Group B, they get to play off against Dreamland, while the second seed has to play against Rad. So that's a pretty big difference here, Cozy, because that's something else they're fighting for.
Absolutely, guys. Don't go anywhere. It's 1-1. We're going to go and take a quick break, reset, reload. We'll be right back.
I want your soul! Hell unleashed!
What's going on, guys, and welcome back. We find ourselves 1-1 here on our last grand finals matchup of Group B. Is it going to be 100 Thieves or Dark Zero? It's been so fun to watch the story of these two unfold, Vicky. Dark Zero putting together this roster and doing right here what they've done the whole tournament, and that's figure themselves out as they go along, and they are someone to fear. But on the other side, obviously 100 Thieves, and that's why it was so close there on that map.
Yeah, man, we have to talk about, Vinny with those Gru ults getting blocked out too. It's brutal, but we're going on to game number 3, Cozy, and I believe we're going to be also moving on to Convoy, which is interesting because you know where the TTK playground is, and with 100 Thieves taking Dark Zero to Yggdrasil, you have to look at what their win rate is, because at the moment, Dark Zero has not played on Yggdrasil path just yet, whereas 100 Thieves are currently 3-0 here.
I quite literally can say I don't remember the last time I watched 100 Thieves lose on this map.
Yeah.
This is what they always go to if their backs are against a wall of any form or fashion, and then they just dominate. And so we'll have to see if Dark Zero has what it takes. But if it's going to be done, it will be by the man that has kind of solved the answer of 100 Thieves in Amazing. But great job across the board. I think this time, if you're Dark Zero, the only thing you can clean up, Velocity played great, did get picked off a little bit early on some of those matchups. Other than that, team played great. Mantis ban on both sides. Good job to shut that down. First save for 100 Thieves, Vicky. What do you think they got here?
Oh, it's the AMER. Yeah, right. All right.
Oh, boy.
TTK is about to have a ball game. Now, I'm also thinking you're not going to let this Adam pass through again, right? If you learned your lesson. I know both teams were able to use it, but it's Kurova we're talking about.
Yeah, not only gets the hometown advantage of Asgard, but gets Emma as well. Ultron being banned on the side of Dark Zero. They like the way that worked out for them last time. Gonna flex that right back into Amazing and the strategy that they have. Will Star-Lord be banned this time? They can't allow that potentially again. They were okay with the Human Torch last time. It's Jeff, though.
That's interesting. Okay. A lot of recontention opportunities here, and just trying to get some more of these kidnaps as we go on to the next set of... All right, both teams are like, no, Adam, no board again. I'm not going to hear that in my nightmares. Honestly, I probably will hear in my nightmares with the amount of times we heard it for that last fight.
I could tear up. Yeah, I could cry. Thank you, guys. I appreciate you giving us a game off here to survive the night that is upon us, which I'm sure will go to game 5 at this point. We have Invisible Woman saved. Velocity locking that pick in, and Human Torch. Okay, so they think they're going to go more the Torch route, so they shut that down with that Invis save. Could be some big brain play, or they sniped out that strategy, Vicky, and they're going to go with the Jeff save. Millennia going to have that Shark, but I feel like they played well against that in the Dom match, even though they lost.
Yeah, I do agree, but there's a lot of that Millennia could play. Millennia has been putting down a lot of those numbers too, but also looking on the other side, we also saw, I believe it was Velocity who put down almost 70,000 healing in that previous game. So Velocity really doing a good job here too, whether it be on the Invisible Woman, whether it be on the Luna, as Velocity's wondering where they're going to be swapping over to. But we got our bans, we got our safe picks here as we move on to game number 3. And remember, since it is tied 1-1 apiece here, Cozy, no matter what, we're going on to game number 4 where we will go back to domination.
Yeah, interesting that they're okay with Smash in the skies. They're like, we're fine with it. Terra gonna be back on that Human Torch, and he was just insane on this map. Last time we saw them go up against each other, we find ourselves yet again on 100 Thieves path, map number 3, and it's gonna be a good one here. Typically, we do see that triple Vanguard come out. We saw Sentinels kind of struggle with that against 100 Thieves last time. 100 Thieves played that to near perfection. Terra swapping over to that Vanguard pick when needed, but he did flex out of it pretty quick. I remember he played Strange, then got out of it and just went right back. Remember, he was Angela, Vicky,
yeah.
Like tried to fly back and died immediately. So we'll see if he just goes out the gate here on the duelist side when they're on defense.
This is the 100 Thieves playground. We talk about it because they just always lean into this map for the win condition. It's going to be the TTK comfort zone here as we get all our teams rolling out after a very intense Central Park. No rest for the wicked with Marvel Rivals Ignite. It's been non-stop action, and Dark Zero are holding on to Madara being on that Angela. What the
Quite literally, what am I seeing here? Angela on their hometown court. They've got a new tech cooked up their sleeves. We know we wouldn't see this on defense, at least Jeff the Shark on defense. Or sorry, we have Jeff the Shark on defense to combat that. On offense, I can't even talk. I'm so stunned. You can tell.
All I can think about is Sephiroth just slamming down here, but it's Madara with the one-winged angel coming back before navigating away here, getting safe with Korova being on that invisible win, Amazing also having that BRB. Here comes Terra, though, putting down the damage as he's able to find out Smash before Smash can get away.
Vanguard Hunter, flame on, game on, looking for more, going to get yet another pick on Amazing, and there goes everything for Dark Zero, and 100 Thieves just looking super comfortable. As always on this map, it's the T-Show of Terra and TTK yet again.
Yeah, we're going to have the portal coming in here too, right? Just to get some progress on the point, because even though they cleared up that entire lane, Cozy, the recontest is going to come out.
Those goats were just chilling while Terra was absolutely demolishing the other team, now throwing more. Good portal play. They're kind of stuck in this room. We'll see how they try to switch things up here. Amazing does have the ult to give them a little bit of love now. You've got the Phoenix ult crashing down, getting rid of that right away. And what a counter. Korova going down with it.
Velocity is going to keep everyone alive with the fate of both worlds, though, at least, because now the Supernova is online. Millennia, though, with the Chef. Got to see where Millennia is going to be going here right afterwards as he gets it from the high ground. Side of Seduction as Tier's the one to go out earlier before that. And there you go. Oh, he clips the side of the tree.
Oh, wow.
No way. Not the flub.
Smash just hanging on by a pixel. What a way. What a game here now as they continue to push into Lina, though, getting Smash out of there. Now this point pushing more and more. This could be a 3-battle win, though, because even through what has been a pretty dominant performance thus far of 100 Thieves, minute 59 seconds left. Look at Amazing's trying to see if he can find any avenue in Asgard to try to put some contention on this point.
Smelling blood out here in the waters. He wants to build up into that extermination here as Nook is going to be able to also have that invisible boundary, too. Oh, but Korova going down first is even bigger. I'm loving these dive follow-ups that we always see. The bread and butter between Vinny and Terra with all eyes on the backline here that needs help. Thankfully, with that freedom charge, they have that sustain for Dark Zero. Impunity, keeping them in the game as Amazing also has that extermination.
I mean, if you're Impunity, I definitely like the stall heal here. I don't know. You got to fully commit to this, I guess, at this point, even with the wipes now pushing in, going in. Korova is going to find himself back here. Sue Storm throwing up the boundary, but not before Amazing and Velocity fall. And here's the slow sustain, just keeping up the inevitable. That is Thanos of Terra and 100 Thieves taking point number 1.
Time and time again, despite Dark Zero trying to rotate properly through their ult, Impunity even trying to save Velocity, Korova with the invisible boundary, 100 Thieves haven't even utilized everything that they have, and they just keep cleaning up these fights.
Yeah, I don't know. It's like Impunity used their ult, and so I guess, they could follow that in there. I thought maybe a reset would have been better, but either way, 3 minutes on the clock. Doing a little bit of good defense here from what we typically see against this team. TTK now has the Seduction. He's trying to find more, and wow, did he pop that perfectly into Smash, doing the Legendary now forced to pretty much waste this, going and being pulled in a Mother's direction now as Jeff is going out. Millennia is trying to get some more from it. Homes up empty. The fish might be turned to sushi, but does escape there, Vic.
Maybe a little California roll instead here because the rest of 100 Thieves are backing him up, dipping it in soy sauce, and Impunity getting taken out first. You have the Supernova from Terra as now 100 Thieves are also approaching that invisible boundary with Terra still finding Amazing in the sky.
Yeah, that's such a huge pick there.
Ooh.
The biggest point of the map is right here as the Lina gets a follow-up and the cleanup as well. It's both of the fire heroes. All you can do is stop, drop, and pray. You can't stop them now as Smash trying to just roll with this team.
Get the fire blanket. Put them out here. It's been crazy to see them light up the floor, literally on fire. It's like a Michael Bay film with everything blowing up, and Impunity is the first to go out once again. Vinny does have a reset with the face of the Abyss, as now Dark Zero kind of forced to back away with Amazing going down. They wanted to have that extermination and a body block. They can't even contest.
Not even the rocket fuel is going to push them to that point. Look how fast they're going up and just pushing this thing. Goats, push yourselves. We're going to continue to throw the aggro out, and this is what we've seen from them time and time again. And it's always right there on point 2 where most other teams struggle. That's the difference for 100 Thieves on this map.
Until we have to start banning maps, and maybe down the line when Marvel Rivals Ignite, this is literally why 100 Thieves love Yggdrasil. As the freeze comes out, Vinny, trying to stay alive, pops the armor for now. Terror Cave coming in too, as he tries to get the reset with some extra health. The extermination from Amazing to help out that backline. Impunity close to that freedom charge. Eternal Bond is going to also match that, just shimmy shade its way together after Amazing's done with that extermination, and then Millennia comes in with the Itch Jeff.
mean, the screen is exploding.
Nice.
Oh, look at that quick flip out. That's amazing. But he is going to get Luna and Ultron to boot. That's a tough one. Velocity, amazing. Seeing the other side of the map. It's already night outside as they're just trying to get back to it, keeping their team alive. Impunity, though, able to sustain. Even with that going down, Delena and Terra feasting again. But it's Vinny with Karopa out, and they are feasting, Vic.
Oh, they're still finding more of these. But yeah, sure, right? Amazing can find Terra all you want, even after you send them to the backline, but you can't be there to help sustain the rest of your team.
Once again, Symbiote smiling, scoreboard screaming. Here we go, pushing through. 2 minutes and 8 seconds left, and they just always clean up so well on this last point. Typically, they use a strange portal. Don't have that in rotation at the moment. If you're Dark Zero, Velocity, you'll be the ticket for them keeping this thing alive. But once again, he's ready to go. He's hot. He's Terra.
And he's on fire right now. Nobody to exterminate this fire here. Extinguish, rather, honestly, with the way that Vinny now is also moving up to follow up together with Terra. Delena in the backline going uncontested. With Smash taking over to the skies here, being on that Ultra, and right, amazing, swapping over to that no more Impunity over to the Hulk. They need the Gamma Squids to clear up this point, and it's working out for them on this defense.
I'm telling you, I know my water type versus fire type. I know my weaknesses. They pull out the Namor to shut down the flame that is Torch. Good job there. Love the quick swap there under pressure. This is as good as a whole can go against this team on this map. Love to see it here, Vic, as now they're ready to go with an extermination. The Whale, as Terra switches over to the Avalanche carry hero that is Winter Soldier.
This is the flexibility. We know this is another one of how Dark Zero likes to roll things out when they have to make changes. And Delena being right there next to them, they want to try to isolate those whales as the whale comes crashing down. Said whales before, I meant the squids. But with Nook also having that invisible boundary, Amazing's just going to wait it out.
Yeah, great job in the follow-up there. Ooh, Amazing almost going down. That was about to be a big pick there as Delena's trying to snipe out the duelist from across the map. These two have been going head-to-head now for what is almost a year at Rivals, considering has the bird, has the ult, ready to scream, you are nothing now as Vinny looks to charge that up. They have now two setups, TTK or the tree. They pick their poison now. Terra close to the Kraken. They're going to go for the Wombo combo. The tail as old as time. It's Vinny. It's Terra. Let's see if they can do it.
The Terra special onto the Bucky here now. He's got the reset opportunity to Psionic Seduction because this could be the bread and butter. TTK used it up earlier on with Smash being up in the sky. And here goes that reset as he comes crashing down. Needs to sustain here. Leaves Atlanta one, but doesn't get the follow-up from that as Impunity also gets a reset. But the stall too after he gets the stun over onto Vinny.
The most perfect iframe work there, turning into the hole, but it's going to get wiped out. TTK now getting the wipe and going forward. Terra looking for the grapple, looking for the big play. Goes for the skies, grabs. We switched before we can see, but Smash gets Vinny from it. Bonner now pushing forward. This is going to be now Dark Zero, keeping this team that is so strong in the map. Delena now forced to the magic. Portal out, team back in. One sliver left. They're off the point. They've done it. They've held 100 Thieves, Vicky, to point two.
Couldn't get through the portal there as well. I mean, if you're gonna make the swap up to the Gamma Squids, this is the perfect checkpoint to do it in. When everybody's in close quarters, the Flyers don't have as much freedom up in the air like this. What a beautiful counterpoint Dark Zero just did right there to hold the defense.
My goodness, I mean, Smash 2 did so well there on the Ultron. Love the switch there. Kind of what we saw from Envy whenever we had Speeder. He switch off the Ultron and play the duelist role. Right, amazing back to where he's comfortable and doing what he does best there. Good rotations and just not breaking. I mean, they were up to the very end and were able to just get through that thing. And again, Impunity with the iframe there. Work on the Hulk. Awesome job.
Wow, looking at these stats right now, Cozy, this match is crazy. TTK still 26-2, by the way. And while you look at Dark Zero after they were able to hold off on that defense before that payload got to the finish line here. Madara, wondering, I don't think he's going to roll out with that. Yeah? You can't trick me this time around after whatever we saw while they were holding up to the defense. It's difficult when you're playing like 3 off tanks to try to hold the defense line around that next corner.
Literally put me in a stun lock, but this time... Ready for it. Oh, can we get a little magic? Ooh, and the strange combo to boot. The patch isn't here yet. You still have that huge slow, quick cooldown, crazy team up. And this man's been playing magic since beta, since alpha. His favorite hero, Amazing's on the sword. Dweller. We'll see if we can get ourselves some good action. Otter now pushing forward. A strange we haven't seen them too much there on the dock.
Not as much out here. We do know Madara's got it here alongside the Emma, but the Emma being banned is something else, as now Madara's gonna be able to back away. 100 Thieves holding this defense with an output of damage, by the way, with Terra also being on the Doctor Strange. You talked about that earlier, as we saw a little sneak peek of that in some former series, but Impunity goes incredibly low. Cannot resustain, as Millennia's gonna be able to get that KO.
Again, the cutest elimination you'll ever see here as Jeff gets it done. Millennia at the helm of it, and 100 Thieves is 3-0 in this map. They look to show why now. And really passive play from Dark Zero at the moment, just trying to reset, get Impunity back, and their game plan a part of it. He's ready to go. Spinning to win there is Smash, getting that up. We've got the first ult out. No Phoenix to counter it as they had. Vinny now with the pick. Oh my goodness, 100 Thieves is feasting.
And this means that Amazing has to make the swap, right? Changes off of Magic immediately afterwards, resets a little bit of that ultimate charge over to the Punisher. We take those because Punisher boosts up that ultimate just as quick with the amount of damage that Amazing could put down. When Velocity and Kurova have these ultimates to cycle through too.
Well, Frank Castle, never asking why, just how many. Now TTK just pushing it forward. Millennia does have the It's Jeff to go. I mean, Dark Zero can go. They're ready to go. They've got this thing. They show good patience. Nuck to be the first one to fall, but they can't lose anyone in this exchange. Now Velocity riding the Invisible Woman's boundary to the point. It's going to be the Groot ult. Keeping it up. They're going to see if they force the show. Yes, they do. As we watch the show of the Grand Finals, Terra just flying in the skies. Doctor Strange smash forced to push him down, and here comes the Agamotto.
He's the other observer looking down at the fight right behind him here, as he had that Eye of Agamotto before, but he backs away the moment that Amazing unleashes the Punisher ultimate. Final Judgment, Madara finishing up whatever is left from the scraps that Amazing left them one.
Goodbye, Tree. Goodbye, Nuck. Goodbye, 100 Thieves. It is Amazing with... Oh my goodness. He opened up the mystery box, found the shotgun, and is pushing forward. The insane job there. Just every bullet having a name. He's the author. And they're going to push. Obviously, they're going to be a 2-point battle to win this. Minute and 40 seconds left. They did use a lot, but they have more to use here against 100 Thieves.
And they brought him that 115 out here. Just a zombie, a menace to just delete as 100 Thieves. Delena has the Sia. Madara's going to start things with the Sonic Seduction, but the Groot wall is beautifully placed coming out from Vinny, who's about to have the Groot hug again, too. So as Madara backs away, and Impunity has a reset potential with the Feast of the Abyss to hold forward.
Madara going in for the choke on the tree. How could you now with the push? Quick finish, though. Good strategist, keeping it up. My goodness. Both sides just not dropping his hero whatsoever, but is getting good position. There goes the ult to follow. He is not absolutely phased. What? Goes to 1 health, gets the pop off. It's Millennia now from the rafters, trying to get some good heals. Look at both the Rocket and both animals here playing in safety. And right now, 53 seconds left. Dark Zero has to put something together.
Dude, Vinny stayed alive for so long. The Animal Crossing backline strikes again as we see the It's Jeff. And you may not be able to scoop up that Punisher when he's in his ultimate, but you got to look at your team over to the left side as Amazing is clearing the point. He's claiming even more heads.
What a way, Smash calling their target, Rai doing the other. I thought Rai was going to chase down the Jeff. No, he finds one. Smash finishes off Millennia, and just like that, 23 seconds, they get the point. Here we go, 2 minutes, but this is where 100 Thieves is different, Vicky. They always push through point 2 with ease, while other teams struggle.
Oh man, Terra now going over to the Torch as well after making that swap up. Once you get past that first checkpoint, you can hop off those Vanguards here too. Delena's also approaching that Sia. Looking at Dark Zero, they used up everything, but it's a Psionic Seduction together with Smash. It's going to be the wombo combo that they want to utilize together.
Once again, you can only stop, drop, and roll against what is the Human Torch of Terra now. Oh, good play and focus. Now Madara trying to get himself the Seduction and the slow down, but it is 0 to hero. Once again, throwing down the Tornadoes, forcing his whole team back and just trying to stay alive, but Vinny is not letting that happen.
Dude, Nook with the push in, though, prevented Madara from getting away, too. So they're just forced to be in the bonfire that is Terra here, with TTK to follow up about that Sonic Seduction and the Freedom Charge from Vinny.
Dude, they just pushed him. Just pushed him all the way back into spawn.
Get over here.
Yeah, get back to your home. Amazing, 94%. And climbing. A lot of switch-ups here in counter strats. Nope, gonna go to Namor now. What worked the last time for these two teams, as they have a... This is what I'm talking about, Vicky. It's just so tough for them to get through this wall.
That's why we don't really usually see teams finish off this map. The 100 Thieves are in their element, and they're the ones on the defense this time around. Remember, they also picked their side originally. As Millennia has that It's Jeff. It's going to be TTK with a Psionic Seduction. Vinny can help elongate this fight even longer with the Freedom Charge, but Dark Zero trying to get out of the line of sight of the Psionic Seduction because they have so many ultimates now to come back around.
Yeah, finds everybody in it, and here we go. Here's the quick whirlpool. Who does he grab? It's gonna be somebody. It's two. It's the ladies. He's got it. By comes the whale to crush the shark. It's the food chain. There's always a bigger fish.
It's a plane, it's a bird, I don't know. It's going to be a whale coming out of the skies. Instead, the sky is congested. Millennia gets countered with that ultimate that was reserved just for him. And Dark Zero, it's not on the defense this time around. It's not on the third checkpoint. Instead, it's on the attack here with that Hulk and more.
All right, we got the Hulk smash again. This is the part of the point that is a little easier than this last bit. They have to really seal the deal here as Impunity just getting smoked and forced to jump out there as the big Hulk himself. And there it is. Supernova once again is going to be able to push this team back. The pressure's on. The smoke is out. It's going to be a Cat 5 of tornadoes now with the damage up. It's so much pressure at once, forcing him. Can he get him to spawn from here? That'd be a record now as there's 13 seconds left, Vic.
Amazing's focus right now is to make sure Terra stops being a terrifying opponent right now because Terra finds Impunity with no time left, Cozy. Less than 3 seconds, and Dark Zero can't even touch the point, not even with Velocity trying to desperately use the fate of both worlds.
Dude, that's just their map. It's just their map. I mean, you stop them on the third point, and it's just time and time again. I've seen that before. I've seen them get stopped at the third point, Vic. It's that second point. They never, ever are matched on the effort that they can pump out. And there we go. We said TTK's playground, and what do you know?
I'm not surprised they let the Emma go through. We talked about, I mean, they actually protected the Emma rather, but it's just the fact that that was their prioritization aside from the Emma and the Jeff together. Millennia having a few shine moments, right? Even with that one little Jeff ult that they were having fun with when they were on the defense. But it is TTK, 12 final hits. Look at the damage output. This is what Emma, despite the nerfs that we have seen even going forward here and seeing how she's been just put on her performance, she is still so lethal, especially at the hands of TTK. And then looking on the other side, Rye Amazing with 28k damage done after they also swapped over to the Namor.
I mean, TTK in the Vanguard show on that one was the big difference. I think they got what they wanted to out of the pick and bans, but too little too late. We'll see if they'll be able to flip the script yet again against this team and take it the distance. Now we have 2 different games at the 2-1 mark, Vicky, and man, just absolute clutch performances there in our preview to what I would expect to be teams that are going to be making it the distance to Georgia. But right now, fighting for the top seed, and the important one at that, in Group B, this is when Terra just pushed the full team back. I mean, the entire team back to spawn. It's just crazy the whole time.
Yeah, and since we are going to a game 4, that means we're moving back onto domination, and this is Dark Zero's pick. So maybe going over to Hell's Heaven is something to consider since they are 1-0 on that map. But first, we got to look at our MVP, TTK, taking the show here with 35 KOs.
I mean, do you even go for the Terra ban of Human Torch yet again on this domination? I mean, looking back to how they lost the first one 2-0, it was pretty close, but what stood out to you on how 100 Thieves dominated that so much?
I feel like so Terra, the thing is that Terra is such a flexible player, right? We talk about it all the time. Sure, you could ban out the Torch, but he's also got that Star-Lord. He's also got that Punisher, as we've seen again. So you have to consider what is going to be the biggest threat here. I'm not expecting the Adam Warlocks to come out again. I'm wondering if we're going to prio that as a ban too, as well as the Jeff that could come in clutch if we do go on to Hell's Heaven. That is my prediction, since that is the one map they do have an advantage on.
Yeah, no, I would expect that as well. Hell's Heaven has been good for Dark Zero. Either way, absolute cinema here that we're seeing at the end of what has been a killer group stage of Ignite. Vicky, so fun to do it with you. Guys, don't go anywhere. We're going to take a quick break and get back to what could be our last match. 100 Thieves. Will they win? We're about to find out.
worshipping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight like the sun and moon, and I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Playing out from angel rise, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up from angel minds, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end.
What's going on, guys, and welcome back. On a Sunday night, we find ourselves potentially seeing the last match between these two teams, or Dark Zero can do it again and come back from what they've been here in this similar position before. This team has the talent to do so. Can they put it all together? Going to be a tough task, Vicky, up against this team of vets.
Yeah, we're moving on. Actually, I was talking about it before. It's not actually going to be back onto domination. Actually, game number 4, we get to rotate back around into our game modes. So actually, we're going on to convergence. So game number 4, we're moving on to Hall of Jaleo, which is going to be an interesting look here, considering that 100 Thieves are 1 and 2 in Hall of Jaleo, whereas Dark Zero are 1 and 0. So they're taking this considering that convergence is their strongest game mode.
Yeah, I always love this being kind of the map that decides it sometimes, because it's so hard to get this first cap. Oftentimes, as we talk about time and time again, and a map of just pure momentum that 100 Thieves could do well on Yggdrasil. We'll see if they can bring it on over to here. Mantis being banned, Emma being banned, so right away they're like, okay, you can have Emma for one map, but not this time.
Yeah, and we just saw what happened the last time we played on Convergence over in Central Park, right? So looking at the way that Dark Zero held that defense and the way that they were able to reset things as we look into our next set of pick and bans, it's the Ultron safety, the Magneto safety for 100 Thieves.
Already taking a look here. We've got our next bands up, and this time around, yep, okay, we're going to go with the Ultron ban into the Luna again. So we're seeing some similar results. I think the Jet ban was pretty big here in terms of 100 Thieves shutting down Kurova. They just have not banned Millennia's Jeff. I mean, at this point, it's, maybe they don't fear it, but this is a map where I would not want to play it, and they're going to save it. I mean, I don't know about that, but they might. I mean, they're going to get their Atom potentially here. They have the chance to save him, but they might do what they did again, Vicky, where like they just don't save the Atom and then force the ban, but we'll see.
I mean, Dark Zero, I believe, just get to go back-to-back, so they actually may just save up on the Atom. I would be surprised here, or rather, sorry, from the other side. Look at Dark Zero, they're going to save the Invisible Woman here. They didn't save the Atom, so they don't have to worry about the ban, so they will be able to run it here. Now, I'm thinking, now, being able to lean into this, or, okay, it's going to be the Torch as the last thing banned. So they have left open the Atom. Delena's going to have the Born Again as well, so get ready, strapped in here, Cozy, because it may be a long one.
Yeah, I was going to say, going to get the tea on the kettle now as Delina locks in the Golden God here. And we already know Kurova.
Yeah.
Kurova is already ready to roll here. Now, looking at it, the comps, nothing surprising jumping out to me. Millennia and Vinny going to have that symbiotic shenanigans. Just such a huge extra healing boost to the team that they can continue to thrive on, as we're at map number 4 here, Convergence in Wakanda yet again. And I have seen 100 Thieves fall on this map a good amount of times, but Dark Zero find the success to get this thing to game 5.
They have the winning record here on this game mode for a reason, Cozy. It's going to be Hall of Jolly where we saw them fall. I believe it's like, what, 1-2 at this point now for 100 Thieves. But rolling out with the bands after they've learned their lesson on Central Park, or maybe not, considering the Atom comes back around again. Both teams are going to be able to capitalize off of this, and seeing how that first map with Central Park specifically played out, I don't believe we have the Human Torch available for Dark Zero again. So trying to make sure they can try to lean into that from the other side as we see now 100 Thieves rolling out with Terra being on the Phoenix instead.
Yeah, we got Rye on the Ultron yet again. We've seen this time after time. And Terra does play Phoenix when he best seems fit. And does seem like he does on this map most of the time. And I like it here for what most teams try to go up in this top corridor. Sometimes they push a couple down Main Street, and they look to do just that now as Impunity trying to get the difference. And right now, Rye Mason's just trying to stay alive. Terra jumps down the full commit, but flies back up. That's going to be something that changes after the patch on when you can use that quick fly there. And look at these connections. The aim is impeccable.
It's going to have a bit of a cooldown this time around. But with Millennia getting called out first, the Jeff Protect, you have to imagine. As Dark Zero now move up, Impunity gets frozen after activating the armor here. Literally one shot, but Smash follows up on the dive, finding TTK while he's at it. And Terra already has a reset here from the Phoenix.
Very good pick there on TTK. Going to be forcing him now to come back slowly but surely. Impunity with another. And this is an absolute clean take of the point, but Delina gonna come back and try to keep this thing rolling. They already have the second point and moving. Delina does get Rye Mason out of this thing. Portal coming out. Millennia back to it now as TTK and him are here. Smash looking for yet another Vanguard pick. Now make it Terra. Look at that great jump in Impunity now forcing the boundary.
It's a great stall opportunity, but look at Kurova right now. Delena also has that resurrection. Vinny, with a piece of the Abyss, tries to get the follow-up and the tether together. Nice little stun, and they caught Kurova, but he's got the passive ready to go as Terra's trying to find him. The Born Again is activated first from Delena, and that brings Nook right back around for this fight. Vinny can get a lot more aggressive here as long as he's around that res, and now you can hear from the other side from Kurova. This is going to be a very long fight here, while both these teams with 100 Thieves try to hold this defense.
Two Venoms, maximum chaos here, as you can tell. Smash getting one now. Two legendaries are made here in the grand finals, and he's looking to stamp his name to it. Wow! A full ace. Goodbye. They get the point.
Smash doing Smash things again. The Star Lord is continuously a problem, and that's what the 100 Thieves, they banned the torch against Dark Zero the last time too when we were playing on this game type. Now we don't see it, but it was Smash on that Star Lord that had such an oppressive state.
With the, obviously with the Shark and Adam, just, you know, this is where I like Velocity on Invisible Woman. And that really showed there on point one, being able to go into that boundary successfully. Now looking for Terra throwing up from the skies, forcing pressure. That's going to now be pushing back Madara, who goes down just like that. Kurova doesn't even know Terra's there. Look out behind you. A smash to follow. This is going to be a good defensive stop and reset.
Talk about damage here. Delena getting these follow-ups. Terra with the resets. He burns out Impunity with some help from Millennia to just fan out the flames.
All right, so we have the Phoenix ult. TTK locked and loaded as well. We'll be able to answer the call if needed. Kurova at 78, climbing. Delena and him might as well have it at the same time, so you can have the extended fight on point two. 3 minutes left. Surely this could be a long one here, Vic. We'll see how he uses this Phoenix ult, but it's going to be Rye who opens things up.
The entry fraggers are trying to get a pick here to also help build up space to enable Impunity with a piece of the Abyss, but it forces out Nook with the fate of both worlds. We'll take those for now. Vinny's going to also do the same. Nice little stall here and a stun off the Phoenix here as well. Kurova's got the resurrect. He still has the passive. Terra isolates Kurova as Terra's going to be looking for Kurova in his sights consistently, but with the Edge Chef, Millennia sends out that Emma Frost.
There goes the baby shark. Vinny gets the other pick on Kurova yet again. And now, listen, I mean, Kurova still has the ult, but Delena didn't use theirs. Nuck did a great job keeping that team alive through the extermination from the Feast of the Abyss as well, and Impunity. Smash ready to go. TTK did use that Meteor M, so look for them. We'll see if Smash can get Delena here first and then force from what could be a wipe, but we'll see as they reset here and chase away Vinny.
This positioning right now, Dark Zero want to get aggressive, but Vinny has just not given up that space. It's still a pesky mosquito up on the high ground to try to harass that backline. The Legendary is going to be the first thing to ring out as TTK with the shutdown snipe off the Magneto. The Born Again, as Kurova was still alive in the backline here. He's going to bring him right back.
Who needs the Meteor? Oh my gosh, the neutral, absolutely disrespectful. And they pop the res, but right now, 100 Thieves doesn't need anything except Good old neutral play to continue this dominance of a hold. Minute and 37 seconds left now. It's going to be, oh boy, Rye trying to get something smashed, and Kurova go with it, forcing Delino to ult. Great job in rotations. They got to do it again, but they don't have much left. Velocity can paint the path here with the ult. Impunity, though, getting Vinny's big.
It's fine, though, because Delena had pulled off the Karmic Revival just right before then. They brought back Millennia as the Millennia uses It's Jeff. The You Are Nothing also sings out as Phoenix tries diving down as he tries to get away. Velocity finds Vinny in the process. Madara, too. That's 2 out from 100 Thieves from the Vanguard lineup, and they're dropping like flies as Dark Zero clear the point.
They're like, Impunity, you're the sacrifice, buddy. You gotta go, but we can get the point. Goodbye, but hello, point 2. Great job there from Dark Zero pushing forward. Now, economy-wise, they have Legendary TTK can respond this time, but look at the pressure. My goodness, relentless here, chasing down Vinny. Got the stagger. That's what you want.
He can't get away from that one. Unfortunately, does not have the safety blanket of his team here. A nice little stagger, though, as you can see Smash waiting in the shadows, looking to creep around to harass this backline before he dives in here to spin around here on the Star-Lord. Smash has got that legendary, wants to force out an ultimate maybe, but there's no strategist ultimate to even deal with this. Instead, it's going to be Amazing as Terra shuts him down, and Millennia shoots the ball up in the air to catch Amazing. Fear and nothing TTK may not land his mark, but it's a follow-up potential from Millennia to get that output.
What a blink there from Terra, just disappearing from Amazing's eyes and then getting the best of them. That's what you like to see at top-tier play. 2 players very familiar with each other, calling each other out. Smash legendary. He got a whole team wipe last time. Let's see what he can get now as he pushes the team back. Good positioning. Vinny soaking up the majority of this thing. Uses the shields. Oh, it's 1 health left, but he, as Venom always does, escapes.
It's hard to get the legendary here when you're on the attack and everyone's hiding behind these walls. You keep trying to push in, though, together with Impunity. As Kurova on the other side, it's not him that uses it, it's Delena, but he gets shut down almost immediately after he uses it.
Yeah, that's out of nightmares, man. That Venom climbing on the walls finds the Atom, yelling the line, but it's not enough here as Dark Zero could get point 3. 54 seconds left. Madara getting the pick here on Vinny. The sustain, the constant pressure. That is Venom is gone now, and here comes Kurova activating the aggression ult. The rest is here. They can push into the fullest degree. Extermination ready to go, Vic. They're trying not to give them an inch because they'll take a mile.
Less than 40 seconds now on the clock, and here comes Terra up in the skies. Amazing with the extermination, though, as the Phoenix tries to collide against his head to give him a haircut. It's not enough. The Jeff, though, as Velocity uses the Eternal Bond. Oh, no, Millennium falls low, and they pay for it. Impunity following up with the Feast of the Abyss, as well as a Tether.
The combos are out of a script book. Perfect performance from Dark Zero. Getting this map, they say, give me game 5. We'll see if 100 Thieves can match.
Time to switch things up, including
Once again, sure, we could see both teams using Karmic Revival, Cozy. But you have to imagine, if you are 100 Thieves and Delena had used up that Adam Warlock ultimate to try to hold that choke, which is the best chance you have, especially at this level of Marvel Rivals, and you go out and you didn't even use up your passive prior to that because you wanted to use that ult first, man, that was devastating.
Yeah, definitely that's what lost. But I would say in that map, Impunity really shined over Vinny in the Venom performance. So much so I'm seeing if 100 Thieves is going to change up Vinny and who they had him on. Played great, did great, but Impunity definitely the more scary Venom that time around, as we can see the ace going to him. 10 of limbs, 19 and 3, 13k. Look at the difference there.
Yeah, the damage output is not there. Look at the 4 final hits too, by the way, where Venom usually shines and getting that bread and butter following up with the Duelist. And with Terra doing the amount of damage that Terra has, it's rare to be able to see that stat line, honestly. Impunity following up beautifully with Smash. That's why they have 10-10 apiece with these final hits.
All right, we see what 100 Thieves is going to cook up in the kitchen for offense, as Vinny's going to stay on that Venom. Terra going to be on the Phoenix as well. We've got the Luna Atom, so they're staying with what did well for them. Pushing in, going in now on the other side, matching the same comp. Don't fix what's not broken. TTK to summon the magic, and we'll see. He usually goes, high ground back, health pack. Mine as well, but maybe they expect that, so he's going to take this kind of left approach. I like this different angle on him.
Nice timing on the Terra Cape, too. They knew. You see right there, Impunity waiting for them with the Venom Tether, too, before backing away. Kurova in the back line, too, but 100 Thieves are trying to brute force their way onto this point, while with Dark Zero trying to peel back.
Love watching TTK on Strange. Absolute magic at work now, pushing forward. Vinny is going to be dazed and dusted, 50% in, climbing Smash now, putting on the show that he does. And he's not Luna Snow, but look at it here now as it continues to push forward. Velocity is going to be the key here. Can they stay alive? 82% in climbing. Delina finds the best of Impunity. Oh man, this is good so far for 100 Thieves.
We haven't framed the controller v controller, by the way, between Smash being a controller and TTK is actually crazy. I'm noticing with Smash and the control scheme that he's got, being on that PlayStation, Korova gets the res, by the way, over in the back, and Rymazing comes back around with the extermination. Terra tries to collide and give him a haircut too, back in the sky, and this time he aims for Korova that was in the back right side.
Impunity jumping through now, keeping this thing rolling for the team. So many portals out here. And it's Delina now bringing them back. They get the 3 wipe, but it's going to be, once again, trying to get the wipe into a win. TTK knocked back in this thing now, pushing forward. Bubble down, sustain up, legendary out. And Smash is trying to continue what he's done on this section of Wakanda. There's TTK, Agamotto, nothing from it, Vicky. Right now, Dark Zero hanging in this thing.
Velocity was ready with that Terror K, but 100 Thieves have their numbers instead as TTK holds forward. He's upset. Together with Vinny, the Vanguards are not playing around for 100 Thieves.
Vinny slammed the corpse there as it fell. I mean, absolute disgusting. And Impunity using the portal to get back in the fight. Right use for it, but not enough. 4 minutes, 24 seconds, about a minute longer than Dark Zero had, but 100 Thieves obviously did a very good job on this part of the map, Vicky. They held it for about 3 minutes.
It's going to be replicated here on the other side with Dark Zero. Sign of Seduction. Oh, beautiful dive right there. It does hit onto 2. Nice tether 2 before backing away. Vinny wanted to play a lot more aggressively here, and with Terra, they could get the follow-ups, but he's got to be careful with the Sign of Seduction. It forces him back for now. And Millennia does have the It's Jeff. And with the way that Dark Zero is playing all grouped up together, you have to look out for that. Pulls out that crystal right afterwards while Rymazing has the extermination. Here comes the It's Jeff as well before diving in, leaving him one. But the extermination is just enough as Millennia fails to swallow up the Ultron.
Only Korova barely keeping Velocity alive there. And on top of that, getting the Jeff out of there. I mean, that was so precise. They had to have that win right there, or that was going to be 100 Thieves pushing clearly to point 2, slowing down momentum. Phenomenal job.
Get that vehicle moving again.
Velocity kissing the floor right now, too, staying alive. But 100 Thieves, look at these ultimates right now, Cozy. You have Korova and Delano with both of those Karmic Revivals online. And Smash trying to get into position to get the follow-up with Impunity. That's going to be a lot of damage to force out also other ultimates from 100 Thieves.
Yeah, we'll see the way he goes about it. It's going to now go legendary from the skies here. Vinny does get Velocity out of this thing, but Korova once again bringing them back. This is going to be a huge fight for this match as both teams unload the Qs. TTK, Madara going down twice. Korova brings it back. Oh my gosh. What just happened?
He just Eye of Agamotto'd everyone getting res, by the way, in front of the Karmic Revival. And even though we saw Nook with the Fate of both worlds, he was wrapped around the other side of the wall right there too. So a little unfortunate here as he navigated outside after getting res first. And Delena gets taken out here at the very least. TTK is literally having way too much fun.
TTK is flying. Is a better flyer than the flyers in the game. Insane as Strange. My gosh, it's just fun to watch him do it here. When he's not playing the AMER, he's a demon on the Sorcerer Supreme now. A lot of space for 100 Thieves to push forward. Delena's got the ult, Terra to follow, the 1-2 punch that this team has continued to be. Madara now does have the Seduction to follow into it here. It's going to be Terra opening up the lane. And the pressure is on now, pushing for TTK, gets the pick on Madara. That's huge.
He wants to be the MVP all over again. He wants to replicate what we've already seen right now. 100 Thieves, Delena with the res, brings them all the way back to get aggressive. You hear the eternal bond though from Velocity to allow Dark Zero to get back together. But with the Eye of Agamotto, TTK has been keeping 100 Thieves here on this point.
This is absolutely insane as us against the world gets shouted out. No, it's you against 100 Thieves alone because that cloak just got deleted from the video game. It's TTK and Terra getting it done once again for this team. 2 minutes, 52 seconds. This is a hard part of the map, though, to cap here as Vinny has stepped it up insanely well. What a way to bet on yourself. Didn't have the best, 0.1 performance. Bringing it back here. Vinny doing a good job.
making those quick adjustments that he needed to do. And by the way, looking at TTK, this is with the Emma Frost ban. They learned their lesson. Yeah, here comes TTK like a smooth criminal floating everywhere on this Doctor Strange. Nook does have that Fate of both worlds as well as Millennia with the Itch Chef, but Dark Zero looking at Krova has a karmic revival with the extermination for Amazing to start things off again as the entry ult for Dark Zero, but 100 Thieves are just going to be able to move back around before coming back in with Millennia having the Itch Chef and Nook to keep them alive.
Ooh, for a thriller of our last Grand Finals hit here. Smash going down by AMER as well. This is going to be Kurova bringing them back, but deleted by Terra. He found that god this time as they're coming back. TTK and Terra are just absolutely lining up the highlight reel.
I just see T's. Cross your T's all over this KO feed right now. Vinny gets a follow-up right afterwards, and right now 100 Thieves are farming Dark Zero on the attack.
As now they look to continue to push this thing absolutely down Dark Zero's throats. Minute 38 seconds. A wipe here cannot be had, but they still have plenty of play. Portals and more. Delina's close to the res. TTK's got the Agamottos. He's nailed them once and twice before. We'll see if we see him fly through the air and yell the Peter Pan line as now he's pushing for Terra. Getting it done. Facing the smash. Trying to continue to get that limb. He can get it here. Ooh, nice flip, dip, and dodge as he continues to show his best patches. Oh, Houlihan impression.
Both Terra and Smash just playing a game out of the Matrix right here. Backing away, surviving. 100 Thieves have the survivability, though, in their hands, while Velocity also has that eternal bond. Impunity does get frozen, and Amazing up in the sky forces 100 Thieves to back away. Less than a minute on the clock here, so they just want to be able to time this right. But Dark Zero are back in the driver's seat with Kurova slowly approaching that res. But the Eye of Agamotto, it found the back line. Nobody left to sustain from Dark Zero.
Just textbook TTK as we've come to know and love here with 41 seconds and going Nook does use the show all the way through. It's going to be a Millennia now putting the Whirlpool down, healing up the team. We folks have ourselves an overtime in game number 4.
34 seconds to 16 seconds. You increase that by that extra minute here, and you have 100 Thieves with that 18-second advantage, and they were able to recontest when they were on defense in a really good way, even despite the portal play I believe that we had seen from the other side.
I mean, TTK, the mind, Terra, the muscle. It's so fun to watch this team continue to do what they do. I mean, just when you think you get the 3 push, you do great as Dark Zero. They match it even better. Amazing instantly locking that Phoenix to try to match what was Terra. Just sniping down everybody consistently. But honestly, the time difference there, right? If you look at ult economy and how long they'll have the charge, it's about the same. I mean, you're going to be very close, Vic, to the same amount with 18 seconds of a difference. So it's going to come down to this play here.
Wait, you can't tease me. Do my eyes deceive me here? Not on the attack here. We're going to probably see some swap-ups as Impunity maybe wanted to go. Oh, no, he gets it off the lineup. He actually does. Oh, no. What a stall. I mean, he'll be able to come back around. It is the Jeff, right? So Jeff will come back just as quickly, but that is a nice little cheeky penny play that I haven't seen in a long time, Cozy.
Yeah, the grand finals.
Why did I think that was badged?
That oh, never. That's so that's fun to see. All right, guys, we have what is a quick jet. You know what? I think that was all for the viewers, just watching Jeff go down one more time. We need to see that shark die more. He's had too much. He's feasted too much here in the grand finals. Terra now, though, looking for that opening snipe once again. Dark Zero, we're going to see how they approach this point. 47 seconds. That's all there is. Keep your eyes on the ults, Vic.
Time is of the essence here, so they have to get aggressive just as quick, but they have to just completely uproot Terra up on this high ground. Has to get contested. They want to get the follows between Terra dealing the damage and Vinny following up with Delena also hitting their noggins with that Adam Warlock damage output. Amazing being the first one to go, though, sets 100 Thieves up to push all the way up.
Oh, this is bad.
Oh, no.
This is real bad. They're getting their ult charge. They're pushing them back. They're looking confident. I mean, they're not going to allow the portal here. I mean, Impunity's going to try to go touch back. I don't even know if they'll get the point. What are they going to do here? Terra is absolutely doing his best cosplay of October. It's the horror show, the Terra show. And Vinny just feasting. I mean, wow, I can't believe they even had someone to get anything on there.
Somebody's contesting right now, though. Forced out the overtime. Look behind you here. Delena's finds Impunity, but it's all desperate measures for Dark Zero to keep this up. While 100 Thieves are pushed all the way up, the Phoenix ultimate slams down. Velocity gets frozen here, and the extermination from Smash to follow.
Dude, no one knew where that Phoenix was. Like, when that came from the side angle, I was cracking up. Now, as the PDD pushing in, Smash did get that good elimination. Now going to have Rymazen continue to do what he's doing with the quick pop there. Fear TTK. This has been his server admin of Matt now pushing forward. You've got Velocity continuing to keep them alive. Delina gets a rise. This is going to be the sustained fight. Terra goes down. Going to come right back into this thing, though, with the res. Time's ticking. Point is close. If they get this cap, it's everything. Velocity, Rymazen, Dark Zero can get this cap with the magic, with the Rymazen. Oh my gosh, Vic.
And they don't have sustain anymore. Nook had the Lunasoul ultimate earlier that was just used up, but Dark Zero, despite the spawn hold push, they do it. The stall, the clutches stall from the backline of Dark Zero to let everybody come right back around using Rymazen Shield too.
How did they even touch, and even more so, Smash opening up that portal play because everyone was all the way pushed and fully committed. I didn't even know who was left to touch. I thought Impunity was left back, but no, they made it. Here's TTK bringing the team into it. They at least have Millennia and their ult to get the Whirlpool out and the Jeff on now. But what do we have in exchange? Oh, Karova going out. Smash has the extermination. Vinny getting another one. They've got to pop this if they want to stay in it.
Oh my God!
That's everybody! Oh, baby shark doo-doo delete.
4. Time to switch things up.
Oh my, what better way to have Jeff in all cases than when you are forced to stay on the point in overtime?
Dude, I mean, getting that first point, getting that point was huge, right? Getting to where they got.
Yeah.
But they had Karova ult. They had Smash's ult. They could have gone a lot further. Either way, that was what you can do, the best you can do almost with 40 seconds, right? 100 Thieves has to have a hell of an answer to take that point that quick. Usually favoring the defense in terms of ult charge and economy. I like the approach, Vicky, that 100 Thieves did with the aggressive nature. But if you're Dark Zero, pull it back, stay back, do it the old-fashioned way.
Just got to prevent them from getting progress on that point. Got to hold them back here. And if this is really what they roll out with, I like this because they're expecting Vinny to continuously be that nuisance trying to dive the backline. Same thing with Millennia, but Nook too, if they want to stick with this rocket play too, they're going to be able to get that BRB to bring them right back into fruition because, again, as you highlighted, Cozy, it's that 18-second difference, which isn't a lot.
Yeah, this is just absolute cinema. Going the absolute distance. Grand final. We're now on to overtime. One team cap at the first point. 100 Thieves to follow. And the way they're going to go about it is with these Vanguards. You got Vinny yet again on the Venom. TTK being the blue strain, showing the ice in the veins that he typically shows. As now pushing forward, they got the split strat yet again, Vicky. I love the Namor here.
It's really helped out Rymazen so much when they were originally on the defense here, but look how they're all grouped up together before diving in. TTK splitting up the attention as he goes solo dolo. Up in the front choke here. The rest of 100 Thieves will shortly follow from the back end. They're trying to distract that of Smash, who's up in the air, and also allowing the strategists to boost up their ultimates and helping out TTK. But they have to dismantle these squids up on the high ground.
Rotation from Impunity, not falling and jumping back with the peel as well. Karova up and ticking Smash to follow. Right now, Smash and Millennia are going to be the first to answer the call of the ultimate. That is the point swing between these two teams. Rymazen close behind. Terra to follow. Look for the screens now, but it's going to be instead the wipe on Madara. That's going to make things difficult for this team. Forcing now going to be the strange switch most likely. Extermination coming out from Smash right away. Rymazen close to falling. Needs to find his teammate. There it is, Vicky. Terra close to going as well. Rymazen gets the pick off. That's massive. Delina 90%. Giganto goes out well, connects. Madara coming back for the team, full committing.
TTK does get stunned here too, but 100 Thieves, they use everything in the bank. Overtime taking away. Impunity going down, but they still have Kurova there as the insurance policy that they needed here. Bringing everybody back, deleting all this attempt. TTK waiting out with the Eye of Agamotto, but with the Eternal Bond from Dark Zero, it's not going to be enough to keep Velocity alive.
Eternal Bond, nothing there from TTK. It's out of control. We get a 3-hit on the Ago, but no follow-up. Madara Impunity takes getting it done. Impunity with another. Oh my goodness, it's a push cap, but there's the passive there. Kurova coming back as well. Millennia, this is all 100 Thieves. Dark Zero's gonna reset.
Oh, they did! They flipped the point! Are you kidding me? They cannot get off right now. Overtime ticking away, and 100 Thieves, just to highlight, is at match point. They need to win this game to win the grand finals, and now Dark Zero are desperately scrambling. They don't have much other than the whale coming up, Cozy.
Oh, economy, slight edge here to Dark Zero. They have Ultron. They've got Amazing. Can they land the whale?
Oh
no! It's gonna be the Shark! What a pick! What a play! That could be it for the grand finals as Madara is gonna do their best, but Vinny throws in the punches. 100 Thieves continues to be the elite of Marvel Rivals, winning that top seed. Oh my gosh!
Oh, 5-4, Cozy. This is what it looks like to be some of America's greatest talent here in Marvel Rivals Ignite. They did it. Both teams in overtime, getting to exactly that checkpoint that Dark Zero left behind for 100 Thieves to close out this map.
As they always do, cool, calm, collected, and completely in control. 100 Thieves, they finish on top yet again. TTK, Eternal Bond, us against the nothing. I mean, wipes them out. I mean, so stunned at the level of calm, cool, collectedness. They're going to come on this interview and not even, they're celebrating. They're going to come on, yo, what's up? Yeah, did it again. They keep doing this. And you know, the rest of the teams are yelling. They can't keep getting away with it where you got to beat them. You got to beat the best to be the best, right? Another top seed going to 100 Thieves. They play Dreamland. What a win. What a fight now. And it will be the Dark Zero against Red.
Wow, man. I just got to say, give TTK a raise. Like, that kid is insanity. Top tier kid for a reason, man. But looking at some of these highlights, this was such an insane game. 5-4. It went back and forth. We had res for days. I'm never going to not hear Born Again in my ears. And man, even Smash. Let's just talk about Smash. Kurova getting jiffed. He didn't necessarily, but it's just the Adam Warlock in a situation like that in overtime. If you can't boost up into that res, which he used in that first fight, it makes it even harder. And the difference, Cozy, is that the Jeff was banned against Dark Zero. They could not use the Jeff, whereas 100 Thieves, even banking in a situation like this, Millennia just cleared them off the point when they had all these ultimates.
No, they said they weren't scared of Millennia's Jeff, is what they said. They didn't ban it. They didn't worry about it. And guess what ultimately lost them that game? It was Millennia's 3 chopper that shut down that entire point push. And who knows what could have happened from that. Oh, and if that wasn't enough, Vicky, it was the water from downtown, the Squirtle Splash that gets Namor out of there. Amazing falls to start this thing.
Dude, 56,000 damage, 62 and 10. What?
Doing my season 4 damage in one game is just preposterous. I mean, just insane. And this is why I picked them to win. That's all my prediction. 100.
I see you.
At the end of the day. At the end of the day, when you got TTK, Vinny coming back like he did. Oh, not to mention Harvey out, Nuck in, Millennia to follow. Oh my God, what cinema? Just once again.
Nuck, by the way, nearly 70,000 healing on the Luna Snow. 28 and 12 on the Luna.
I mean, this is what you love to see at the top of play, guys. And it's just, once again, they get away with it. They get another confident W and really didn't look shaken much at all throughout the majority of the, outside of what the very beginning of that domination, they continue to do what 100 Thieves does best. And I've been now casting this team for almost a year, Vicky. It's the same song. It's the same dance. 100 Thieves, we got our interview lined up, ready to go, and with the grand finals on the line, everything on the line. Oh yes, we got iRemix.
Yo, what's up, bro? Hello.
Dude, the coach, Nick Fury himself, the man behind the mask who coaches this team. How do you feel, man, getting that win for the top seed?
Yeah, I'm feeling really great. I mean, they pull out some crazy shit. Props to the players for that. I mean, it was a little bit messy at first, but once we talk about some stuff, we were able to pull it out. So I'm glad.
Oh, dude. Well, first, it's great to be able to even talk to you. Whenever I saw you in China, you were sick like 90% of it. I couldn't even see you. Now I can at least get some good conversation. I gotta ask, man, when it comes to the strategy with you guys have so many playmakers. I mean, you can't ban out what everyone on this team can do. My first question to you is, I mean, when it comes to that strategy and that part of the phase of pick and ban, do you guys worry about anything being banned, or you just flex, adapt, and kind of ride on what this team does best?
I mean, I try to create a plan for every team. We always go with a plan for every team. And they do, when it comes to the bans, certain teams, they try to target ban either Terra or TTK. So I have like solutions for that. Like that team, for example, they're trying to ban Emma first. So we are forced to protect like Mag, because otherwise they will fully ban out TTK. But there's like ways to play around those things, and we're always have a plan, and we're always prepared for it.
Awesome.
Man, it's really great to get your insight. Looking at the past bans, I want to go back to that topic here. The way that you guys had lost that previous match where you guys let the Adam Warlock pass for Korova, were you guys just not worried going into this final map, even though Korova had so much impact? I feel like Delena just popped off equally, honestly, at the very end there, but was that any question of concern?
Yeah, I mean, it's like that team is pretty good at playing. Like they play the Starlord comp really well, then AMER comp and their Torch. So we were more worried about the Torch comp than Adam. You can't really ban everything out, so we gotta figure out like what are we gonna give them, and then try to build a comp that would be properly for what they have, right? I think that map that we lost, I think we kind of lost it to ourselves, because to be honest, I don't think we were on the best comp to attack. It seemed really hard for us to cap out the point into that comp that they had. So we gotta like go back on the bot and like see those things and realize what the changes that we need to make moving forward on that map.
Listen, you got 2 photos of Thanos back there. I mean, that's perfect to represent TTK and Terra on your team over there, man. And just crazy what y'all's team has put together across the board talent. And I've been, casting you guys for a long time. I've seen this team play as one unit for so long. Obviously, SJP not with the team anymore. Now Harvey, right? So you completely, reboot, reload the strategist. Walk me through the subbing of Nuck, what he was able to do, and kind of how that game plan worked.
Honestly, yeah, the main thing is like Harvey is really sick today. He had like a migraine. He couldn't look at his monitor, and he had like chills and stuff. So I had to put Nuck in. But regardless, Nuck he was able to do fit the job. He's a really talented player also, and he has good comps and stuff. So it worked out.
Next man up mentality. You guys continue to do that, whether it's in China or here, and it just continues to work for you. So props to that success.
Thank you.
I was about to ask that question about Nook too, honestly, because he seems like the player that, even though he's on that strategist role, even though we saw him at Luna Snow popping off, he really does primarily focus on the healing output rather than following up, because I don't think he even had a final hit at the very end there. But I just need to say, my last thing, it's not even a question, iRemix.
Yeah.
Give TTK a raise. That dude just be floating in the sky as a tank all the time, and it is crazy what that kid could do on a controller.
Yeah, TTK is definitely one of the best controller players. I think he's the best controller player. I mean, when things go wrong, just put him on Strange, he'll kill the whole server.
Exactly, dude. He's a server admin at times, and getting to meet him. I love watching. I can't wait when because I know I'm going to see you guys in Georgia. I can't wait to see you with this whole team again. It's so fun to watch the personalities that you get to coach of what 100 Thieves is. And so, congrats to y'all's success. You guys continue to do it time and time again. Job's not even close to finish. You got the main stage here and what is going to be next week. So celebrate with the boys. I know they're cool, calm, and collected as always, but congrats on the win there, iRemix.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Should I say one more thing?
Yeah, of course.
I just want to say shout out to all the players and my family and friends who, my friends Sinatra and Space. I wouldn't be here without them.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to say that. Thank you.
Hey, love that, man. Love that. Just to get the community all together, that is going to be the shout-outs from iRemix, the great coach of 100 Thieves. And once again, getting that win and winning the grand finals. We appreciate you coming on and enjoy that win, my friend. As that is going to sunset our 2 grand finals here as we continue to hang out there for a second. Our 2 grand finals, Vicky, of today. And both absolutely, kind of went to where we thought. We never got that game 5. Typically, that's pretty common here within Rivals as we take a look at bracket B and now how we got to this point.
Oh man, I gotta catch my breath here. Group B has just been phenomenal. Sure, it wasn't a game 5, but it definitely went down to the wire, Cozy, as we have 100 Thieves winning out the grand finals. This sets them up nicely, though. When you take a look at playoffs, now all they have to worry about is starting off against their series matchup against Dreamland.
Absolutely. All the seeds are set, my friends, and we are going to be finding ourselves into everything. All the stakes. Everything is going to matter here as all the great teams have made it, and now the stage has been set for what is going to be a heck of an elimination stage to try to punch their ticket to Atlanta and get to what is a shot at $1 million. I mean, it's insane if you think about the stakes, the odds, Vicky. Yet another great call with you. We saw insanity from start to finish. We said it in the green room. I feel like every time we cast together, it's like the best game we watched, and then it's just outdone by the next one.
Yeah, it's crazy because every time we cut to a break, right, we just reflect back on the craziness that we've seen. Now imagine those elongated fights, atom upon atom, and then you just ban out the atom, and then you still have these crazy contentions, these frag out opportunities, these resets that we keep seeing. I love high-level Marvel Rivals.
It's so good. It's so good, and we don't have to wait long to get it yet again. In fact, a little less than a week here, we'll be jumping right into what is going to be the main stage of it all, folks. Hopefully you enjoyed what you got to watch today. And listen, you can play Marvel Rivals anywhere. You can play it on Xbox. You can play it on PC. We've seen the sticks done there from TTK and Smash, but you can also play it on PlayStation 4. Vicky, did you know that is now on that system?
Oh, yeah.
And do your best Doctor Strange impression.
Oh, Doctor, no, you can't put me on by the eye of Mama Coco, and then everything just blows up here in the best way possible, because also, to note, we got Cross Progress coming out shortly, not coming out in the next season for 0.5, but maybe keep your eyes on that for season 5, as they've already presented that that's something that they've been eyeing for a long time, so get your start already if you only have that PlayStation 4 to play on.
Now, folks, enjoy the end of Season 4 and the last reign of Jean Grey, Human Torch, and friends as we go into Daredevil and what is going to be the chaos of that towards the end of next week. But we've got another banger coming to you. Again, if you've been here the entire time, you just joined for the end there. We appreciate you hanging out with us for the grand finals. Vicky, as always, so fun to cast alongside you. Gonna miss it even here for a week as we jump into it shortly. And to all you guys watching at home, have a great one, a good one. Good luck out there rivaling, and good night.
Thanks, guys.
keeping the